We are live at Collectible for tonight's Facebook record sale. Sorry I was late. It's Jake's fault. Okay, let's get started right away. Yeah, sorry I've been late. We've been talking. I never get to hardly see anybody here, so it's my fault. All right. Let's get started right away. So, first, while Jake's here, do you know who pulled all the CDs? There was 9 towers of CDs, or okay. So I guess is what that's them right there. I guess. Yeah, not those. I'm sure they moved them. Whoever tagged that, shout out to G or Ed. That was got to be a task. Man, we had a lot. So I clicked over here on. Well, I'll show it to y'all in a minute. Let me copy. Let's get all the links shared as quickly as possible. Time is ticking for such a big night. I got here early, and I talked to Tanner, talked to Paul, and of course I've been talking to Jake. We're trying to get some big stuff going here for tonight. Silver. I hadn't really gone through mail today. I know I have. I know there's some packages. Let me see. I know one thing. JSA letters came in. That's good. JSA letters came in from months ago. Oh boy. Let me get all this shared. Actually, give me 1 second. If I focus on sharing all these links, I'll be able to answer a few questions. Let's see here. I was reading through these comments. Mike, thank you for Otis's dog treats. I got here in time to feed him a couple. So every time when I walk in, there's usually my food is here. It could be Demas's Steakhouse. It could be Subway. It could be Panera. It could be Chick-fil-A mostly. So when Otis knows I'm coming up here, he'll run up front, get into sitting position right next to the counter. And he knows what's about to happen. I'm either about to give him a treat or a little snippet of some of my food. Now, his parents said no more snippets of food, so I had to order him some dog treats, and that's what I was feeding him the other night. And then Mike Massey has sent him some dog treats. So Otis has got into a great routine. Uh-oh, Chad's here. He's about to eat. And now since he's here eating, I'm going to eat. And we have to give Otis a dog treat every now and then. Actually, I gave him 5. So I'll take a couple bites and chew. I'll give him a dog treat. He's sitting there watching me eat. I'll take a couple bites and chew. I'll give him another dog treat. So, Facebook Live. That's done. And then Instagram. Stuck inside these 4 walls. Sent inside forever. Never seeing no one nice again. Like you, Mama. Craig, can we get the lyrics to Band on the Run? Da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun 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 da dun 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 ra da 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 da. If we ever get out of here, gonna give it all away. Too rich to change. Whoa. Okay, we're ready. So, big night. And finally, we got new vinyl, everybody. If I ever get out of here. Thought of giving it all away to a registered charity. All I need is a pint a day if I ever get out of here. If we ever get out of here. Alright, so these are $145. I got Christmas tree, I got movie poster, I got Clark Griswold plugging in his Christmas lights, and then I got Clark Griswold like, Lewis, you burned my tree. So $145. These are my only 11 by 14s. They're obviously JSA authenticated. So I got Christmas tree design. I got Clark Griswold plugging in his lights, and there's that. It's the Ozzy picture. You can buy it right now. Ozzy is $1,275. We sold a signed Blizzard of Oz last night. So Ozzy is $1,275. We sold a couple Chevy Chase last night. I'm going to try to show them often because it's Christmas time. It's time to get your Chevy Chase on. It's time to get your Chevy Chase on. All right, and let's go get that first crate. Thanks to everybody here at Collectible, amazing staff. I walk in, even though I'm late, they've got everything ready for me to start the show. You know, I'm like the surgeon. I just show up and get to work, and they've got everything ready for me. Because if we ever get out of here, I'm going to give it all away to a registered charity. A pint a day if I ever get out of here. If we ever get out of here. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Da 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 da. Well, the rain exploded as we fell into the sun. All right. Laptop. Okay, first to sell the night is a Chevy Chase autograph. Great. All right, so this is sold to Jeff Brindley for $145. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $145. I've got that. I've got Chevy plugging in his Christmas lights, and I've got Santa hat. So we'll go ahead and say that's the first sale of the night. Great way to get started. Oh, Chevy there. Christmas Vacation. Christmas Vacation. I hadn't watched it yet. I usually watch it Thanksgiving, and then when I'm at my mom's house, and then I watch it again on Christmas Day when I'm at mom's house, or Christmas Eve night. All right, here we go. And I'm going to leave these. I need a board for one so I can keep them propped in the back. They need to stay flat so nothing happens to them. I'll put them right here for right now. Okay, and let's get started. Okay, let me open this up. Let's open this up. Okay, has everybody hit the like button for me? Thank you and welcome to Collectible. Has everybody hit the like button, the share button? And let's click on Whole Lot of Records. Let's click on Chad. And let's click on this and this. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm going to, did somebody pre-order that TTD box? I figured Troy did. Okay, and then here we go. So here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the following. I'm looking for Black Delilah, Tool, Obituary, Scum Ripper, Poison, Fallujah, Eminem, Curtis Mayfield, LL Cool J, Cannibal Corpse, Rammstein, Power Trip, possibly more Rammstein, and then Obituary. Okay, so let's get started with our first couple auctions tonight. First couple auctions is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and do Bob Marley, and let's do AC/DC. Sounds like a good start to me, eh? We have Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. This is all recent U.S. reissues use the same barcode, so it could be anywhere from 2009 to 2024. How about that? Let's get started with a $1 start auction. Sealed Bob Marley, $1 start auction. That's going to go up right now. And then AC/DC, Who Made Who. AC/DC's an 86 USOG Columbia Clubhouse edition. It does have a little bit of cover damage down here. AC/DC's a $15 start, okay? First thing is Poison, and this is $34.99, and we actually already sold one to Sarah Wyberdink. So Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, is a 2 LP, it's new and sealed. It's a single LP, $34.99. $34.99. I got one copy left, Poison. Open Up and Say Ah. Poison is available, $34.99. So we sold one to Sarah Wyberdink. There's one left. I've got Tyler Childers, Purgatory, $24.99. Nice. Feathered Indians, Purgatory. Lady May, the Universal Sound, one of my favorites there. That is $24.99 and $24.99. And then we have Tool Undertow. And this last copy did sell. I know it did. I read Tool sold to Leslie Silvley. Thank you on that. AC/DC's at 20. Bob Marley's at 15. And then we got Wasp, and this is Heldorado. Wasp is on 180-gram colored vinyl. I have this available if anybody wants it. Heldorado, $34.99 for Wasp, and then Wasp self-titled, back-to-back Wasp. Wasp is $33.99. And then over here we got the other one, $34.99. And then we have Joni Mitchell Blue, fantastic album. You need to go check out the song Carrie by Joni Mitchell. It's on here. Carrie, 180-gram, Bernie Grumman remaster, $29.99. Our next auction's a Japanese pressing, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Dark Star, Just a Song Before I Go. Great CSN album here, Crosby, Stills and Nash with Obi, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. There is the disc, there is the insert, there is the inner sleeve, and Crosby, Stills and Nash is a $25 start. Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti, that's a music on vinyl press, $38.99. So Bob Marley's a sealed reissue. They used the same barcode for over 20 years, and there's been a bunch of different pressings, but all we know it's sealed, and Matt Nichols has it for $15. No, somebody had it for $18. Mark Stanley has it for $18. Who had it for $20? No, Mark Stanley has this for $18. Matt Nichols, you're out. AC/DC's at $30. Crosby, Stills and Nash is at $25. And Crosby, Stills and Nash is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. AC/DC, no condition notes on the vinyl. Very nice, near mint minus, but it does have some cover damage right there. So just that, and the vinyl's really nice. Now Bob Marley's at 20, and this is the morning flip crate. Yes, 9 crates of new vinyl tonight. 9 crates of new vinyl tonight. Plus all the vintage pre-owned stuff that Paul and Laura's going to be marking. So it's a full blast, full steam ahead show. Hope everybody's ready. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, green Grinch colored vinyl. Hope everybody has this one by now. You need to start buying these right now. Grinch is $36.99. It's on green vinyl. And then we have the Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc, $38.99. Zoetrope picture disc, $38.99. That is available. It is $38.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash is at $30. AC/DC's at $35. And then Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Matt Nichols has that for $20, and we're about to sell it. So last night we didn't have essentially any new vinyl, and we did pretty much pre-owned and vintage for like 7 hours. And it was pretty epic. We sold a lot of stuff. But I'm glad we did finally get some more of these new pre-orders, waiting lists, because I was getting worried about deliveries. But boy, we are loaded tonight, and there's probably going to be that much again tomorrow, and then that much again on Friday. Trivium, the Crusade, $39.99 for Trivium. Charlie Brown's Zoetrope picture disc, that's sold to Brent Robley, and Brent Robley, he wants 2 of them. Thank you for that. And then Dio, Holy Diver, Joe Barresi remix, that's a 2 LP. Joe Barresi is $44.99. It's not Joe Barresi, it's Dio, Holy Diver, $44.99 on that. Over here, Bob Marley is sealed. So we know it's a reissue, we just don't know when. They use the same barcode from 2009 to 2024. It's sealed, and it has a high bid of $20. AC/DC is now sold over here to William Warner for $30. And then next thing is Crosby, Stills and Nash. This has a bid for $30 with A-Rod, and we're about to sell it. Charlie Brown, Bob Marley, and can you order picture disc jackets? Picture disc jackets, not to my knowledge, no. You talking about like a sleeve that's die cut? No, I don't think so. Louis Kulick on the Grinch album. Thank you, Louis Kulick. Thank you on that. And I saw that you did get registered with us on Facebook. We'll send you an email on Monday, okay? Chad, do you have any more Ozzy books? I don't have any Aussie books. I'm not for sure what an Aussie book you're referring to. Brad said he bid 35 on AC/DC. He did, my bad. William Warner, you're outbid. Brad did bid 35 on AC/DC. I completely missed that. And now the AC/DC is going back up. My bad. Metallica is a double LP, $44.99. That is Injustice for All. William Warner, you've been outbid on AC/DC. Bob Marley's at $30, and Metallica is $44.99. Coverdale Page, the original radio transmissions. Coverdale Page Rarities is $34.99. And we have the Thompson Twins, Industry and Seduction, Thompson Twins Collection. This is essentially a new Thompson Twins Greatest Hits. It's on orange and green vinyl, $44.99 on that. And we have Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. GNR, $44.99. Guns N' Roses. Also, here's that newest Warren Zevon, Rhino Reserve, Werewolves of London, Lawyers, Guns, and Money, cut from the original tape by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grumman. Warren Zevon, $36.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash over here is officially sold to A-Rod for $30, okay? And let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve, okay? And let's do this right here. And there's A-Rod, CSN sold to him for $30, okay? Thank you on that. And then over here we have Legend Bob Marley 40, and then we need to put George Jones on the Grinch, How the Grinch Stole Christmas waiting list. No problem, I got to order more anyway. So first waiting list tonight is George Jones, that's sold to him. And then someone had it in their Collectible box, the book I Am Ozzy. Probably just something that came through one night when I was selling books. So every once in a while we'll buy a collection, a music collection, and somebody collected a lot of music books. It's nothing that I ordered new and like we're just getting them on a regular basis. I think you probably saw something somebody bought, and that was my only copy. So we have thousands of books here at Collectible. Some nights I start showing them, some nights, most nights I don't, just whenever I get a chance to. Richard Allen on Warren Zevon, that's sold to Richard Allen. And then we have Melanie Martinez Portals. Melanie Martinez was sealed, $29.99 for Melanie Martinez. And then this was that Matridod, sealed for $9.99. And then we had the Black Delilah Murder, and that's sold to Brandon Lack. Thanking Brandon Lack, that's sold to you. Yeah, somebody earlier asked about Trivium. Zach Flowers, Trivium, sorry, my bad. Trivium, to my knowledge, is on black vinyl. I can scan it right quick and find out, but it should be black vinyl 2 LP, $39.99. Bob Marley is sold to Scott Arnold for $40, and Brad Waits has AC/DC for $38. So William Warner, you're out on that, okay? And then next thing I have is going up for bid right now, and this is Lead Belly, and Lead Belly is sealed. I can check though, we might can get that new from distribution. I mean, the same distributor who distributes most of our new vinyl, they also distribute CDs, they also distribute books, they also distribute now toys and Funkos. So they're one of the biggest media indexes in the country, so that's where we get almost everything new. Over here, Laura says a U.S. reissue, unknown, but likely late 70s, early, based on Nice Price. It's a possible reseal. The top left corner catalog numbers appears to have the C-colored blue, and that does not match any listings I see on Discogs. Interesting. So this is bizarre. So it's a sealed Lead Belly, but we believe maybe it's possibly resealed. So Lead Belly is sealed, but we'll say possibly resealed. $1 start for Lead Belly. Interesting. Okay. And Laura says that those are not in stock. Seth Franzoni wants Chevy Chase plugging in the lights. You got it. So we sold another Chevy Chase autograph. I have more of these if anybody wants them. That's $145, JSA authenticated. And that is sold to Seth Franzoni, $145. Thank you. I'll show y'all some of the 8x10s I have too. I got some that are about $20 cheaper, but they're obviously smaller. And I've got a bunch of different designs of those. The 11x14s are $145. Lead Belly has a bid for $2, and we have this was Dreamless Veil, which is death metal on tan-colored vinyl, $19.99. Obituary was sold, and Obituary was sold to Cecil Grosskopf II. Thank you, Cecil. That's sold to you. Power Trip is still available, sealed. $34.99 for Power Trip, and that's sold to Aaron Civic. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That's sold to you. And then we had Fallujah, and Fallujah was sold to Dustin Riviera. Thank you, Dustin Riviera. That was sold to you. And then Scum Ripper, and then Scum Ripper was officially sold to Matt Shocker. Thank you, Matt Shocker. And then we had Evil Spectrum Utter Tomb, which is a split 12-inch. So it's two different artists, one side one side the other. $19.99 on that. Cannibal Corpse was sold to Sean Fairweather Hooker. That is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Cannibal Corpse. And these are upside down. Oh, these were just records I found up front that I was going to retag for auction. So I'll show those in just a second. Okay, so let's go back up here at the top. And AC/DC William Warner went out. That means this is sold to Brad Waits for $38. Lead Belly 2, Lead Belly 5. We probably should have just opened that. Sometimes things that I think are possibly resales, I've went ahead and just opened them and just go ahead and look at it and see what's in there. But I was actually just talking to everybody here about the value of sealed records and how I see them greatly increasing, especially with all the slabs. There's a couple big auctions going off recently, and some sealed records getting pretty pricey, just saying, especially iconic big sealed records. How about National Lampoon's Animal House? This is a 1980 US. There is some cover writing up here. Animal House is a $15 start on Animal House. Okay, so first thing we have is I'm still looking for Eminem, Curtis Mayfield, LL Cool J, Rammstein, and that's all in the next crate. Okay, so here's what's left in here if anybody wants anything before I breeze into the other crate, and then we're going to get right into our newest new stuff. I have Poison, $34.99. I have Tyler Childers for $24. Wasp Eldorado, $34. Wasp Self-Titled, $33. Joni Mitchell Blue, $29. We have Extreme 2 for $38. Charlie Brown for $38. We have Trivium for $39. And then over here we have Dio for $44. I've got Metallica for $44. Coverdale Page for $34, Thompson Twins for $44, a couple of those available, Guns N' Roses $44, and then Warren Zevon, we're down to 2 copies, $36, and yesterday out of all the new sealed or pre-owned metal Laura marked, there's only 3 records left. 4 counting Melanie Martinez, and I'm going to keep those right over here since they're technically pre-owned. And that was Evil Spectrum, Death Metal Thrash, $19.99, Dreamless Veil, $19.99. That was a Relapse Artist, Maitre Dode, and that was sealed for $9.99. And then Melanie Martinez. Okay, so that is all that's left. And then over here, Lead Belly, the last bit on Lead Belly, I'm showing Lead Belly at $11 of Mega Blast, and then Brian Call bid $16 on Animal House, and Brian Berry said out. So Animal House $16, Animal House $16, Brian Call, Lead Belly $11, Mega Blast, X-Wings out, Brent Robley's out. Okay, let's go through another new crate, as in new stuff, as in new stuff. No, this is actually still more from the 6 a.m. video, but let's knock it out. And yes, I do realize my monster is upside down. Thank goodness that it's not opened, but I am about to open it and take a big swig of it. You ever took a swig of something? Here's our next auction. I booked Christopher Cross for their New Year's Eve party, just like Newman. Y'all remember Newmanium? He booked Christopher Cross, that revolving building above Empire State Building. Christopher Cross, Newmanium. Sailing, Ride Like the Wind. This is a $25 start. $25 start. Christopher Cross, okay? First thing I have is this. I have Eminem Recovery. Eminem Recovery, this is sold to Josh Tanner. Thank you, Josh Tanner. That's sold to you. And then over here we have the Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. The Sundays is on silver vinyl. I still got 2 copies of that, $33.99. And Animal House is at $18. Brian Call said he did not mean to bid that. I'm going to put back Bob Marley. I was under the impression it was an OG. Whoa, boy. We have Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Give me 1 second, figure out who the backup bidder was. It was a sealed reissue. I don't think I ever said OG on that one. Elton John's $44.99. And then we have Elton John's Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, 2 LP colored vinyl. This is session demos and live performances from 2005, also included. 28-page book, and it's on colored vinyl, $69.99. So the last bid on Lead Belly over here, Lead Belly, Brent Robley at 15. Now John Durden, you're out. Animal House is at 18. Brian calls out, and Christopher Cross is at 25. Next is Faster Pussycat. Wake Me Up When It's Over. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. Wake Me Up When It's Over. Faster Pussycat. We're down to just whatever's left in there, $39.99. New Order, Power, Corruption, and Lies. New Order is $29.99. I have 2 of those left, and the other one I have is New Order Low Life, $29.99 for New Order Low Life. Okay, and then over here, Animal House. The last bid is David Jennings at $18. Travis, this is a 1980 U.S. reissue. Does have some cover writing there on the front. VG Plus condition on the vinyl. VG Plus condition on the vinyl. Matt Nichols, are you still watching? We got a problem with Bob Marley. If you're still watching, let me know. Lenny Kravitz, Black and White America. Lenny Kravitz is $38.99. That's a 2 LP. $38.99 on Lenny Kravitz. And then LL Cool J. LL Cool J has been officially sold to Rydell Martin. Thank you, Rydell Martin. That's sold to you. And then we have the Von Bondi's Pawn Shop Heart. This is $36.99. $36.99, Von Bondi's Pawn Shop Heart. And then over here we have Nice, which is a reissue, the 3rd self-titled album, $34.99. Okay, this is Bob Marley. Let me go back up here and see this. Now, Scott, typically whenever I say sold in an auction, we cannot ever redo it, okay? Ever. Never, ever can we redo an auction once I call it sold. But if Matt Nichols still watching and he wants Bob Marley for $30, I'll sell it to him, okay? So always, I would never, ever bid unless you're 100% sure. This was all recent U.S. reissues use the same barcode from 2009 to 2024. Okay, so $30 on this. Matt Nichols, do you want it? If not, I just got to completely redo the auction. That was his next high bid. We have Chris Isaac, Forever Blue, Record Store Day Essential, $38.99. And then over here, we have Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, $36.99. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. $36.99. The reason I never go back and let anybody redo an auction is because then the next time somebody bids on something and then they win it, they're going to be like, well, actually, never mind. That's not what I thought it was. Can you just go ahead and resell it? Then we're going to have a whole mess on our hands. We have Faces Early Steps, $29.99. Faces is a Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. And then Pantera. Pantera is Reinventing the Steel, White Southern Flames Yellow Marble Vinyl. Pantera is $29.99. And then Ella Fitzgerald wishes you a swinging Christmas. Ella Fitzgerald is on red vinyl, $29.99. Ella Fitzgerald wishes you a swinging Christmas. That's on red vinyl. Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy, a collection, $34.99 on that. And then a very special Christmas, $29.99. A very special Christmas, $29.99. And I still got Jackal. That's a self-titled music on vinyl press, $39.99 for Jackal. David Pokey on Pantera. That's sold to David Pokey. All right, and then Ella Fitzgerald on red vinyl is sold to Brent Robley. Is the Caius album, you talking about Muchas Gracias? It's right here. It was not claimed in the video, $44.99. Last bid on Lead Belly over here. Lead Belly is $16 of John Durden. The bidder before him was Brent Robley. Brent, I want to make sure you're done on Lead Belly. Brent Robley did bid 16. I don't know if I ever even said that. The last bid over here on Animal House was Travis Woods at 18. That's a final call, $28, my bad. $28 on Animal House soundtrack. And then we got Christopher Cross, a final call for $25 before I end all those. Matt Nichols wants Caius. Matt Nichols, do you also want Bob Marley? Do you also want Bob Marley for 30? If so, let me know. If not, Scott, it may be yours for 40. You better be begging Matt Nichols. We got Curtis Mayfield, and Curtis Mayfield is sold to Rydell Martin. That's sold to Rydell Martin, and thank you, Rydell, on that. Rammstein Liebies für la Da, $39.99 for Rammstein, and then this Rammstein Rosenrot is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron. And over here, William Warner, I think you're watching. Do you want to go on a waiting list? Yes, I can get more of these. It could be here by Friday. If not, it'll be There's a good chance he could be here Friday, but I'll just have to check. I honestly don't know right now. That one is sold to Cameron Lingefelt. And over here we have Christopher Cross. Christopher Cross does have a bid for $25. Sorry, I missed that. Christopher Cross has a bid with Amanda Davis for $25. Sorry, I missed that, okay? Let's go over here. So William Warner does one on the waiting list for Ramstein Rosenrot. Okay, that is Ramstein Rosenrot waiting list. Anybody else? And the Muchas Gracias is the best of Caius. It's actually from the Run Out Groove. It's numbered on blue vinyl, $44.99. Numbered on blue vinyl for $44.99. Okay, and then there's Ramstein Rosenrot. Okay, so we're just going to have to null and void Bob Marley. I've got to redo that whole auction. But what I'll do right now is John Durden, Brian Berry said Lead Belly 18 and then Lead Belly out. Okay, I've got some major confusions early tonight on auctions. So I'm not for sure. We're going to sell this to John Durden for $16. That's sold to John Durden for $16. John, you're getting Lead Belly. Okay, I'm not for sure. Oh, never mind. He bid 18 and then said out. But that's weird because how did John's 20 not come in? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. John Durden gets Lead Belly for 20. John Durden gets Lead Belly for 20. No more bids on that one. Animal House is sold for $28. Animal House is sold for $28. $28 on Animal House. And Animal House is sold to Travis Woods for $28. Amanda Davis gets Christopher Cross for $25. Now, I'm going to read all that again. And I've got to remind a couple people on some very coveted auction rules. And I'm going to reestablish them now. And they're going to have to hold for the rest of the night. Two things. If you bid, you cannot retract it. Ever. Okay? If you bid, you cannot retract it. Ever. If it's on the board, if you're like, hold on, I didn't mean to bid 19, I actually don't want it. It's going to be sold to you for whatever, 190, 320. Lead Belly was a very messed up auction. And if Brent, if you want me to put it back up, I can. And if not, I'll just keep it sold to John. You were on the board. That was a very weird one. And then over here, Matt Nichols, you did get Caius, and I'll say Bob Marley for $25, okay? Let's sell him this for $25. All right? So let's go over those last few auctions one more time. I'll leave it up to Brand if he wants to continue on Lead Belly. Right now, John Durden, 20. Animal House, Travis Woods, 28. Amanda Davis, Christopher Cross, 25. And then Bob Marley, $25, sold to Matt Nichols. And Matt, you did get Caius Muchas Gracias. But as you can see, if you try to retract a bid or retract a claim, boy, it can cause some chaos. So I've always said if you've placed a bid, there is no really timers on auctions. I mean, unless you've hopped on the last minute. If so, that's just bad to begin with. But if you make a bid, it's yours, okay? Now, we just had to redo one. Scott Smith, you owe me one, okay? I would never place a bid unless you 100% definitely know. Okay, there's that. And Lead Belly is tagged pending. Brent wants to bid on again because I think he was technical on the board, even though things got very much out of order. I think we're good to go now. So let's keep going, and next auction is going to go up right now. This is George Jones, 10 years of hits, George Jones anniversary. This is a 1982 USOG sealed. George Jones sealed, $15 start. That's up for bid. That's up for bid. And then over here, our next auction is going to go up, and this is Michael Jackson Ben. This is a rat cover. So the rat was removed after being deemed too scary for children. They put a big black rat on the front of this Michael Jackson cover. So this is 72 USOG. It has the original sleeve VG, $25 start on that, okay? There's that, and we're good to go, okay? Sorry for the Lead Belly confusion and everything else. Off to a rocky start on auctions, but I think we're going to smooth it out. Sorry for any confusion on that. We're good to go. We're ready for new stuff. All right? George Jones is already a 16, 20, and 15. And you see what happens a lot is this. Right now, the high bid's 20. but it's the second bid. And if you're not watching the screen, you can't really see the bids. If you're on Facebook and you're just looking at the Facebook chat, I had to remind everybody this last night, you can't see all the bids, and they normally are never in order. So somebody might get on and bid, and then it gets out of order, and then somebody's sitting on a high bid from 2 hours ago, and they're like, well, wait a minute. I'm still the high bidder 10 minutes later, and people are still bidding, and my bid is still sitting there. So that happens quite often. So I've always said, watch on the biggest screen as possible so you can see the bids pop up. But I do try my best. To call out everyone I see. George Jones is at $24. Michael Jackson's a $25 start. And let's get started right here with this. And we have Ace Frehley. This is now playing. I haven't been able to get these since he's passed away. It's on blue vinyl. It's essentially an Ace Frehley hits compilation. Rock Soldiers, Breakout, Shout, Full of Heart, Trouble Walking, Hide Your Heart. $24.99 on that. MJ has a bid for $25. George Jones is at $24. So George Jones is at $24. Michael Jackson's at $25. And then over here, I have another Japanese pressing to run. As soon as I can move some records around. Next one here is Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. Pat Benatar is a Japanese pressing, and this is near mint minus and pristine. This is going to go up for a $25 start. In the Heat of the Night, that is a Japanese pressing with insert, cover and OB, $25 start on that. MJ, $25. Rick Hall wants an Ace Frehley. Michelle Clements gets an Ace Frehley. Stacy Metternich on an Ace Frehley. George Jones, $25. George Jones, $26. John Durden, you've been outbid. And then this is the new Cheap Trick album, all washed up. I've got more copies already on the way. I posted a pre-order for this. This is the newest album by Cheap Trick. It comes out Friday. And I went ahead and just ordered a couple. Then I posted the pre-order, and I went ahead and ordered more because I knew I could get them. So this is the indie exclusive. It's on clear orange and marbled vinyl. Looks pretty cool, actually. So Cheap Trick is their newest album. It's $34.99. Essentially, if you want one, let me know. The rest will be here tomorrow or Friday. We got one for Mark Morris. We got one for Jerry Stone. And we got one for Scott Smith. That was the first three people. I'm still going to give one to Sherry Darnell, Dean Tefford, Brent Riley, Scott Beebe, and Brian Call. If anybody else wants one when they come back in tomorrow or Friday, go ahead and you'll be listed off with everybody else. So that's the newest album by Cheap Trick, all washed up. The highly anticipated 21st album is what the hype sticker says. Wow, they've got 21 albums. So if you have all the Cheap Trick stuff on vinyl, it's going to take up quite a bit of space on your shelf. George Jones, 28, final call. Michael Jackson still just has that one bid for 25, and now George Jones, 30, and Pat Benatar has a bid for 25. We had a waiting list on Artillery. This is Artillery by Inheritance. Some metal here, limited edition 1,000 on purple vinyl from Music on Vinyl. Artillery is $39.99. So let me go ahead and get this rolling, and this is the first thing that's going to require my laptop, and I'm already ahead of the game. I've already got my laptop back here, and we are ready to go, okay? So here's this, and let me open up this, and I'm going to open up Vinyl Master Sheet Waitlist, and Artillery is Scott Smith and Edwin Riviera. Thank you, Scott Smith, and thank you, Edwin Riviera. That's sold, and that's sold, okay? There's this, and there's this, and then put down Brian Reynolds for a Cheap Trick. Whenever those come in, I'll give you one Brian Reynolds, anybody else. And then we got a waiting list for Alice in Chains Dirt. So Alice in Chains Dirt is a 2LP remaster, $36.99 for Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains. And the wait list for Dirt should be one person, Ryan Eaton. Ryan Eaton, that's sold to him. And then Ryan, I've got good news, bad news. I've got you down for an Alice in Chains. The bad news is Animal House is already sold. It's already gone. But I do got you down for Dirt. And now Pat Benatar is sold to Sean Miller for $25. And Michael Jackson has sold one bid to Michael Freiberger for $25. So those are sold and sold, gone and gone, okay? Boom and boom, sold and sold. And this sold to Michael Freiberger, okay? So two Artilleries, two Alice in Chains. Here's another now playing, Dockin. That is $24.99 for DACA now playing. We got Amanda Davis on Alice in Chains. Now there's one copy of Dirt left. Roxy has George Jones for $50. Mega Blast, you've been outbid. And now our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is John Prine, Pink Cadillac. John Prine is a 79 U.S. Specialty OG, VG Plus condition, $15 start on John Prine, Pink Cadillac. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is The Knack. And this is the self-titled album, The Knack. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Knack, get the Knack. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Next thing, I've got 3 copies. And this is actually the newest in the Now Playing series. Harry Chapin. Cats in the Cradle, 50th anniversary, clear vinyl. It is a Harry Chapin, Now Playing. That's on clear vinyl, and that's actually new from that series, $24.99. John Prine's at $20. John Durden, it's all up to you on George Jones. Roxy has it for $50. The Knack is a $25 start. And then Marillion, they had a picture disc come out a couple weeks ago. Here's the other picture disc, Script for a Jester's Tear. That's new for Friday. Marillion is $29.99. Ken Crooker on Harry Chapin. That's sold to Ken Crooker. Cats in the Cradle. Jerry Stone wants a Harry Chapin. There's one Harry Chapin left. And then this is also new for Friday, the next in the yearbook series. Now Yearbook 1991, $59.99. 3 LP, yellow vinyl. This is all hits from 1991 UK charts. $59.99 on that. George Jones is sold to Roxy for $50. John Durden's out. John Prine's about to sell for $20, and the Knack's about to sell for $25. We're in brand new stuff, new releases, etc., etc. Our next auction is going to be the Beatles 67 to 70 on blue vinyl. So 1978 blue vinyl. It does have quite a bit of cover damage. You can see it's stained. It's got wear along the top. So we're going to call it like a VG minus or less cover. See that damage right there? It does have both inner sleeves, and Laura says there's some sort of bonus insert with this. Oh my gosh. It's the plastic, it's the plastic Ono band, John Lennon. What is this actually supposed to go with? Oh my gosh. We wasn't supposed to see that. Holy moly. And you get some John Lennon nudity. So you can get, also included is going to be a completely nude photo of John and Yoko. $30 start. Good luck. I'm sure somebody's going to bid just to get that, right? David Dole gets the last Harry Chapin. That's so to David Dole. Jerry Stone on Now Yearbook. Richard Allen on Marillion. And then we have Chad, did I get George Jones? I'm John Robb. Roxy 630 got George Jones, John Robb, yes. And then John Prine is sold over here to Ryan Eaton for $20. The Knack is a no bid. That's a $25 buy it now. And the Beatles, blue vinyl, VG plus vinyl, I think is the vinyl grade. Hold on one second. Yeah, VG plus vinyl, VG minus or less cover, and that's a $30 start. Okay. Next is Snot. There was a waiting list for Snot. Music on vinyl. I think it was Cameron Lingefeld, but let me check right quick. Snot was Cameron Lingefeld. Yep. So this is a music on vinyl press sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Snot. Music on vinyl, $39.99. And we have one left there if anybody wants Snot. Falco, and this is relatively new. It is new, I think, for Friday. The remaster, 2025 remaster of Falco 3 with Rock Me Amadeus, $39.99. Ryan Eaton wants Snot. We're now sold out of Snot. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, a 1975 USOG VG condition. The top seam does have some splitting, so VG minus cover, $15 start. Boston and George Strait requests. Now, if I put up all of y'all's requests, then you're going to go to bed and not bid and buy on other stuff. So, you know, sometimes I try to pause on some of these requests. If I put up all these things y'all want to bid on, y'all don't know what's coming up in the crates. And you know what's going to happen? Y'all are going to go try to slip in a nap or something, and you're never going to get back on and buy anything else. I need to delay some of these requests to like 8 or 9 o'clock because some of these people are trying to get some of these requests in so they can go take a nap, Jake. Not happening on my watch. I'm not letting anybody nap tonight. Can I get Zap and Roger now playing? Roger? Zap and Roger? Yeah, I can get that if you want one. No problem. I can put you on the waiting list. Jerry Stone on Falco. That's sold to Jerry Stone. Next is Pantera Far Beyond Driven. $29.99 for Pantera. Warrant Cherry Pie. Ordered a couple more. Numbered yellow marble vinyl to $2,500. $39.99 on Warrant Cherry Pie. And this is actually new Lizzie Borden. $38.99. I think it's been out. Yeah, 2007 album, but it's been out of print. Lizzie Borden, Appointment with Death. $38.99. I've got 3 Lizzie Bordens and King Crimson Earthbound, 200 gram. King Crimson, $29.99. Right now, the only no bid is the Knack. I'm going to go ahead and slip it in a new sleeve. That's a Japanese pressing of Get the Knack. And right now, the Beatles Blue Vinyl, final call for $30. And then Midnight Band, it's a final call. And it's Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. VG cover, VG vinyl, VG minus cover, $15 start on that. Mark Morris on Rock Me Amadeus. So you do want Falco, or was that just a statement? If so, you get the last copy. Lewis Cooley gets Warrant Cherry Pie, and then Sean Miller on Pantera Far Beyond Driven. Wow, what a great first crate of new stuff. I'll remind you of what you just missed out on in case anybody wants on a waiting list. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, Chad, what kind of other auctions could you possibly have already tonight? I'm like, man, don't worry about it. Just kick back and relax. You don't have anything else to do except watch Collectible and drink Diet Coke. We have Crocus, and this is an 84 USOG RCA Indianapolis press. Not bad. EX Plus, that's a $15 start. First thing is David Jennings on HC. And HC for David Jennings was for something. Harry Chapin, I think we're sold out of those, but I'll put you on the wait list. Mark Morris does want Amadeus, okay? So first thing we're going to do is the first waiting list in this crate was Ace Frehley now playing Blue Vinyl. Does anybody want on a waiting list? Blue Vinyl, Ace Frehley now playing just $24.99. The second title we have a waiting list for. These are definitely already on the way. Cheap Trick's new album, all washed up. We've already got a waiting list going on that. $34.99 if anybody else wants one. And then I have Artillery still in stock. Artillery is a, I think, technically thrash metal album. By Inheritance, 1,000 limited on purple vinyl. Artillery is $39.99. I have one Alice in Chains Dirt left. That's the 2 LP remaster. Them Bones, Rooster, Angry Chair, $36.99 for that. And then we have a wait list for Harry Chapin. This is new for Friday. This is new for Friday. Harry Chapin, clear vinyl, Cats in the Cradle, now playing on clear vinyl, $24.99. First person on a waiting list is David Jennings. Let's also put on a waiting list James Chilcott for now playing Zapp and Roger. Okay, James Chilcott on a wait list for that. You've got it. And then we're got 2 copies of Dokken now playing. That's essentially a Dokken Hits comp, Breaking the Chains, It's Not Love, Tooth and Nail, $24.99, just $24.99. Marillion, we sold one. There's one left. A picture disc, script for A Jester's Cheer. That's $29.99. And we have Now Yearbook 1991. We've sold one. There's 2 left. We've been doing this series for a while now. It's a 3 LP yellow vinyl, $59.99 for Now Yearbook. There's 2 left. Don Nicole wants on an Ace Frehley and Cheap Chick waiting list. You got it. Don Nicole, you got it. Cheap Trick and Ace Frehley. We'll put your names down right now. Snot, music on vinyl press. Snot is $39.99. We have a waiting list going for this. We sold both copies. It is a music on vinyl press for Snot, $39.99. And then let's end these auctions. Matt Nichols, that was probably the most best timing ever. He bid. It's like he had ESPN or something. This is sold to him for $30. Blue vinyl, that's gone, and you get the nude picture of John and Yoko. If you look at that too long, your eyeballs will explode, so don't do that too long. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $30. Nobody on Gil Scott-Heron, VG copy for $15, and nobody on Crocus, $15. Okay, next thing over here is Falco. We now have a waiting list for this. Amadeus, that's Falco 3. First time release in Europe. International version. Amadeus, $39.99 for Falco, if anybody else wants that. And then we had Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, White and Stronger Than Blue Marble. Pantera's $29.99. One left, colored vinyl. Warrant Cherry Pie, one left, $39.99. And then Lizzie Borden. That is on red vinyl, Bloody Tears, red vinyl. That was a 2007 album that's been out of print. Lizzie Borden, $38.99. And then over here, we got 2 copies left of King Crimson Earthbound, some Prog Rock Essentials, 1972, 200-gram remaster, $29.99, okay? And then over here, Crocus is So to Recall for $15. David Polkey on Gil Scott-Heron for $15. Ken Crooker on Lizzie Borden, $38.99, red vinyl. There's 2 left. And now we need new auctions, okay? We got Old in the Way, which is Jerry Garcia. We got U2, the Joshua Tree, David Bowie, the Dang Yankees, George Strait, Tanya Tucker, and Willie Nelson. Here's George Strait, Oceanfront Property. This is an 87 original club copy, near mint and shrink, a $35 start for George Strait. $35 start. Ugly Kid Joe is out of print. Their stuff has never been reissued, and it's out of print. That's pretty dang tough stuff to get. And then the next is a Beatles movie mania. This is like an interview type thing from the Beatles, historic behind-the-scenes interviews for Hard Day's Night in Hell, and this is sealed a $15 start on that. There's the Beatles, and then the newest yearbook. This is unreleased until Friday. Now yearbook 1991, 3 LP yellow vinyl, $59.99. And Paul just dropped off another crate of metal. So hear me route. I think Paul's marked 3 crates of metal, and Laura's marking metal. We're going to have a metal show tonight. Holy crap. Hope y'all ready. Holy moly. Holy whoa. Next thing over here is the Beatles, and it has a bid for $15, and let's go ahead and go right into another new crate of vinyl. George Strait is an OG club copy, 87, $35. I don't think y'all are ready for what's about to happen here. Retro Class Entertainment on Now Yearbook. Thank you on that. Holy moly, it's about to get crazy. This is like, this kind of stuff never happens here. All this is straight price stuff. That's insane. All right, let's go ahead and knock out this crate. And Trick or Treats are in. Wow, we're pretty dang busy right now, to say the least. Let's see what we got going on over here. George Strait, 35. Kiss lights are due first of next week. So I don't think they're going to be here by tomorrow or Friday. Let me see if I've got an updated email on that. I'll look right now. I don't think I have an update other than it looks like first of... So right now, yeah, we're waiting for 45 more Kiss boxes, 30 Metallicas, and 25 Iron Maidens. So yeah, we're waiting for a lot. I don't think they're going to be here by Thursday or Friday. Dan, I would say Vegas odds says Monday, Tuesday, or next week for the next batch of Kiss. We were lucky to get 25 in last Thursday, so yeah. Okay, so give me 1 second. All right. Okay, so back at the top, yearbook, thank you, Rodell. George Strait, 35, George Strait, 35. Amanda Davis, you're out. And then we have a new bid on the Beatles for 16 for Althazars. How do you say that? Althazars, Good Time Oldies. That's a new bid for $16. So, Kristen Starr, you've been outbid, okay? First thing I have here is Medieval Steel, which there's a waiting list for. Medieval Steel is $36.99. There is a waiting list for this, Medieval Steel. Sean Druin, you was on a waiting list. Thank you, Sean. It is on Galaxy Effect colored vinyl, $36.99 for Medieval Steel. I got 2 extra copies, and I think this is like originally a privately pressed metal album out of Memphis, $36.99. Now the Beatles has a new bid for $17, and then the Sugar Hill Gang now playing. So we sold some of those Zoetrope picture discs, but we happen to can still get this. This is another now playing, Paul. Sugar Hill Gang. Let's hear your best Sugar Hill Gang. Hip hop. Hop. Okay. All right. Paul's doing it. Thank you, Paul. And that is $24.99. Sugar Hill Gang. That's now playing on red vinyl. And I think Paul's leaving too. Sad but true. That's a Metallica song. $24.99. Sugar Hill Gang, $24.99. Paul also sent me a video of the Sock Sunday preview. So Sunday, we're doing a sock show with Paul. You can get all metaled out, and then you can get all socked out Sunday with Paul. He's literally sent me a video of him on camera going through, I think, almost record by record of what he's going to be selling. So that's going to be posted tomorrow. Look at Paul go. Look at Paul go. Look at all this great stuff he's going to be selling. Holy crap. That's going to be fun, okay? Rydell on Sugar Hill Gang, that's going to be posted tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that. And Sugar Hill Gang sold to Rydell. And then here's Rat now playing. Rat is $24.99. And then we have Gordon Lightfoot now playing. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which I think the anniversary of that tragic, Andrea Doria was the other day, $24.99. George Strait. The last bid on George Strait was 37 of Amanda Davis. Michael McCarter, let me know if you want back in. And then our new bidder on YouTube, you were outbid on the Beatles. Kristen came in. You can bid again or you can say out, okay? You can bid again or you can say out. Totally up to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and our next auction is going to be Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie. Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie, oh boy. A 1973 Monarch press, the real OG, the true first official Outlaw album by Willie. VG, a $20 start on that. So several now playings. We have Gordon Lightfoot now playing. That's so to David Duell. Okay, and then over here we have one Gordon Lightfoot left. Two Rats left, round and round. One Rat left, so to Brad Waits. These are very inexpensive, great compilations. Now we got one of each left, Rat, Sugar Hill Gang, and Gordon Lightfoot. Next is a restock of In Memory of Paul Di'Anno. I think Laura showed this when she did Thursday night sale, and it looks like she showed out and she had a wait list with Shane Devers, Michael McDonald, and Matt Nichols. Shane Devers, Michael McDonald, and Matt Nichols. So this is on limited edition Sparkle, Starlight, colored vinyl. We have 1, 2, 3 copies sold on a waiting list to those people, and I've got 2 extras. Aaron Jolly wants a Gordon Lightfoot. That's sold to Aaron Jolly, and Susie Breedlove, you'll be first on a waiting list. Aaron just grabbed the last one, okay? And we officially have a full crate of vinyl, so let me go ahead and swap these out right quick. And Jake's over here stamping CDs. I posted all those CDs today in the group, and I woke up and it said it had 68 comments, and I was like, holy crap. And one guy's comment was like this long. He'd bought like 20 CDs in one comment. I was like, they're going to be busy tagging CDs. Paul Di'Anno, so to Brian Reynolds. So we're chipping away at this batch. And then, so let me go ahead and say this before anybody gets confused, okay? There's 2 Judas Priest. There's 2 Judas Priest. There's 2 Judas Priest. There is a black vinyl US that comes out at the end of the month. This is $10 more, $10 more, blue vinyl, a UK import of Painkiller. So there's a black vinyl that's up for pre-order, and this is blue vinyl. We've already got these in and been selling them. So this is not the pre-order. This is sold to Leslie Sibley, and I got 2 extras. Blue vinyl, $39.99, okay? So there's that, and there's 2 extra copies in stock if anybody wants one. The Paul Di'Anno was $29.99. Okay, George Strait over here, we can go ahead and sell this, and this is sold to Amanda Davis for $37. The Beatles did get a new bid for $18. Kristen Starr, you're out. So this is at $18 with our new bidder over on YouTube. Kristen Starr, it's up to you. And then Willie Nelson is at $20, just one bid with John Durden. This is a 1973 OG Monarch. One bid for $20, final call. We also got more copies of Countdown from Extinction. Unbelievable. I didn't expect this. $39.99. I must have had those back ordered somewhere else. $39.99 for Megadeth, and then Tears for Fears. This is new. Y'all, we've been selling the 2 LP. This is the new clear, Coke bottle clear vinyl, $36.99. All right, so new bid on the Beatles for $18, now $19. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is this. We have Tanya Tucker, and this is kind of later in her discography. This is Strong Enough to Bend. Tanya Tucker is an 83 USOG sealed, $15 star for Tanya. Led Zeppelin's also on clear vinyl. Their 4th album, When the Levee Breaks, Stairway to Heaven, Black Dog, Rock and Roll, Misty Mountain Hop, clear vinyl, $33.99. Eric Conard on Tears for Fears. Steve McGee on Judas Priest blue vinyl. Now, this next record may be the biggest headache of them all. So, actually, let me wait on this. No, let me not wait. Let me go ahead and knock it out. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show them live right now. And I'm going to explain to everybody what happened and what we need to do on this one, okay? So the first thing I need to do, this, and this. Okay, so let me type in Mother Love Bone. You heading out, Jake? All right, thank you. This is Mother Love Bone. New bid on the Beatles for 20. Okay, so when this big reissue was announced, it was supposed to be colored vinyl. Well, they actually did a very short print run. For example, I had 150 ordered with 2 different distributors. And I was just going to say who got them in first and see what happened. One distributor only sent me 3, and one distributor sent me 1. So I was only able to fulfill about 4 pre-orders, and then I was told there's a good chance the colored vinyl is over. So these have been in stock for about 2 weeks on black vinyl. I've been waiting and been waiting, and I was like, you know what? We better go ahead and grab them while we can. So I made a post arriving this week, Mother Love Bone black vinyl. Okay, and it confused a lot of people because the colored vinyl was the pre-order, and everybody didn't probably either notice or probably doesn't even care because this is such a tough album to get. So I'm going to do this tonight. I'm going to reply to everybody on the pre-order and say, do you want black vinyl? Yes. Do you want black vinyl? No. And we're going to try to order and get everybody a copy that wants one. So I'm going to go ahead and give these right now to the people who commented on the post, and then I'm going to start looking out for comments, okay? So the first thing is Scott Dwallow. So these are $33.99. Scott Beebe, Antonio Villanueva, Brian Mallard, and Mike Massey, and Glenn Kesey, and Blaine Zapnick, and Paul Conway, and Eddie McKenna, and Manny Ray wants 2 of them, and Jim Sedal, and Colette Whitworth, and Elizabeth Diaz. Let's make sure she's registered. Elizabeth Diaz, Tom Harris, and John Reed. Okay, so I have this many left, and you can claim one live right now. And you'll probably see me replying on the old pre-order and seeing who all actually wants a black vinyl. And the other album, Apple, is pretty much not available right now. So it's not available on colored or black vinyl. So these went to Scott Dwallow, Scott Beebe, Antonio Villanueva, Brian Mallard, Mike Massey, Glenn Kesey, Blaine Zapnick, Paul Conway, Eddie McKenna, Manny Ray got 2, Jim Sedal, Colette Whitworth, Elizabeth Diaz, Tom Harris, and John Reed. Okay, so I've got that many left on hand. If you want to go ahead and get one now, these have always been tough to get. Okay, they're $33.99, and then we can start a waiting list because they're in stock, and I might go ahead and just grab a bunch more tonight live while we're selling records because I don't want to run out and miss these again. This has been such a difficult record to get. I've told y'all the story when I was at the Metal Blade Museum with Brian Slagle. I asked him about this record, and he told me about 2 years ago, he honestly didn't even know who owned the masters to this. That's why it had never been reissued. So somehow they figured that out legally, and they did a very short print run. I mean, they've not made many of them. So glad to have those. $33.99. All right, let's get caught up on our auctions. So the Beatles 22, the Beatles 22. The Beatles 25. Chris Meisner wants a Mother Love Bone. Chad Snyder wants a Mother Love Bone. Amanda Davis wants a Mother Love Bone. And Michelle Clements gets a Mother Love Bone. Okay, so that means we need to put our new buyer, Althazar, on a waiting list. We need to put Danny Thomason on a waiting list. And we need to put Jay Nutra. So 3 people tonight on a waiting list for sure. And then over here, we got the last Judas Priest blue vinyl, sold to Michael Salazar. Seabird, it's up to you on the Beatles. It's at 25. And then over here, we have Willie Nelson sold for $20. And Willie Nelson sold for $20 to John Durden. And Tanya Tucker's a no bid sealed 88 USOG, $15 buy it now on Tanya. Wow, what another great crate. So 3 people on the black vinyl Mother Love Bone waiting list. Thank y'all for that. And I'm going to jump over here. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and get logged in. Oh, whew. That was my neck, and that felt pretty dang good, honestly. Wow, what a busy night. Let's get into some of these other really cool auctions over here. Let's go ahead and put up the Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead, Old and in the Way. This is a 75 Santa Maria OG, VG condition, $20 start on that. Danny's going to pick up the Tanya Tucker. And Charles Siebert, it's up to you on the Beatles. We got a new buyer, Alpha Hars. How about I call you Good Time Oldies? Alpha Zars. It looks like Alpha Zars, yeah. Alpha Zars, sorry, I struggle with names sometimes. You'll pick up on that pretty quickly. Wow, so what a great first crate here. Let me check on the status of more Mother Love Bones. And we got about 4 or 5 people on a wait list. Anybody else? I've got Medieval Steel, Galaxy Effect colored vinyl. Medieval Steel, $36.99. Sugar Hill Gang now playing red vinyl, $24. Rat now playing $24. In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, $29. We have Megadeth Countdown to Extinction for $39. We still got both. And then new for Friday on colored vinyl, Tears for Fears, $36.99. Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl, $33.99. That's been in print for a while, but it's actually one of the few ways you can get that available. Yeah, I better go ahead and get these right now. Mother Love Bone. I'm going to go ahead and grab all these. There's only 27 left right here. I'm going to go ahead and buy all those. I know I can sell another 27 after we go through the pre-order, because there's like 100. I bet there's 100 people on the pre-order. I better get them while I can. Wholesale over here. The stuff gets grabbed fast. I mean, I'm amazed. Like I've told y'all before, it'll say there's like 690 copies of Dark Side of the Moon in stock, right? And of course, I'm one of many record stores across the country. But then like the next day, it'll say Dark Side of the Moon sold out. And I'm like, wow. So in 24 hours, just like that, they've sold hundreds of copies of Dark Side of the Moon. You know, just an album that's been in print for 50 years. So it's always pretty amazing to see that stuff gone. Same thing for all that stuff. It's like this stuff moves so quickly sometimes. Okay, yeah, they're quite a bit in stock at the other place. Okay, I won't jump on too many more right now till I know for sure. All right, so new bid on the Beatles for 27, and then Old in the Ways at 20 bucks. All right, new crate, moving right along. This is so far a busy night, and we got 9 crates of new vinyl. We're about to knock out another huge pre-order. This one's more clear cut. There's no confusion on this one. Luckily, they all came in, and we're going to go ahead and knock this out right now. So let's do it. Has everybody hit the like button? If you need an auction requested, just keep reminding me. I promise I'm not ignoring you. I'm just doing, whether you can see it or not, I'm doing about 4 or 5 different things at once. Pre-orders, watching the chat, calling out bids, looking for claims, and then making waiting list. Luckily, they watch these sales the next day and proofread me and make sure everything else. Althazar, if you want back in on the Beatles, I need to know. It's at $27. Old in the Way just has 1 bid for 20. Trying to knock out the last few of the Japanese pressing from last night we didn't get to. Here's the next one, and I'm going to start it for just $1. That's right, just $1. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi, near mint minus and pristine, and this is going to go up for just a $1 start. Eric Clapton, there's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Clapton's a $1 start. Finally, now, they call this limited edition, which it is, but they make one about every Halloween, and sometimes they're early, they're usually late. Every Halloween, either Real Gone Records or Music on Vinyl will press a limited edition Fastway Trick or Treat. And let me go ahead and tell you right now, they are always, they're always needing them. I'm like, one year they're going to make these, and everybody's finally going to have a copy. But I tell you what, it's not true. Every year they sell out, and we had a pretty big pre-order ourselves. So these were supposed to come out last Friday. They're due out. They bumped it 1 week. They're due out this Friday, and I have them in stock. I think I've got like 10 extra copies. Fastway Trick or Treat, the original motion picture soundtrack featuring Motorhead, Fast Eddie Clarke, and Flogging Molly, Dave King. So these are $39.99. And the first one goes to Mark Morris, okay? I should have about 10 left, so if you know for sure you want one, right now would be the time, okay? So we got one for Brian Thurman. We got one for Scott Dwallow. So Mark Morris, Brian Thurman, Scott Dwallow, Glenn Kesey and Mike MC, Eric Conard and Sean Drake, Eric Connard and Sean Drake, Bobby Cantrell and Autumn Betts, Bobby Cantrell and Autumn Betts, Mike Johnson and Danny Thomason, Mike Johnston and Danny Thomason, Richard Davis and Jim Sedal, Richard Davis and Jim Sedal, Kenny Cates Jr. and Scott Smith, Kenny Cates Jr. and Scott Smith, Brandon Lack and Scott Markheim, Brandon Lack and Scott Markheim, Alonzo Breezy Bresno Jr. and Janet Gray, Breezy and Janet Gray, Fred Cardell and Chad Snyder, Fred Cardell and Chad Snyder, Scott Arnold, Mick Masson, thank you, Scott Arnold, Mick Masson, Chad Thompson, Dean Tefford, Chad Thompson, Dean Tefford, Michael Harara and Greg Gabbert, Michael Harara and Greg Gabbert. We got Jared Inc. and Kenneth Russell, Jared Inc. and Kenneth Russell, Darren Wallace and Cynthia Herdren, Darren Wallace and Cynthia Herdren, Dwayne Worley and Nico Capolanis, Dwayne Worley and Nico Capolanis, Paul Sigel, S-C-H-I-S-S-E-L, and Brad Waits. There's 2 more sold. And then Larry Duncan and Justin Deckelman. And then Danny Thomason, you commented this morning, but you already got one unless you want 2. I think Danny probably only wants 1. So he actually commented 7 weeks ago, and he commented again 12 hours ago. So yeah, Danny, I just seen that. So yeah, I got you down for 1. So let's go back up the top. And the first thing was Eric Clapton 1, Eric Clapton 1, Eric Clapton 2, the Beatles 28, Eric Clapton 10, Eric Clapton 3, Matt Nichols gets a trick or treat. Now, Althazar, before I tag you for a fastway, have you registered, okay? Because I see you bidding on the Beatles, and I've already got you down on a waiting list. Before I give you a very highly desirable fastway, have you registered, okay? Jason Thomas gets a trick or treat. Ivan R. gets a trick or treat. And then over here, we got Scott Wynn on trick or treat. And we got Scully Mack on trick or treat. And I have that many left. This is kind of like Faster Pussycat. You're going to see them dwindle down to just a handful. That's all that I have left. No more crates. 2, 4, 6, 8 left. Fastway, limited edition, silver vinyl. Okay? Now, I know David Dole was the only bidder on Jerry Garcia, so he gets that for $20. Thank you, David Dole. The last bid on Eric Clapton over here was 15 with X-Wing, and then the Beatles was between Althazar and Charles Siebert. Althazar still has that for 28, okay? And then Althazar is registered. I'm going to go confirm that, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a trick or treat before they sell out. And Brian Stern wants a trick or treat. Anybody else, okay? So if you're new, I just always make sure you are registered. You know, we got to make sure we have your information. We got to make sure we have everything we need to send you an invoice on Monday. And the reason I'm so peculiar about it is because we do have some people every once in a while that will say they're registered or they're just on here buying stuff, and we never do hear back from them, okay? So we just make sure everybody is registered and good to go. We got your name, we got your address, and we got your email. You're good to go. Thank you, Althazar, okay? Scott Wynn, I've already got you down for a trick or treat, but we are going to give one to Brandon Jones, and now my crate's full, and let's get into another crate of news. So 2, 4, 5 copies left if anybody wants one. $39.99. They were in stock early this morning. There was like 28 left from the main distributor that was sending these out. I don't know how many's left now, but I have 5. You definitely know you can get one right here, right now. Otherwise, they're gone. Eric Clapton's on 16. Eric Clapton's at 16, and Althazar is about to get the Beatles. It's up to Charles Siebert to bid more than 28 or say out, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. I got Joshua Tree, I got David Bowie, the Dang Yankees, Tanya Tucker, Van Halen, Grateful Dead, Def Leppard, Roger Waters, Bat Lay, Bat Cave, The Replacements, Talking Heads, Elvis, George Strait. Here we go, Beyond the Blue Neon. 1989 USOG sealed copy with hype sticker, sealed OG with hype, $35 start. Another crate has been obliterated, and we have already filled up 2 crates tonight. I like new vinyl. Our sales like exponentially increase. We did 5 crates last night without any new vinyl, so that means we sold a ton of vintage stuff last night. And I was like, boy, if we could have got just a half of an order of new vinyl, we would have had another killer night last night. So 5 fastways left. Let's get into some other new stuff over here. I got restocks. I got waiting list. I just ordered a lot of stuff I haven't had in a while. Stuff we need, stuff we may not need. And let's go ahead and knock out another music on vinyl pre-order. Some kind of box set. What is this box set over here? I don't remember this. We're about to find out, though. I order so much. Some of that 90s alternative stuff may have came in too. I ordered a bunch of 90s alternative. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Best offer crate. I'm going to mix in, well, I don't have any. Well, there's not going to be any tonight. I got 4 crates back here behind me from Paul, almost all metal. Those are going to be sticker price. John's not here today. And then we've got 2, 4, 6 more crates of new vinyl to go through. So there's not going to be a lot of vintage like stuff tonight. But when I say that, guess what? I turned around, and in Paul's crate, he's got a Heart and Cyndi Lauper in here, and Foreigner and ELO and the Cars. So I do have vintage stuff, but it's probably not going to be best offer until later, okay? Not until later. But you're going to want to stick around. We'll go ahead and mix in one of those crates in just a second. I'll do some 45s tonight, too. I'm going to start putting up some Elvis and the ones I had set aside for auction last night. Y'all probably remember those. Oh, boy, here's another big Music on Vinyl pre-order. And they just announced another one from this band, too, Saxon. Saxon is 34. These are supposed to be 34, not 44. Oh, boy, I bet all these got misstickered. They did. Okay, I'll have to just change every one of these. These are $34.99, okay? The knack is only $25. These are $34, not $44. Saxon is $34.99. The Inner Sanctum 750 purple vinyl. First one goes to Shannon Lee. Whoever's watching, we just need a re-sticker. Just take the sticker gun and go 34 on top of them. That's so to Shannon Lee. Also one for Dwayne Worley. There's one for Dwayne Worley. Thank you, Dwayne Worley. Also one for Brad Waits. There's one for Brad Waits. There's one for Dwayne Sevilla. Thank you, Dwayne Sevilla. That's so to you. And then one for Jim Sedal. There's one for Jim Sedal. Thank you, Jim Sedal. In my hand is Fred Cardinals. There's Fred Cardinals. Next is Richard Davis. Thank you, Richard Davis. That is so to you. And then next in my hand is Michael Carpenter. Thank you, Michael Carpenter. That's so to you. And then after that is Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. There's one sold to Scott Smith. And then Kelly Vladarchek gets one. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. That's so to Kelly Vladarchek. Brian Studdard gets one. Thank you, Brian Studdard. And then next in my hand right now is Robert Matthews. That's so to Robert Matthews. These are $34.99. Thank you, Robert Matthews. And then over here we got Brian Thurman. Thank you, Brian Thurman. That's so to you. And then Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. These are $34.99 numbered, 750. Jamie Butler got one. Thank you, Jamie Butler. And then Heather Grant got one. Thank you, Heather Grant. And then Danny Thomason, you commented 12 hours ago, you want one. That's so to Danny Thomason. And then Oso Adventure got one. Thank you, Oso Adventure. All right, there we go, Saxon. So let me count those out and make sure, because I did that kind of weird. I was having to sticker them all. And this is right over here. So we got Shannon Lee, Dwayne Worley, Brad Waits, Dwayne Sevilla, Jim Sedal, Fred Carnell, Richard Davis, Michael Carpenter, Scott Smith, Kelly Vladarchek, Brian Studdard, Robert Matthews, Brian Thurman, Darren Wallace, Jamie Butler, Heather Grant, Danny Thomason, Oso Adventure. Okay, I need to go way up to the top then. There's a lot of stuff going on. So the Beatles was a final call. I was waiting for one person, and it was at 28 with Althazar, okay? And then Clapton got up to 15 with X-Wing. And then over here, we got Eric Clapton 16, and then Jose Ramirez on Trick or Treat. Did I already give him one? I don't think I did. We need to give Jose Ramirez a Trick or Treat. I don't think I've gave him one yet. That's so to Jose Ramirez. And then over here, we have Jersey Devil on a Fastway. Now there's 3 Fastways left, Trick or Treat. George Jones got a bid for 35. And then Jay Neutra on Saxon, S for Saxon. The Knack David was $25. Jose, I got you down for a Trick or Treat. And then Sean Miller on Saxon, okay? Let's start a waiting list. The first person is Steve McGee. And then Matt Nichols. If y'all don't want on a waiting list, let me know right now. Althazar, the Beatles, is sold to you for $28. And now George Strait's at $40 with Roxy, okay? So final call, I started Eric Clapton at $1. The last bid that came in was Leslie Sylvie at $16. Roxy has George Strait for $40. This is a sealed OG with hop sticker, and Eric Clapton's a near mint Japanese pressing. It is near mint and pristine, behind the sun. George Strait is a sealed original. 2 people on the Saxon wait list. Anybody else? Steve McGee and Matt Nichols, okay? George Strait is still getting bids. So is Eric Clapton. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Batcave. Young Limbs. Batcave is an 83 UK. It's a compilation of new wave, goth, and punk bands who would play the club Batcave in London. Wow, never heard of this. $25 start for Batcave compilation. It's a punk, goth, new wave compilation. $25 start on that. Next, oh, no, wait a minute. There is one more Saxon. So give that to, hold on, one more Saxon. This one goes to Steve McGee. Steve, you're getting one right now. My bad. And then Matt Nichols is first and only one on the waiting list, okay? No problem. I'm going to reorder them anyway. Miles Davis, round about midnight, MoFi, $44.99. This is $44.99. Miles Davis, around about midnight. David Johnson, the knack, if I didn't already tell you, was near mint minus and pristine. It's our only no bid tonight, $25, okay? Miles Davis is $44, new sealed MoFi, and then Stone Temple Pilots. So I ordered a lot of Stone Temple Pilots. The only thing that is not in print on regular vinyl is this album, Tiny Music. It's only available through MoFi. So it comes as a 2 LP, 45 RPM, but exceptionally nice, as you can imagine. MoFi, Stone Temple Pilots, 59. So I can get Core, I can get Purple, I can get Self-Titled, I can get 4, Shangri-La Dee-Dah. That's the only way you can get Tiny Music is through MoFi, but you're getting top quality, of course, with MoFi. One sold to Matt Nichols. Mike Brangle wants a Miles Davis. 1 Miles left, 1 STP left, and we had a wait list for him. This is Razorblade Romance. Him is a picture disc, which I think is the only way it's available right now. And the waiting list was Josh Tanner. Thank you, Josh Tanner. This is so to you. $36.99, okay? Eric Clapton, what happened? Leslie went out. Joe DeGaldo has it for 21. Batcave is at 30. George Strait 47. Batcave 35. George Strait 49. And Monty Reed on the last STP, okay? 1 Miles Davis left, 1 him left. AC/DC High Voltage, $29.99 for AC/DC TNT. Dio, I've only got one. Summerfest 1994. This is Dio live in 1994. He comes out the Holy Diver, Man on the Silver Mountain, Heaven and Hell, Rainbow in the Dark. Wow, $29.99. Dio. And then is Miles Davis mono or stereo? Miles Davis is a mono copy. Mono copy. By the way, this one has a ding corner. Okay, I'm just now noticing that. That one, let me make sure that other one didn't. No, that other one's fine. This one has a ding corner, though, just FYI, Christopher. Dangerous Toys. Let me see if we had a waiting list for this. It's weird. It's like these things only show always 1 or 2 in stock. Dangerous Toys. We have a wait list for artists. Those are coming up later. I only have 1 copy, no waiting list. This is Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets live. 2 LP Coke Bottle Green, $44.99 on that. And then Depeche Mode. This is Paradiso, Amsterdam, 1983. Depeche Mode live in the Netherlands, 1983. $29.99 on that. I've got 2 copies of Depeche Mode. Okay, let's go ahead and sell Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton is officially sold to Joe DeGaldo for $21. Boom, there it is. That's sold to Joe DeGaldo for $21. Let's put that away. And then George Strait. First thing is George Strait, and George Strait is sold to Roxy for $49. And the last bit on Batcave is a final call. Jeff Brindley, $35. Danny wants Dangerous Toys. What is the Dio? Dio live in Summerfest, 1994. Live unofficial, $29.99. 2 copies of him, Deep Shadows and Brilliant Highlights. Now available on clear vinyl. More him, $34.99. Haven't had that one yet. Van Morrison live in 1978, The Bottom Line, New York. Van Morrison, $29.99. And Pink, Can't Take Me Home. That's 2 LP Go Vinyl. There is a waiting list for Pink, and the wait list for Pink is Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. This is so to you. There's 1 extra copy of Pink, Can't Take Me Home, gold vinyl. Brian Reynolds does get Dio Summerfest. That's my only copy. That's so to Brian Reynolds. What happened to you, Dio? He should be right in here. Where's Dio at? There he is. That is so to Brian Reynolds. Todd Kilgore wants on the wait list for Dangerous Toys, $44.99. STP's $59.99. And then over here, Chad, I'm John Robb. I got George Strait with Hype. Yes, he did. And then Brad Waits on the wait list for Dio, and Mike Brangle wants Van Morrison. Jeff Brinley gets Batcave for $35. And then we have this. Let's jump over here and do this. We have U2. This is the Joshua Tree, an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, and Laura just delivered a crate. Holy moly, I got too much stuff to show. We have an 87 U.S. Club copy, near mint with poster of the Joshua Tree. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. Okay, so let me jump up to the top. Okay, so Dio, we sold that. Danny got Dangerous Toys. Brian Reynolds got Dio. And then Todd Kilgore first on the wait list for Dangerous Toys. Dustin, if you want an STP, they're sold out, but they're $59.99. John Robb got George Strait. Brad Waits on the wait list for Dio. Anybody else? Mike Brangle got a Van Morrison already tagged. Matt Nichols on the wait list for Dangerous Toys. And then Brian Barry's first on YouTube for $30. Okay, and then we have one pink left on Go Vinyl for $38. We have this new Marshall Tucker picture disc. Okay, this is Searching for a Rainbow. Marshall Tucker. It's new for Friday. They've done this as a picture disc. 50th anniversary, $36.99 for Marshall Tucker. And then we had a request from Justin Deckelman. Shadow Work, Despised Icon. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. $34.99. And then Silver Spur Pickups. This was sold to Tim Rory as a special request. This is Silver Sun Pickups, and this was Swoon. Thank you, Tim Rory. That's in for you. Okay, and then did Kelly get a pink? I think that was last week. I think I fulfilled that wait list last week. You might want to check because we did that one last week, I'm pretty sure. Almost positive. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. We're going to go ahead and pull something from the high-end bin. Fugazi, repeater. Fugazi's a U.S. repress. Laura says the exact year is unknown, but commenters on this release Discog page seem to narrow down between 93 and 95 based on the $8 price code on the back. So right here, see it has an $8 postpaid. So this is definitely an older copy and it's sealed. Fugazi, a $50 start, okay? Danny says he already has Dangerous Toys. Give it to the next person. So the first person that went on the Dangerous Toys is Todd Kilgore. Todd, you're going to be getting a Dangerous Toys right now tonight. Changes from Danny Thomason to Todd Kilgore, okay? Danny Thomason to Todd Kilgore. So, Todd, you're getting a Dangerous Toys tonight. Thomas Fish, put him on a wait list for the STP. Does anybody else want a Tiny Music, okay? Does anybody else want a Tiny Music? That's a 2LP, $59.99. If you do, just let me know right now. What a great first crate of new vinyl. And here's what's left. One copy of Him, Razorblade Romance 36, AC/DC High Voltage 29, Miles Davis Roundabout Midnight 44 in mono, Depeche Mode Live in Netherlands 83, that's 29. Him is $34.99. That's Deep Shadows and Brilliant Highlights. Van Morrison Live in 78, unofficial 29. And then over here, this is Pink, Can't Take Me Home. Pink is a 2LP Go Vinyl, $38.99. Marshall Tucker, Searching for a Rainbow. Marshall Tucker is $36.99. Now, one was $36 and one's $39 because we ordered it from a different distributor. So they're actually supposed to be $36.99, okay? Michael Bohannon on Van Morrison. And yes, make sure Brad Waits is on a waiting list for Dangerous Toys. Todd Kilgore is going to get one tonight. And Michael Bohannon on Van Morrison. The Joshua Tree just has one bid, and that was Brian Barry's at 30, 87 OG Club, and that is near mint. That's about to sell. And Fugazi has one bid with Jeff Brinley for 50, and that is about to sell. Okay, that is about to sell. There's that, and we have, we're going to go right over here and move this into this crate. And the next thing to remind you of, we're down to 3 copies of Trick or Treat. That is Fastway. We're down to 3 copies on silver vinyl, $39.99. Okay, $39.99. Let's go right over here and go through another crate. I think I might want to go ahead and jump over here and see what's in one of these first pre-owned crates that Paul's marked. This could get pretty interesting. It looks like metal and classic rock, so that might fit everybody's alley. Holy moly, there's some good stuff in here. So it looks like he's marked 4 crates. Laura's marking stuff like this, and this is just a half crate. Let's go ahead and knock this out before we get into anything brand new. But don't go anywhere because there's some cool stuff in here, okay? So first thing I have is Warrior, Fighting for the Earth. Warrior is an 85 USOG, VG condition, $11.99. Municipal Waste, Toxic Holocaust, a split. That is EX, $17.99. And then we have Van Morrison. This is his band and the street choir with insert, VG condition, $14.99. And we have this, which is Angel Corpse, Hammer of Gods. It is EX, $27.99. Chad, I don't know if I heard my name. Did I get a trick or treat? Oh, let me pull up the pre-order. Honestly, I don't know because there was a bunch of them. I'll try to scan through here and see what I can find out for you, though, right quick. I'll pull up the pre-order, okay? First thing is Darren Chrisman on MW for Municipal Waste. We have Charlie Buck on TW, and TW was for Warrior, or was that for Municipal Waste, Charlie Buck? Let me know before I go any further. Let's go ahead and sell Fugazi. Wow, just one bid, Jeff Brindley, sealed $50, sold. And then over here, we got U2, sold to Brian Berry, one bid, $30, sold. And then I wasn't on the pre-order. Okay, if you didn't comment live, then I probably don't have you down for one. If you didn't comment live, then I probably didn't have. I'll go ahead and pull you one, and then if we tagged Brandon Jones for 2, let us know. So that was for Toxic Waste. Okay, so Darren Chrisman got that. Charlie Buck's next. Tony Bradford first on Warrior. Tony Bradford got Warrior. Jeff Brindley next on Waste. And then we need to go ahead and pull 2. Brandon Jones, he called your name. Okay, then I did. So evidently, one of your counterparts there said I did. I think I did, but I'm going to go ahead and order more tonight right now anyway, in case I didn't. I need more in the future. But we need to give one right now to Jeff Church, okay? So the only thing left in here is Van Morrison and Angel Corpse. Wow, what a variety. The Cars is VG minus $9.99 for the Cars. And then, boy, this is heavy. And this is Vector, VEKTOR, Black Future. Vector is a 2015 white and black splatter, VG plus $34.99. And Eric Clapton Slowhand, VG plus $24.99. You look wonderful tonight. And then next auction is going to go up right now. I don't see this Elvis too often. Elvis in Hollywood. Elvis is a 1976 UK sealed. Elvis is sealed. That's a $20 start. Ivan R on Vector. That's sold. Brian Berry on Cars. That's sold. And these are all sticker price new arrivals. I also have A Day to Remember. VG plus $24.99. That one's called Homesick. It's a 2013 press. And ELO's Greatest Hits. That's in Shrink. VG $9.99. And Cannabis Corpse. Not Cannibal. Cannabis Corpse. Beneath Grow Lights, Thou Shalt Rise. A 2014 black and blue vinyl. EX $22.99. Elvis is at $20. Mark Stanley on A Day to Remember. Also in here we have Foreigner 4. Jukebox Hero. EX $17.99. This is Image Resurrection. Image Resurrection's a 2002 OG. Numbered 456 of 500. VG $19.99 for that. And Journey. This is VG. It has a hop sticker, a promo stamp, but stock label. VG $9.99. Cannabis Corpse sold to Ivan R. Danny Thomason next. And Trance Breakout. Trance is an 82 German import. VG plus $19.99. Elvis has a bid for 20, going once, going twice. And next from the high-end tab, folks, here it is. Oh boy, get ready. A Grail, The Shining soundtrack. This is a 1980 USOG. It has the original Warner Brothers. This is the real 1980 USOG. It has a small saw cut down here. It's going to go up for a $95 start. The Shining, a $95 start. Next is Danny Thomason on Image. I bet that's an I for Image. That's sold to Danny. Sorry, capital I's look a lot like L's too. Chad Smith on ELO. That is sold. And Althazars, you were next. No, you were first on Trance, okay? Sell that to Althazars Good Time Oldies. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits on purple vinyl. That's EX $22.99, a Walmart exclusive. That's cool. Purple Haze colored vinyl. Hendrix is EX $22.99. Toxic Holocaust is a 2009 repress. Toxic Holocaust is VG plus $29.99. Steely Dan Asia looks very nice to me. Has the original inner sleeve. EX $32.99. AA with the B scratched out. I think that's the one you want. Toxic Holocaust is sold to Charlie Buck. That's sold. And then we got Torch. Oh boy. An 84 Dutch import OG. We usually auction that record. EX $22.99 for Torch. Gatefold jacket. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. Bonnie Raitt's an 89 USOG, not a USA. It is. U.S., United States of America, OG, Original Gangster, EX 22.99. David Jennings gets the Jimi Hendrix. Mike Straw's on T for Torch. That's sold and sold. And Tony Bradford next on Torch. Shining, $95 star. Elvis over here. Elvis has sold one bid for $20 to Don Nicole. That is sold. And then we have over here Corpus Ratus, Rituals of Silence. Corpus Ratus is EX $22.99. Amanda Davis on Bonnie Raitt, that is sold. And then over here we have Styx, Man of Miracles, EX edition $17.99. What is the Day to Remember title? It is already gone. That sold quickly. And then over here, Bonnie Raitt. Next is Danny Thomason. We have Traveler, Termination Shock. This is a 2020 EX $22.99 for Traveler. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Time After Time. VG minus $9.99. Styx over here. That was Man of Miracles. Love that artwork. That's so to John McPatriot. And then over here we have, over here is what? Oh boy. Deadhead. I think Deadhead, The Feast Begins at Dawn, EX $22.99. So over here, Stereo says, thank Melanie got the Hendrix. Melanie Jennings said, hey, exclamation point. That's because she was first on the Jimi Hendrix. Change this from, I got my Jenningses mixed up. Not Peter Jennings. Okay, not Peter Jennings, not David Jennings, Melanie Jennings. Melanie Jennings needs to get this Jimi Hendrix, okay? Sorry about that. I got my Jenningses mixed up. Boom, 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 boom. We got Scott Dwallow on Cyndi Lauper. Over here, Mike Brangle on SD, and that was for Steely Dan. So to Mike Brangle, Brian Berry next on Cyndi Lauper. And then we have Heart, Little Queen, Barracuda Hop Sticker, EX $22.99. Now, I can't believe this. Over here, we have all of the hype behind the Shining soundtrack, and it's about to go to a buy it now. Final call on the Shining to get a bid in, $95, or I'm going to bid. It's going to pop up Chad Williams, $95, and I'm going to start bidding against y'all. A major conflict of interest, but I'm literally going to place my own bid for $95. So final call. It's a masterpiece of modern horror, the Shining soundtrack, 1980 OG, real OG, near mint. It just has a saw mark, $95. We're about to sell it, okay? Next thing over here is Calvin Ward on Heart, Jeremiah Stasich on Angel Corpse. That was back here. That's so to Jeremiah Stasich, Jeff Brindley on Traveler. And over here, we got Mike Straws on Deadhead. We got Scott Savakis on Corpus Ratus. And now Shining 95, now Shining 95. And that just leaves, my gracious, just 4 records in Paul's first crate. I think it's going to be like that tonight with her, with Paul, and Laura's crates tonight. So there's only 4 records, and the only thing left in here is classic rock. All the metal's gone. What classic rock are left? Journey Infinity with promo sticker, hop sticker, and gold stamp promo, VG $9.99. The Wheel in the Skies on this one, feeling that way when the lights go down at Collectible. Foreigner 4, this is EX $17.99, Jukebox Hero. I've been waiting for a girl like you, so urgent, urgent. And then Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, VG Plus $24.99. Cocaine, Lay Down Sally. And then Van Morrison is VG with the lyric insert, Domino, da-da-da-da, roll me over, Romeo. Great Van Morrison album. That's the only thing left there, just classic rock in there. And I think maybe me singing and reminding some people some tracks may got them sold. I'm gonna say it's my singing, okay? Greg Beddinger on Journey, Brian Berry on Foreigner, and that just leaves Clapton and Van Morrison. Amazing stuff there, okay? I'm gonna lay those right over there, and we can say that crate is obliterated. So there's 3 more crates just like that that Paul's marked. If you love metal and you love great deals on metal, I wouldn't go anywhere tonight, okay? Don't go anywhere. Let me knock out this huge thing of box sets here. What are these boxes? Oh, those are Motley Crue. Okay. I've been trying to figure out what these... So about 2 of the crates tonight are box sets. So let's go ahead and do this right over here. Van Morrison was VG $14.99. The Shining is 101, 105. And we got new box sets in. We got Motley Crue, Rolling Stones, and Psychedelic Furs is going up for auction. This is the Psychedelic Furs Midnight to Midnight, an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG gold stamp promo, but there is no white label promo of this record. This is a nice copy, a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And then the Rolling Stones box, we had a waiting list for 2 people. These are on sale at $99.99. That's an on sale price. And the 2 people on a waiting list, I know Jerry Stone and D Kong 52. No. Glenn over on Twitch, GLENNARDK529. The third person was Nick Bargeron, but Nick, I'm unfortunately going to say I think they ran out and I can't get these anymore. So Glenn over on Twitch, I read that handle off. Jerry Stone, let's go ahead and put these away. And Van Morrison Todd Saw was in VG condition. If anybody new is watching, this is a very fast-paced sale. The way to buy those is very simple. It's very fast-paced, but also very simple to buy. Trust me, I make it as easy as possible. In the back are auctions. If you want to bid, you got to put the title and then a number for the bid. That's the only way you can bid. You got to make sure you let me know you're in, and you got to let me make sure you know you're out. If you want something out of here, you just got to say what you want. Like if you want stones, you put Rolling Stones. That means you're buying it, and it's yours, $8 unlimited shipping. Todd Van Morrison was in VG condition, okay? The Shining soundtrack's at 105, now 106, and Matt Nichols out and 25. So this is new. This is Motley Crue's Theater of Pain. Looks like they've been pressed at precision. They came in the shipping boxes just like this from the factory. These are new, and I think I've got 2 extras. They come out Friday. Motley Crue Theater of Pain Deluxe Edition. This says 1985 to 2025, a 40th anniversary. A 40th anniversary Motley Crue limited edition Theater of Pain vinyl box set. The 4-time platinum album that has Smoking in the Boys' Room and Hope Sweet Home. The original album remastered on colored vinyl with reimagined artwork. The never released professionally recorded live album from the 85 tour on 2 LP colored vinyl. So an unreleased 2 LP live album. Theater of Pain demos on colored vinyl and a 76-page hardback book. So wow. So everything they did in this box is on vinyl. Here's what the rendering looks like. So you get the album on colored vinyl, you get an unreleased live album on colored vinyl, demos on colored vinyl, and a 76-page hardback book. They did this, they did a good job with this. And then also, we have just these coming this week, and this over here is coming in probably tomorrow. We have a pre-order just for the album. If you want a box set, I think I've got 2 extras. You're going to be able to get the live album, the demos, and the book as extras, $159.99. Here's everybody who pre-ordered one. Thank you if you pre-ordered with us. The first person was Stanley Richmond. Thank you, Stanley Richmond. The next person was R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. And the next person was Sarah Wyberdink. I've got more right over here. That's the first 3 people. And then this is one out of the box, okay? I'll leave that one out just to show it. That's $159.99. Those actually have one in it, right? They do. All right, let me go grab the other. The next people are Chris Smith, Brandon Jones, and Solarplex Studios. Chris Smith, Brandon Jones, and Solarplex Studios. Let me go grab those right now. So there is these, Chris Smith, Brandon Jones, and Solarplex. So I got 2 more. I got 2 more if anybody wants one, okay? Motley Crue Theater of Pain. So one to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. And I don't know if I get this last one in here or not. Brandon Jones. If not, I'll start a new crate. Nope. Let's start a new crate. So that one goes to Brandon Jones and Solarplex. 2 extra Motley Crue box sets if anybody decides you want one, okay? That one has filled up pretty quick. Knock out the box sets. And then, so Brandon Jones and Solarplex. Brandon Jones and Solarplex, and then Brian Thurman wants one here live, and I have one more, the one you see laying over to the left that's unboxed. All right, that's my only one left. The one laying right over there to the left unboxed. This one's sold to Brian Thurman, okay? Let's continue. First thing I have here is Psychedelic Furs. This Psychedelic Furs is sold to Chris Farrar for $25, and The Shining is sold for $105, and the 106, Andrew Eisensmith. Thank you, Andrew. The Shining, $106. That's gone. I still think that's a great price for what that was. Near mint like that. Beautiful cover. 106. Okay, moving right along. Let's grab another crate of variety over here. Box sets. I think I have one other box set, and it's from a band called Mayhem. May have heard of them. It's over here somewhere, unless it didn't get delivered today. Oh boy, this is a lot of stuff in here. Okay, a lot of restocks in that crate. Let me figure out which one I want to do next. I ordered a lot of like some of our biggest sellers, essentials. Let's see what's in here. Oh yeah. Okay, let me do this crate. Then I got to show the inner sleeves, and we need all new auctions. All right. And then James Davidson wants the last Motley Crue. Anybody else on the box set waiting list? Thank you. We're now sold out. Okay, here we go. Oh. First thing, almost said King Gizzard. King Crimson Lizard Elemental Mixes. The new 2025 Elemental Mixes on 200 gram super heavyweight vinyl, $36.99 for King Crimson Lizard, $36.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Boston. Oh boy, this is tough to get. Walk On, a Boston Grail, 1994, never been reissued on vinyl. Boston Walk On, a 1994 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. Some of these on Discogs have sold nearly for $400. EX, $175 start on Boston. That was the Motley Crue 40th anniversary box set we just sold out of. We just sold out of the Motley Crue 40th anniversary box set, $159.99. So it's 4 LPs. Yeah, 2 LPs, a demo, the album, all remastered color vinyl, and 70-page hardback book. We're down to 1 copy of Trick or Treat. Edward Boosie gets one left, and then we got to start a waiting list. 1 Trick or Treat left. King Crimson, I've got 2 copies of L7. L7's just $24.99, just $24.99. That's their 1988 debut. Boston is got a bid with Todd for $175. Stone Temple Pilots Purple. Purple is $29.99, more STP, and then Led Zeppelin Coda. I think I've stocked all of the Led Zeppelin remasters. I hope and I think so. Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. That's a gatefold jacket, Led Zeppelin. And then the Goo Goo Dolls, Dizzy Up the Girl. Goo Goo Dolls, $33.99. L7, so to Matt Nichols, there's now 1 left. Next auction going up right now. And let's do another one, the Beatles. And I got some cool Beatles over here, including this one. Paul McCartney and Wings Greatest Hits. And this is a Taiwanese unofficial. Paul McCartney and Wings Greatest Hits, a Taiwanese unofficial. EX edition, a $20 start on that. I've got 2 copies of King Crimson 3 of a Perfect Pair. That is $29.99. Lots of King Crimson tonight. We've had Earthbound. We had the new Lizard Elemental. And then here's 3 of a Perfect Pair, $29.99. Cool stuff there, King Crimson. Kelly Vladorchek on Goo Goo Dolls. Boston 180, Chad Smith on that last L7. If anybody wants an L7 waiting list, just let me know. Won't be a problem. Also, we got Vladorchek on Goo. I got Kelly down already, unless Kelly and Robert needs one. I don't think so, though. Wings 20, Wings 21. That's now forbidden. Make sure if you're bidding, you got to put Paul McCartney or Wings and then your actual bid. Todd Saw, you're out on Boston. Promise, circle on this. Promise is on blue vinyl. Promise is $24.99. And then King Crimson Discipline. King Crimson's $34.99. We have Amanda Davis on Stone Temple Pilots, just 1 for the Vladorchek family. Okay, Amanda Davis. How much is Paul McCartney? It's a live auction, so the bid is going to be determined by whoever's watching. The price is going to be determined by whoever's watching. Right now, it's at $22, and then Boston's at $180. We got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots self-titled. That was long out of print. Came back available last week for October, and that is on red vinyl, $29.99. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, that's 180 gram, $33.99 for In Through the Outdoor, and then 2 copies of King Crimson Beat. Beat's $29.99, 200 gram, 40th anniversary, Stephen Wilson, Robert Fripp. We got a bunch of King Crimson. Nirvana Bleach, it's only $24.99. Remastered from the original tapes, $24.99. He's out on Boston. Boston's a final call. Just $180 with Mike Quadrini. The meeting on this thing was $226 for a near mint copy. I feel like this is very, very beyond fair. Mike Quadrini has that for $180, final call on that. And then Paul McCartney is at $24, now $25. We got Master Ma on a Nirvana, Scott Dwallow on a Nirvana. And then over here, we have Fastest TT. What was Fastest TT? And then next is L7 was L7, self-titled debut. There's a waiting list going. If anybody else wants one, they're $24.99. L7 by L7. And then what was Fastest TT? And then Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti for $44.99. Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, Coke Bottle Clear, $29.99. Shrek. And the reason I ordered this, I was going through some 90s essentials, and I couldn't find Smash Mouth, and I forgot. Smash Mouth has nothing available on vinyl. So the only way you can get this right now, I think there's some stuff in the works, but there's a couple 90s compilations like Now Playing or a Now Yearbook, but if you want All-Star, That is about the only way we can get that. Great soundtrack, though. Plus, it has that Eddie Murphy version of I'm a Believer, $34.99. Mark V's on the Goo Goo Dolls. That's so to Mark V. Shrek is $34. Led Zeppelin's $29. And Pulp, different class. Pulp is $29.99. Well, Mike Quadrini, I think it's been a long time since I've had one of these. I always get asked about it. And I've always told everybody it's a $200 or $300 record. Well, you're getting a beautiful copy for just $180. Boston is sold for $180. Wings is at $28. And then next thing over here is David Bowie, Let's Dance. And let's put this up. David Bowie is an 83 U.S. Winchester OG with the original under sleeve. David Bowie is a $25 start. $25 start. Master Ma is hating all the Led Zeppelin stuff. Oh, he is shaking in his boots. Oh, Led Zeppelin restocks. Oh, ooh. Next thing is Paul 29 and David Bowie's Not for Bid. I had a little stack of 45s. Remember, I was sorting through them last night. I had Weird Al, I had Michael Jackson, and I had some other stuff. And trying to figure out what we've done with them. Laura, oh, here a minute. Laura might have put them right here. I think I found them. Yep, here we go. Let's do the Monster Mash. I love this because it's in the original parrot sleeve. It was on first a label called Garpax. So, but this is still a 60s press, the Monster Mash, Boris Pickett, $7 start on that. All right, so first what I'm going to do, let me sort the Zeppelins together to make this simple. So Zeppelin 2, Zeppelin Physical, Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, their last album, and then we had Coda. All right, so let's keep all those together. And then the other thing in here we had the most of was King Crimson. So let's get all the King Crimsons together. And a lot of people buy these in threes because they were kind of released that way in order chronologically. And there's the other King Crimson. Okay, so very quickly, we got Stone Temple Pilots Purple with Interstate Love Song, Big Empty, and Vaseline, $29.99 on that. Goo Goo Dolls, Dizzy Up the Girl for $33. Primus, Suck on This, Blue Vinyl, $24. Stone Temple Pilots self-titled Red Vinyl, $29. Two Stone Temple Pilots in there. Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, two different Goo Goo Dolls. Greatest Hits is on Coke Bottle Clear for $29. Shrek Soundtrack, $34. And now the King Crimsons. No, first Pulp, different class. Pulp was $29, and now King Crimson. This is Lizard, 200 gram, $36.99. And then the 80s albums, Three of a Perfect Pair, Discipline, and Beat. Those are all $29.99. Great stuff. And then Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $33. Physical Graffiti, $44. Zeppelin 2, $29. And Coda, $36. Very simple. Last bit on Paul McCartney is this. Emily Littleton, $35. David Bowie, one bid, $25. Monster Mash is at $8. Nashville Tiger on the first Goo Goo Dolls. And that was Dizzy Up the Girl, right? So that's sold to Nashville Tiger. And then, Robin, did you want Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits or Dizzy Up the Girl? If it's Dizzy Up the Girl, I have to put you on a wait list. All right, let's go straight into a crate of new stuff that Paul's marked. And I think it's M-E-T-A-L. And for those that don't know how to spell, that spells metal. Over here, Emily Littleton, $35 on Paul McCartney. You got to make sure Brian Berry says out. He did. And now David Bowie, $26 with Brian Berry. Brian, you actually bid against yourself, I think. No, Nick Bargeron did bid first. Nick, you're out on David Bowie now, and Robin does want Greatest Hits. Okay, that worked out good. Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits. We still got 1, 2, 3 crates of new vinyl left, chipping away fast after the box sets. There are 3 more crates of new vinyl. We'll do a pre-owned crate right quick, and then we'll jump back over to that, okay? All right, and let's do this. And Chad desperately needs a bottle of water. Holy moly, big time. All right, thanks everybody for watching. Make sure on Facebook you've hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, then I'm sad. And if you want to make Chad happy, you can hit the like button. I'd greatly appreciate it. All you got to do is hit the like button. That's it. That's all you got to do, hit the like button. This is a Monster Mash 45, one of the originals, yeah, with the parrot sleeve, Monster Mash, okay? Next thing over here is this. I'm sad my record stylus broke. Oh no. Well, a lot of people ask me if I sell them, and I don't. I always revert everybody to Amazon or eBay. I don't sell turntable styluses, unfortunately. So let's see what this crate is. Paul's marked, and then Laura's got another crate on deck, and then there's 2 more Paul crates after this. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. The show must go on. It's only 8:11, but I'm trying to get through all this stuff as fast as possible before everybody's like, you know what? I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to be like, do what? One second. Okay, Monster Mash is at $9 right now. Now David Bowie's at $30, but I think we got a new buyer, and that's Emily Littleton, right? Emily, where are you? You're right here. Are you new, Emily Littleton? If you are, then I need you to message our Facebook page. I need your email address and mailing address. $8 in limited shipping. We will message you on Monday, email you on Monday with an invoice, okay? Brian C. wants King Crimson Lizard. You got it. That's that new Elemental Mixes. And we're down to 1 copy of that. King Crimson Lizard, Elemental Mixes, $36.99. David Bowie Let's Dance is at $30, and Monster Mash is at $10. I got some cool 45s to slip in. Here's the old Dang Yankees. The old Dang Yankees here is a 1990 OG EX++ near mint minus. It does have some cover damage on the back. You see this? See this cover damage? See that cover damage? But the disc is nice, $45 start. Sacrifice, Soldiers of Misfortune. Sacrifice is a 2010 Canadian, first time ever on vinyl. Sacrifice is $49.99. Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos. Bolt Thrower is sealed, a 2017 remaster, $34.99. We have Midnight Hellion, Kingdom Immortal. Midnight Hellion is a 2022 limited to 500, $19.99. And then this here is Aggressive Perfector, Havoc at the Midnight Hour, 2019 repress, $19.99. And oh gosh, Brittany Fox, Bite Down Hard. Brittany Fox is $34.99. Oh wow, there's going to be a bunch of claims for that. The last bid on David Bowie was $30, and that's so to Nick Bargeron. Monster Mash is at 12 of Robert. B-sides, you tied. So John Griffin's out, B-sides out, and then over here, the Dang Yankees is a $45 start. If y'all haven't noticed, we have been selling, this is the third night in a row we've done nothing but straight price metal. So if you haven't been watching, you've missed 4 entire full crates of nothing but metal in the last 48 hours. Now we're into day 3. Paul's marked 4. I'll bet Laura's going to have some ready. She's already got some. We're going to have a lot, okay? So over here, first thing, Edward Boosie, I got you down for a trick or treat. I did. And then Ivan R on Bolt Thrower. Ivan R gets Bolt Thrower. That's so to Ivan R. And then Matt Nichols next on Bolt Thrower. Justin Deckelman put SO. And SO was for something. I just don't know what. Hopefully Sacrifice. Is that right, Justin Deckelman? SO for Sacrifice. And then Bob Riger on Brittany Fox. I usually start this record at $35. That's so to Bob Riger for $35, $34.99. Mark Moore second. Monster Mash 13. Monster Mash 14. Nick Bargeron next on Brittany Fox. Rick Hall next on Brittany Fox. And then Justin Deckelman on AP. And that is for Aggressive Perfector. So you don't want Sacrifice, right? You do not want Sacrifice. You do not want Sacrifice. I've got you down for Sacrifice. And then we got Midnight Hellion. We got Shadows Fall, One of Our Blood. That's sealed $29.99. One Blood, excuse me. Shadows Fall $29.99. And then over here we have Aggressive Perfector. Aggressive Perfector is sold to Deckelman. And then we need to put back over here for Sacrifice. Sacrifice is going back in the bin, $49.99. Shadows Fall sold to Bob Riger. That is sold to Bob Riger. And then next thing is, this is Defleshed. Defleshed is sealed, $24.99. Defleshed, $24.99, okay? Over here is Saddlefall X-Wing was next. So nobody bid on the Dang Yankees. This $100 record can be picked up for $45. Who wants it? $45 on that $100 record. And then the last bid on the Monster Mash is William Warner at $15, okay? And then Defleshed is sold to Hiram Aponte. That is sold, and let's go ahead and show one more. I got to swap out crate. This is Morbid Angel, Formulas Fatal to the Flesh. Morbid Angel is sealed, $39.99. It's a remaster. It possibly is on colored vinyl, but we can't confirm. And then Mike Quadrini gets the Dang Yankees for $45, okay? Let me swap out crates right quick. All right, and that means this one's full, and I'm going to put this one right here, and I'm going to put this red crate up so I can start filling up some more stuff here. All righty, and then next thing is this. Mike Quadrini got this, and then Monster Mash is about to sell. Okay, let me grab a couple of other auctions. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Madonna, Like a Virgin. I honestly don't think we've, this could be a hot take, but honestly, I don't think we've had much metal, especially in the crates. I bet the metal buyers will agree. This is the first time we've had metal records in crates like this in months. I don't think we've had hardly any, in my opinion. It could be a hot take, but I think straight price metal like this, we haven't had stuff like this in months. Madonna, Like a Virgin, an 84 US Allied OG, EX++, near mint minus. Madonna is a $25 start on Madonna. Next thing is, this is... Boy, I have trouble with these names. This is God Dethroned. This is sealed $24.99. Illuminati, God Dethroned. Burgundy Marble Vinyl, sealed $24.99. Over here is Boxcar Racer. This is a 15th anniversary, $29.99 for Boxcar Racer. And Go Ahead and Die. This is sealed $24.99. A 2021 white with red splatter, number 281 of 300, $24.99. God Dethroned is sold to Paul Richards. Monster Mash is sold for $15, and that is sold to William Warner. And I really think the auctions have been probably nearly just about balanced. I feel like we've had just about the same kind of genres across the board for auctions. We try to keep it that way. Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, white label promo. It says DJ Reservice. Interesting. $7 start on Michael Jackson. Robert Johnson on Boxcar. But always, I instruct Paul, Laura, and John to do one thing. Put out whatever sells. That's what I tell them. I say, mark stuff that's going to sell. We have right here, this is Siege of Power Warning Blast. Siege of Power is sealed, white smoke, clear marble vinyl, numbered 173 200, $24.99. Madonna 31, Madonna 35, Blood Money, Battle Scarred. Blood Money is a 2016 German reissue, $29.99 on that. And Hateful Agony, Plastic Culture Pestilence. That's a 2018 purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. And Sinister, Diabolical Summoning. What? Let me read that again. Sinister, Diabolical Summoning. That's clear with orange and green splatter, $34.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Beatles, Stockholm and Blackpool. So the Beatles is an unofficial, this is vintage Beatles recordings, Stockholm 63 and Blackpool 65, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Next thing is Madonna 31, Madonna 35, Madonna 35, Madonna 36. Justin Deckelman got Sinister. And then over here, Madonna has a bid for $50. The Michael Jackson promo has one bid for $7 with Donna. I'm about to sell it. Next thing is Protector, the Mad. Protector is a 2015 yellow with black splatter. Protector is $29.99. And Angels and Airwaves Love Album Part 2. That is sealed, $74.99. 2023 Grape Colored Vinyl, $74.99. Blink 182. Blink 182 is $29.99. Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, $29.99. Madonna's at $50 with Todd Saw. Final call on that. Next thing is Robert Vladicek on Angels and Airwaves. Amanda Davis second. The Beatles has a bid for $35. Donna gets Michael Jackson for $7. We have Judas Priest, Redeemer of Souls, $124.99. Foil cover, a 2014 OG, $124.99. Robert Vladicek also against Blink 182. We have MOD, Method of Destruction, a 30th anniversary, red, white, and blue vinyl, $34.99 for MOD. And we have Carnivorous. What does this say? Visions of Infidelity. 2023 gold with black splatter, $131,200, $49.99. Okay, and then Defleshed is going back in the crate. No, that was God Dethroned. Which one was it, Hiram? Put back Defleshed. Okay, wasn't this, wasn't that? I think that was in the last crate, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so let's go over here. This. Now, these metal guys, they bring out dictionaries when they name their albums. They have thesauruses and dictionaries, and they come up with these words that I think only like a couple people know in the world. So you have to bring out a dictionary and be like, what the heck are they saying? We have Deflesh, Grind, and this is going back for $29.99. And then Wraith, this is Absolute Power, 2022 Black and Gray Merge. Wraith is $44.99. And then Deicide, Scars of the Crucifix. Deicide is sealed, reissue maybe on colored vinyl, $29.99. Okay, Madonna is sold to Todd Saw for $50. The Beatles is a no bid. You can pick that up for $35. And then next thing over here is Jeremiah Stasich on MOD. That's sold to him. Master Mall on D for Deicide. And then we have Cancer, The Sins of Mankind, 2015 remaster, $19.99. And then this is Bullet for My Valentine, $24.99 for Bullet for My Valentine. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1989 USOG. This is a $55 start. It's near mint. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. And Emily Littleton, Beatles 35. You know what? Emily might have bid on this originally. Emily, you might have put a bid on this early when I laid it down, didn't I? Or didn't you? Maybe, maybe not. You know what? Now that I see that you claimed it, I think you even bid on this originally, but it could have got, yeah, it did get lost. My bad. You put your name and then that's why I messed up. Okay, so Emily, yes, you do get the Beatles for $35, okay? Bullet is sold to Danzig, and then John Howard gets Cancer. And then over here, we have Amanda next on Bullet, Stevie Ray Vaughan, 60. And we have Memoriam, Requiem for Mankind, $24.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Strawberry Fields Forever. This is a really cool Beatles bootleg. So this one is Demos and Rarities. This one's really cool. I have this one myself. Strawberry Fields Forever, $35 start on that. Memoriam is sold to Ken Crooker. That is sold to Ken Crooker. And then over here, Exodus. That is Shovel-Headed Kill Machine. Exodus is on black vinyl, sealed for $39.99. Hiram next to Memoriam. Bolt Thrower, the Ninth Crusade. Bolt Thrower is sealed, $34.99. And Rex Brown, Smoke on This. Rex Brown, that's from Pantera. 2017 clear with black smoke. Rex Brown is $24.99. And then over here we have Rainbows, Kitties, Flowers, and Puppies. That is Manial, M-A-N-I-A-L, 2017 white vinyl, $19.99. So next is Strawberry Fields 35. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $55 start. Looking for a bid, and John and Nick Bargeron's in at $60. And then over here we have Matt Nichols on Bolt Thrower. That's sold to Matt Nichols. X-Wing 81 on Rex. That's sold to X-Wing 81. And this looks very familiar. This is Death Angel, Fall from Grace. Death Angel is sealed, $34.99, a 2017 press. E for John Howard, and that was for Exodus. Thank you, John Howard. That's so to you. And now we have another 45 to put up for auction, and that is Michael Jackson, and that is Want to Be Starting Something. Wanting to Be Starting Something, and that's a white label promo, 1982, Michael Jackson, a $7 start. Next thing over here is this. We have Cannibal Corpse. And this Cannibal Corpse is $99.99. Holy moly. So $100, a 2021 green with yellow splatter, that is $99.99. Dying Fetus, Stop at Nothing. Dying Fetus is unopened, $29.99. And we have, holy moly, what does that say? $29.99. Crave, Craze, Crave, Cave, Cookies. As Rapture Comes. This is $29.99. 2024 Cyan vinyl. I still don't know what it says. Crave, Crave. I think it's Grave. Sean Lee Hooker. Just want to make sure you do want Cannibal Corpse at $99.99. He's probably like, yes, Chad, I do. That's why I put CC. And then over here, Master Mall on G, and I bet that's for Grave. Okay, and then Jay Neutral on Dying Fetus, and then Iva next on Grave. And then we have, oh my gosh, what's that one say? that one's almost funny. Blood Incarnation, $39.99. That one's almost funny, okay? Holy crap. $39.99. Blood Incarnation, $39.99 on that one. And then Corner Mental Vortex, sealed for $49.99. And then this is Misery, A Necessary Evil, $34.99 on Misery. And Sinister, Cross the Sticks, that is $39.99. Wow. Whew, I threw those at y'all fast, too. I don't even know what I honestly just read through there. Hold on. Let me go over here and say a prayer right quick, too. Holy moly. When I'm doing a crate like this, I'm afraid the floor is going to open up and I'm going to fall into a pit of Hades. Oh, my gosh. Whew. I got to have somebody come over here and put their hand on my forehead. Okay, next thing over here is this. Boom. We left off by saying Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $60. Strawberry Fields is $35. We sold Cannibal Corpse. Okay. That went to Sean Fairweather. And then Grave went to Master Ma as well. And then Dying Fetus to Jay Nutra. Ivan R. next on Grave. Okay. And then Jeremiah Stessage next on Grave. Master Ma on BBI. And that was Blood Incarnation. Y'all know what that is just based on the logo. That's sold to Master Ma 666. And then Joseph McCormick next on Grave. Deckelman on C. And that's for Corner. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Jeremiah Stessage next on Blood Incarnation. Jim Cooper on S. Now, S, Jim Cooper was possibly for Sinister. If not, it's already sold. And then Jeremiah Stessage next on Corner. And then Lloyd Travis bid $36 on the Beatles. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $64 with Josh Jones. Okay, so very quickly, nobody bid on Michael Jackson, and my two main Michael Jackson bidders said they don't need it. So that's only a $7 buy now for wannabe starting something. Jim Cooper does want Sinister, and we're about to recap this crate. Okay, now over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $64. That's with Josh Jones. Nick Bargeron's back in at $65. And Emily's right back in on the Beatles at $40. And that means Travis, who just bid? Lloyd Travis, you're out, okay? That's definitely worthy of another recap. And probably can go ahead and put up another auction, okay? All right. Sorry, you're hearing me chug water. I usually mute my mic, but we don't have time. Joe DeGaldo got MJ for $7. You got it. Let's go ahead and put up a third 45. And that one is Weird Al Yankovic. Just Eat It. It looks like it has writing, probably because it was on a... look, this was on at a radio station. It says, play after 8 p.m. Take off on Beat It from Al. March of '84. The intro is 25 seconds, and it has a fade out. So that was definitely played at a radio station somewhere on the radio after 8 p.m. That's pretty cool. They even wrote notes. A takeoff of Beat It from Al. It has a 25-second intro, and it fades out at the end. March of '84, a promo copy, $7 start on that. So, yeah, tomorrow is actually Metal Night, okay? So, Metal Night tomorrow... it's going to be pretty insane because we're going to be auctioning metal records, and we're going to have more crates like this. So hope everybody's ready. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 68. And then over here, we have Midnight Hellion, Kingdom Immortal. Midnight Hellion is a 2022 limited to 500, $19.99. Also, Sacrifice, Soldiers of Misfortune. This is a 2010 Canadian, first time ever on vinyl. That is Sacrifice, $49.99. This is Morbid Angel, Formulas Fatal to the Flesh. Morbid Angel is a sealed remaster, maybe on colored vinyl, $39.99. This is a Revolver exclusive, Go Ahead and Die. Go Ahead and Die is a 2021 white with red splatter, numbered to 300, $24.99. And then Siege of Power, Warning Blast. Siege of Power Warning Blast is white smoke, clear marble, numbered to 200, $24.99. And Blood Money, Battle Scarred, Blood Money, $29.99. So Stevie Ray Vaughan is a final call. New bid, Josh Jones, 68. Nick Bargeron, you're out. I lost Lloyd Travis on the Beatles, so let's go ahead and sell that to Emily for $40. And Weird Al's at 11. Make sure if you're done bidding, you let me know by saying out. That way we can go ahead and move on. And let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be, let's do Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead from Mars Hotel. A 74 USOG VG condition, a $20 start on Grateful Dead, okay? Stephen Lewis says, go ahead and die. Well, I hate that you feel about me that way, but okay. So that's sold, and that's sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Thank you, Stephen Lewis Jr. We have Hateful Agony, Plastic Culture Pestilence. Hateful Agony, a sealed $29.99. Also over here, we have Protector, the Mad. Protector is a 2015 yellow with black splatter, $29.99 on Protector. Judas Priest, this one's pretty cool. Redeemer of Souls, the OG from 2014, foil cover, $124.99. And then this is Carnosus, Visions of Infinity, and that was a 2023 Go with Black Splatter, $49.99. Weird Al's a double-sided promo, so it's eat it on both sides. Next is Defleshed, Grind Over Matter, sealed for $24.99. Wraith, Absolute Power, $44.99, 2022 Black and Gray Merge. Rainbows, Kitties, Flowers, and Puppies, and the name of the band is Manial, M-A-N-I-A-L, 2017 white vinyl, $19.99. Over here, Death Angel, Fall from Grace, sealed, $34.99. And we have Misery, A Necessary Evil, and we got like a demon here getting electric chaired. He probably did something bad. He wasn't supposed to. $34.99. Okay, Lloyd said he did bid 41 on the Beatles, but I might have missed it. I'll go back up here and make sure. You might have got Restream glitched because there's your bid for 36. If you did, I can put it back up. Emily bid 40. And yeah, your bid of 41. Actually, you did. I did see that. Emily, I actually need to give Lloyd another chance on this. He did bid 41. My bad. I know that's pretty clear cut, but also help me out if you put Beatles 41 instead of 41 on the Beatles. My feed moves so fast, I'm looking for keywords, okay? I'm looking for a code like SRV or a name of the artist and a bid. So sometimes if you put it like that, I could miss it. So Emily, we actually did give him one more chance. And now Emily's bid 45. So Lloyd, it's back up. And if you want to outbid Emily, she's bid $45. My bad on that. Okay. And if I ever miss a bid, just let me know. Things are moving pretty fast tonight. Crazy crates, lots of bids. And make sure you always put the artist and then the numerical. Grateful Dead has a bid for 20. Weird Al has a bid for 14. And Steve McGee's going to go ahead and get that Judas Priest right now. He says, I better get that before Chad does decide to auction that. The Death Angel is called Fall from Grace. It's sealed, $34.99. $34.99. And Lloyd says he's out. Okay, so another bump, and now that's sold to Emily for 45. Quick update, Stevie Ray Vaughan is with Josh Jones at 70. Nick Bargeron, you are out. Weird Al's at 15. Weird Al's at 15. And then Grateful Dead has one bid for 20. We've read through that metal crate twice. I will definitely go through it again later. We've got two more here from Paul. Laura's marking one, and she's already got one up here. So there's 3 more crates like that on deck. That's right, 3 more crates like that, and 2 crates of new vinyl, which I'm about to knock out one of them right now. We're probably going to go ahead and finish out the new vinyl right now. Okay. 9 crates of new vinyl. Paul marked 4. Laura's marking 2. Do the quick math on that. 9, 11. 15 crates of new stuff tonight. Wow, that doesn't count discount crates we'll go through as well. Holy moly. Okay, hope everybody has locked in with me. I'm going to actually mute my mic this time and finish off this water. And you may or may not know Weird Al's discography is not in print. It's kind of bizarro, but Weird Al, you can't get any of his original recordings. They did that movie about him, and I don't think those were actually like his cuts on there on the soundtrack. So another one of those bizarre deals where a very, very popular artist and you can't get his music reissued. So all right, I got the Rush box set. We had one come in yesterday. Here's another one. Or we had one come in on Monday. The albums, 2002 to 2012. We're talking Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork Angels. That is $159.99. 2 of these have been out of print for a long time. Feedback and Snakes and Arrows. If you need those, that's awesome. $159.99. Pink Floyd. Very cool. It's on purple vinyl. It's an unofficial bootleg. Brighton Dome, 1972. That is $44.99. Pink Floyd, Brighton Dome, 2LP purple vinyl, $44.99. And this was the first time, this concert was known for being the first time they played Dark Side of the Moon live. So you get Dark Side of the Moon, 99 cents. I've got Dangerous Toys, the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, kind of a play on there for Prince. This is $29.99. Dangerous Toys, and there was a waiting list. Let's pull this up, and then we need new auctions. Fred Cardinale was on a waiting list for this. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. And I've got 3 extra Dangerous Toys. Pink vinyl, $29.99, okay? Stevie Ray Vaughan, Josh Jones is back in at 73. Nick Bargeron's out. We definitely need to sell the Grateful Dead. Sorry that's hung up so long. Who's had that forever? Preston Rose, $20, and Weird Al's at 18. What else do I need to register? I made an account on the site. Did I hear message Facebook? No, if you register on the site, you're good. If you're on Facebook, we prefer you to message you on Facebook. We prefer to get a message on Facebook if you have Facebook. If you're going to be using YouTube or Twitch, you can just fill out the first-time buyer form. If you fill out the first-time buyer form and or send us a message on Facebook, you're registered. And we basically just need your email address and your mailing address. Mailing address for zip code for tax purposes, and email address. We send invoices on Monday. So you'll get a bill from us on Monday. We do $8 in limited shipping. And one reminder, even though this is the day after Veterans Day, we're honoring veterans this week. If you are active military or have served our country, retired, out of service, whichever, a veteran, make sure you've sent us proof in that post in uniform, or if you sent it to Ed, free shipping this week, okay? Thank you for your service. Dangerous Toys is sold to Darren Wallace. There's 2 extra copies. So Rush, Pink Floyd, Dangerous Toys, and Warrant, Ultraphobic. Now, I had somebody on a waiting list, and it was back ordered with another distributor, but I found out I could get them somewhere else. Stephen Reeves, Patty Williams, Dwayne Worley, Javi Soto. Does any of those people watching want or need one of these? Stephen Reeves, Patty Williams, Dwayne Worley, Javi Soto. This is called Warrant Ultraphobic, okay? This is $36.99. $36.99 Warrant. And we have Zach Sabbath Greatest Hits. Zach Sabbath is $33.99. Zach Sabbath, Z-A-K-K, is sold to Sarah Morgan. This is a different color. It's $33.99. And Zach Sabbath is actually, we've been having white. Zach Sabbath is white vinyl. Zach Sabbath is $33.99. So that's on white vinyl. Zach Sabbath, one sold to Sarah Morgan. I've got one more. We've been selling red. This is white vinyl. Then Metal Night moved to Tuesdays. Metal Night is Thursday. That is Thursday night. Metal Night is tomorrow. Also over here we have Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Josh Jones for $73. Weird Al's at $18. And then the Weird Al's at $20. The replacements hadn't sold, but we're about to. Suicidal Army doesn't count, and neither does Kiss Army. No, I'm talking about if you serve the Stars and Stripes, the military. That is Space Force, Marines, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, Army. The branches of the military. Now, if you did some kind of CIA undercover project, and you're covert and you're undercover and you can't tell us about it, I guess you can't get free shipping, but thank you for your service. Def Leppard, High and Dry. This is an 81 USPRC Richmond OG, $35 start. This is OG Def Leppard, now up for bid. And Thursday nights is Metal Night. Now, in the bins this week, it's been Metal Night every night. If you have a friend you're invited to Collectible and they're into metal, they need to be watching 8 hours a night, every night. The Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul. The Replacements is an 89 USOG with the original inner sleeve. $35 start. $35 start. Yeah, if you're like Mike Massey, some kind of undercover CIA, and you really can't say that you was in the military, but you did experimental, or some kind of false flag operation, and a foreign government at some point. We have AC/DC, Highway to Hell, $29.99. Highway to Hell, $29.99. And then Youngblood Idols, and this includes the autographed insert. We had a waiting list for this, Youngblood Idols, and the waiting list for Youngblood was at least 2 people, Michelle Clements and Amanda Davis. Michelle Clements and Amanda Davis, $39.99, okay? Those 2 are sold, and that is Youngblood with autographed inserts. So let me go over the top and work my way down. First thing we have is how much was warrant? $36.99. And like I said, I had an old waiting list, and I'm assuming those people did not need one. And let me read off those people again. I don't know if any of them's watching. Stephen Reeves, Patty Williams, Dwayne Worley, Javi Soto. I'm not going to tag y'all for one unless you tell me to. And I've got 2 in stock, Ultraphobic, $36.99, okay? The Pink Floyd was live, purple vinyl, Brighton Dome, 72. An unofficial, complete concert, first time they did Dark Side of the Moon and a couple other tracks. Def Leppard is an auction, $35 start on that. The Replacements has a bid for $35, Def Leppard $36, okay? And then we have AC/DC, The Razor's Edge. That is $29.99. Let me check on my waiting list for AC/DC because there could be some. I have AC/DC, Razor's Edge, James Hicks. James Hicks, you're down for a Razor's Edge. Lewis Kulick on a Youngblood. And we have 1 Youngblood left, 2 AC/DC. I have the Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down, numbered import picture disc Zoetrope. Zoetrope picture disc, Rick Astley. And the 2 people on a wait list for this was Troy Robinson and Austin Latham. So when you're playing this, you're going to get rickrolled. It looks like the music video. He's going to be dancing. It's going to be spinning. And it's going to be looking like you're getting, you know, Never Gonna Give You Up. That's $29.99. Kelly Vloddercheck gets 1, and now we have 1 left. I've also got 3 copies of Alice Cooper, 3 copies of Alice Cooper Trash. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Alice Cooper Trashed. Michael Jacob gets 1. That is sold to Michael Jacob. I have 2 left, $39.99. The other Rick Astley is sold to Mark Weiss, and we need to put Amanda Davis on a waiting list. The Replacements is sold to Craig Sweden for $35. Thank you, Craig. Send that to Craig for $0.00 free shipping. Def Leppard is a final call for $36 to Greg Smith. We needed to hear back from Nick Bargeron. Weird Al, I can't remember who has the high bid, but it's been like 10 minutes. So Weird Al is officially sold to William Warner for $22. That's sold to William Warner for $22. Darren Wallace on a Alice Cooper, Amanda Darby on a Alice Cooper, and we got 2 copies of Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks, purple vinyl. This Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks, Dangerous Tricks, and this was purple vinyl to Dave Ferguson. I've got 1 extra copy if anybody wants it. This is purple vinyl sold to Dave Ferguson. That is sold, and there's that. And then we got 3 copies of Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, $44.99 for Pink Floyd. And this is clear vinyl, Pink Floyd in Philadelphia, also doing Dark Side of the Moon. And this was a waiting list for David Dull. David Dull, I got you down for Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia. I also got you down, David, for Pink Floyd Brighton Dome. And then Darren Wallace wants Dangerous Toys. That is sold to Darren Wallace. And then we did another auction going up right now. And that next auction is Weird Al. Hope you're ready. Here's another one. This is Weird Al. I lost on Jeopardy, and I'll be mellow when I'm dead. Another Weird Al. Very nice. I'll be mellow when I'm dead, and I lost on Jeopardy. $7 start on that. I've got 2 copies here of Nick Cave and the birthday party. That's Nick Cave live in Amsterdam, an unofficial, $29.99. And then Pink Floyd, Paris, 1970. Another live unofficial Pink Floyd early there, 1970, $29.99. Weird Al has a bid for $15. I lost Nick Bargeron on Def Leppard. Let's go ahead and sell that for $36 to Greg Smith. That is sold, and I got 2 copies of Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $29.99, and we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Devotion to Emotion. That's live Red Hot Chili Peppers, $29.99, and 2 copies of Pink Floyd live at Concertgebouw, and that's in the Netherlands, 1969. So 2 more Pink Floyd. So there's 4 total Pink Floyd bootlegs there. There's Philadelphia, there's Brighton Dome, there's Netherlands, and Paris. Netherlands 69, Paris 70, Brighton Dome 73, and Philadelphia 73, okay? Over here is this, Weird Al. The last bid over here is the following. $20, and that was with now 25 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and let's do another Beatles. And this is called the Beatles East Coast Invasion. Previously unreleased 64 U.S. tour interviews. Sealed Beatles tour interviews, $15 start on that one. The Netherlands, this last one here was $29. September 17th, 1969. $29.99 on that. So the first thing in here is the Rush box set, $159.99 for Rush. The albums 2002-2012, that's a 4 album box set, $159.99. Pink Floyd sold to Master Moth for $29. Weird Al's at $25, now $28. The Beatles, and now Weird Al's at $27, $28. I'm going to take these off the table so we can see our wall a little bit better back there. Whoa. So Ozzy, $1,275. And Paul McCartney is $7,500. I'm going to put these right over here before they fall, and so y'all can see the back wall. Back there in the back, we got Cycle Circus for $33, Paranoid for $29, Jar Flies for $24, okay? Next thing is the Beatles has a bid for $15. Need another LP, but right now we got Pink Floyd Brighton Dome for $44. It's a 2 LP, and then... Uh-oh, hold on a minute. I just got an email from StubHub. This is big. This is my McCartney refund. Chad, on Wednesday, StubHub processed your refund. Whew. Oh, what a relief. $980. So by me buying a fake ticket to Paul McCartney and buying one at the box office, I saved $650. Whew. What a relief. What a relief. So I bought a fake ticket to the Paul McCartney show. They would not let me in. Luckily, I got there 10 hours early to get in line. I just found out I'm getting my money back, and I waited all day, but I got one at the box office for $300. And you know, 30 minutes before doors opened, they still had McCartney tickets for sale at the box office. So for weeks and months, people were on social media talking about how expensive McCartney was. None of those tickets that people bought, none of those tickets people bought for thousands of dollars, all those were fake. So everybody that was in that show last Thursday night, no one paid an expensive price for a ticket. So no one paid for an expensive ticket to see Paul McCartney. Everybody in that building paid about $300. So, which is, in my opinion, for Paul McCartney in a small venue, ridiculously cheap. So, in 2025. Okay, what a relief. Okay, I saw that email come in. I was like, oh my gosh, that's big. Okay, so over here, Weird Al for $28, Weird Al $27, Beatles $15, Weird Al $35, and Weird Al $30. Amanda Davis wants a Jar of Flies, $24.99, sold to Amanda Davis. No, Paul changed the set list up a little. He played a song he hadn't played in a long time every night. He played that one from his first album, McCartney. That was the first time he played that on tour in this last several years. Okay, then over here we have Weird Al. Weird Al's at 30 with Tim Voldness, and Kelly Vlodarchek has it for 35. And then we sold Amsterdam here. Thank you, Shannon Mashaka. Almost missed that. So both Pink Floyd Amsterdams are sold out. Rush, Pink Floyd Brighton Dome. Dangerous Toys, the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, pink vinyl, limited to 1,000, $29.99. Zach Sabbath, that's Zach Wild covering Black Sabbath, white vinyl for $33. We have AC/DC Highway to Hell for $29. Everything in here is new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. Youngblood Idol, silver vinyl with autographed insert, $39. Warrant Ultraphobic for $36. I've got 2 copies in stock. AC/DC Razor's Edge, You've Been Thunderstruck, $29. Pink Floyd in Philadelphia, $44. Clear vinyl. Nick Cave Amsterdam 81, $29. Pink Floyd Paris 1970, $29. Anthrax, $29. Red Hot Chili Peppers Live 1991, $29.99. It's actually live in 89 in Ohio and California in 91. Okay. Weird Al is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, and that's sold to Kelly for $35. And then Littleton, which is Emily Littleton, our new Beatles buyer tonight. That's sold to Emily for $15. And now let's put up another auction. Van Halen. Van Halen Diver Down is a 1982 US Jacksonville OG. EX++ near minus, $35 start on that. $35 start. Van Halen Diver Down, $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? Van Halen Diver Down, and I'm going to put, we need something back there, Unknown Rock Soldier on AC/DC. How about we put another copy back there? There we go. There's some new artwork. AC/DC 29. Let me try to get that glare off, though. Like that. Nope. I kick it in this way. Better. Okay, there's that, and Van Halen 35. My friend is driving one of the buses on the Get Back McCartney tour, asked if he'd get an autograph. He said, no, you can even be fired for asking that. No autographs. Nope. That's why I'm asking $7,500 for the one over here we've got. All right, let's go through another crate. Here we go. Van Halen, $35. And then Roger Waters, Music from the Body. Roger Waters, what a bizarre one here. So this was like a kind of a soundtrack type deal he did. This is an 87 UK reissue, original on sleeve, $20. No joke. I bet, of course, those guys that play with him, his band that's been playing with him for 25 years or whatever, I mean, they probably wouldn't ask him at this point, but probably even if they asked him, he would probably get upset. So he just doesn't like his signature out there. He's tired of that. Yeah, he's been asked for 50 years. So he's like, I'm over it. No soup for you. No signatures for you. We have Typo Negative, Bloody Kisses, Suspended in Dust, 30th anniversary, sealed, $54.99. A Give Me Metal vinyl edition. This is on Verdurin Void limited to 500. I don't know what's going on there, but it's some kind of limited edition version of Bloody Kisses, $54.99, Typo Negative. We have Pestilence, Levels of Perception. Pestilence is 2024 numbered green vinyl, $34.99 on Pestilence. And then Pig Destroyer, Prowler in the Yard, Pig Destroyer. That is a 2024 Oxblood and Ripple Effect, $29.99. Deckelman on P for Pestilence. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. And we have Iron Age, The Sleeping Eye. Iron Age is $24.99. Iron Age, $24.99. Peace and love, peace and love. Yeah, I've seen that on Howard Stern, and then that just popped up on my feed. I was watching it this morning. How crazy. Yeah, peace and love. Please don't ever ask me for an autograph again. Ringo will attack you, okay? So you can't attack him, he'll attack you. Do not ask for an autograph from Ringo. How about Sloop John B., the Beach Boys? Come on, Sloop John B. in the picture sleeve. Beach Boys is going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, Deckelman on P for Pestilence, and then moving over here, we have what? This is who? Inhuman Nature, 2019 red with black splatter, OG, Inhuman Nature, $59.99. And Slaughter, this is Chapato, I guess. Slaughter is black vinyl remaster, $24.99. And Mushroom Head, Call the Devil. Mushroom Head is on red vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Wow, more metal. Senses Fail, Still Searching. This is a 2022 on magenta, $29.99. And Septic Stench, Piles of Festering Decomposition. Wow. Sealed, $29.99. Clear with yellow and blue smoke on Metal Blade. All right, the last bid on Van Halen was from our newest bidder, Zachary Flowers, at $26. Nobody's been on Music from the Body, so that's $25, and Beach Boys is at $7. Okay? And then Deckelman on 200. That was for what now? Was that for, oh, this here, 200 stab wounds. Yes, that's sold to Justin Deckelman. We've been selling their stuff. And then over here we have Megadeth, United Abominations. Megadeth is sealed, 2019 remaster, $44.99. And Soilwork, Stabbing the Drama. That's a 2023 red vinyl, $34.99 on that. Next auction going up right now is Tanya Tucker, Tennessee Woman. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It's a 1990 USOG Club, only time time ever pressed. Yeah. I think this was only available through the club, not sold in stores. Tanya Tucker is a $20 start on that. $20 start on that. And then Van Halen over here is sold to our new buyer. Zachary says he's registered. Thank you, Zachary, and welcome to Collectible. That's sold to you for $36. And then over here we have M for William Warner on Megadeth. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Beach Boys is a no bid, $7 buy it now. Roger Waters is a no bid, $25 buy it now. And then Tanya Tucker's up for a $25 start. Next thing over here is I was on wait list for Tame Impala and Deadbeat Twisted Christmas. I'm pretty sure I've ordered them, Jerry, but I'll have them make another note to make sure they either ordered and didn't ship, or I'm not for sure, unless they're in the next crate that's coming up. Let's make a note, okay? Jerry Stone, and I'll write it down too. He was supposed to on Tame Impala. Tame Impala, and that one's called Deadbeat, and then Twisted Christmas. And that was for Stone. Okay, I'll make sure they, I don't think they're in the crate coming up, but I'll check the status for you. William Warner on M, and M was for Megadeth. Next is Danny Thomason on Slaughter. Josh Brown next on Megadeth. Eric Van Leuven on Beach Boys, and then X-Wing 81 on Soilwork. There's Tanya Tucker. And then our next auction is going up right now, and this is Talking Heads, and this is a 78 US Los Angeles OG. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's EX, more songs about buildings and food. That's a $25 start. And then a Japanese pressing that's going to go up for a $1 start. You heard me correctly, $1 start, and that is ABBA. And ABBA is Greatest Hits Volume 2. It does have the Obi, and this is a Japanese pressing. Just a really nice copy. It's got a couple of those humidity spots right there, but it's nice, and that's just a $1 start on that. Next is Ritual Servant. Albus Mendicium, that is on white vinyl for $24.99. Also Suffocation, Despise the Sun. Suffocation's $29.99. Blood with Mustard and Butterfly with Black Splatter, $29.99 on Suffocation. Also Violence, Let the World Burn, orange red vinyl, 2022. Sealed $29.99. This is Behemoth below. Behemoth is a 2021 purple with gray, unopened at $34.99. And then Sepultura Quadra 2020 sealed. Sepultura $34.99. And then over here we have Trance Power Infusion. Trance is 2014 blue and yellow, $39.99. Laura says, I thought Tame Impala was the title I had ordered again, so I have those back here. I can bring them up since you apparently ordered them too. I don't know if I did or not. Maybe Jerry asked to go on a waiting list and they never did write it down. It could have got lost. But if you have one available, let's go ahead. You can just bring me one or all of them. We'll go ahead and tag one for Jerry. But yeah, I don't remember that one. That was Beartooth, not Behemoth. Okay, let me go back. That is Beartooth. Sorry. Yeah, Beartooth below. Beartooth is unopened, $34.99. Not Behemoth. My bad. So over here, we're about to sell Tanya for $25. We're about to sell Talking Heads for $25. And then Alonzo put S. And Alonzo S in here was for Sepultura. If that's not right, let me know. And then over here, we have Amanda Davis on Beartooth. That's sold to Amanda Davis. And then Danzig was next. And then we have Toxic, Thank This. Toxic is a 2022 white vinyl number to 500, $39.99. And Accept Humanoid. Accept is 2024 black vinyl, $24.99. Alonzo said S was for Suffocation, not for Sepultura, okay? So let's go back over here. Alonzo wants Suffocation, okay? And then X-Wing on BT, and BT for X-Wing was for something. Thank you, Laura. And Jerry, I've got those right over here. So give me 1 second. We'll tag those, Jerry, in just a second. So Soil Work, Beartooth, and Suffocation. So X-Wing on BT, that was for Beartooth. So you were third on Beartooth, X-Wing. Alonzo got Suffocation. Dwayne wants Ritual Servant Detail. Ritual Servant Detail. Ritual Servant, Albus Mendicium. Some kind of Latin thing there. White vinyl, $24.99. Definitely some kind of goats doing some kind of service, okay? $24.99 white vinyl. Justin Deckelman on T, and that's for Toxic. So to Justin Deckelman. ABBA has one bid for $1. Ken Crooker on Accept. Mike Straw's next on Accept. ABBA has another one bid for $1, and Chris Ferrara next on ABBA for $5. Talking Heads sold one bid, $25, and that's sold to Scott Dwallow, $25, and then Tanya Tucker one bid with our new buyer tonight, and that was Emmy Littleton for $25. So let me go ahead and tell you all this right now. A lot of stuff tonight, one bid. That's because a lot of people like, oh no, Chad's doing another bunch of metal stuff tonight. I'm not going to tune in, and all these other records are going up. So this is a lot of great stuff just slipping through because I was like, oh, he's doing metal again. What is this, Metal Wednesday? You've got to be kidding me. I'm just going to go to bed. And then here's all these auctions getting one bid. The cheapest I've ever sold to Boston. Stuff just getting one bid, $1 starts, $5 bids, and everybody's asleep right now. I was like, oh no, he's doing metal again. I'm just going to go ahead and go to bed. And now we're breaking world records for the cheapest records ever sold. Chad Snyder got Roger Waters for $25. Is the Violence a modern concert or earlier concert? Violence is Let the World Burn. Violence is studio recordings. 2022 red orange marble vinyl, $29.99. Red orange marble vinyl. ABBA 3, ABBA 5, ABBA 5, ABBA 5. And then over here, Dwayne wants Ritual Servant. But first, my crate's full. So let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick, okay? Because this is full. And we need to put this right here. And I need to put this right here. And then we need to put this over here. And then the first thing is this, ABBA 7, ABBA Out, and then ABBA 10, ABBA 10. I have over here, this is Eat Metal, Iron Britain, and that is $24.99. And then this is Ritual Servant. Ritual Service, so to Dwayne Caldwell. So one of two things. Let's go ahead and tag this, Tame Impala Deadbeat. Let's give one to Jerry Stone. Does anybody else want a copy of Tame Impala Deadbeat? This is indie exclusive Coke bottle clear vinyl, $44.99. So Jerry, it looks like maybe I did order those. Maybe Laura ordered more. I'm not real for sure. On the Twisted Christmas, either I ordered it and it wasn't in stock, or I haven't ordered it yet. Either way, I'll make sure. I could have ordered them and they were back out of stock. Okay? And then over here, we have ABBA 7, ABBA 10, ABBA Twin, ABBA 10, ABBA 12, ABBA 12. Next thing is something here. Here we go. Goshia, $24.99, Black and Violent, limited 100, $24.99. And we have Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever, Forever Doom. Zach Sabbath is red vinyl, $34.99. I can order Twisted Christmas right now. Go ahead and order 3 copies. And Jerry Stone, that means that should be in as soon as possible. All right, let's put up another auction over here, and let's do another Beatles. And this is the Beatles, and this is actually BBC Sessions from '63, spring and summer. It is called the Beatles, and we're going to call it Beep. The Beep recordings, BBC, $35 start on that, okay? Next thing is Scott Dwallow wants this record, J-O-G, which was Goetia. G-O-E-T-I-A, right, Scott? That's so to you, okay? And then let's go back over here, and the first thing we have is Iron is sold to Mike Straws, and then the color on Typo Negative. So the first record in the crate was Bloody Kisses. It says a Gimme Metal Vinyl Club Edition. Viridian Void, limited to 500, sealed $54.99. ABBA's at $12, and then we got Eccentrics for Whose Advantage. Eccentrics is a limited edition 1500 on blue vinyl. Eccentrics is numbered, music on vinyl, blue vinyl, $34.99. And Witching Hour, and The Silent Grave Shadows, The Passing Moon. That is a 2018 black vinyl, $19.99. Charlie Bucks on Eccentric, Cosmo Kramer next. ABBA has hit $15, and Emily Littleton on Zach Sabbath. Let's go ahead and tag that for Emily Littleton. Okay, and then next what we're going to do is put up another single over here, I hope. What was next over here? Oh, yeah, Depeche Mode. I had this last night. I almost showed it a couple times. I was like, I'll wait on this because 1997 Depeche Mode, Barrel of a Gun, and Painkiller. Depeche Mode is a $7 start. Just has some light dust. In the original Reprise sleeve, Depeche Mode is a $7 start. Bradley Smith on Typo Negative. Are you the one who asked about it? Yeah, okay, so to Bradley Smith. Next is Bare Tooth. The Surface. Bare Tooth is clear with pink cloudy, sealed for $24.99, Bare Tooth. And then Warrant. The Enforcer. That's not Cherry Pie warrant. That's a different warrant. $34.99 on that. Beartooth sold to Mark Stanley. The Beatles has a new bid for $36 with Marco Villavicencio. And then we have Beartooth, and then Beartooth, and then Beartooth, and then Victor Guerra on Witchengower. The Beatles has a new bid for $37. Depeche Mode is a $7 start. And then ABBA, the last bid on ABBA was Marco, also at $15. Marco also has that at $15. This is Hell Witch, and it's called Annihilation Interception. Hell Witch is sealed on red vinyl, $34.99. Warbringer, Weapons of Tomorrow. Warbringer is $24.99. And Private Function, this is Saint Anger. Interesting. Private Function, Saint Anger. 2021 Chocolate Starfish Colored Vinyl, $29.99. Does this have anything to do with Metallica? I guess not. Melbourne, it's got a lot of Metallica themes, but I don't think nothing to do with Metallica. $29.99. And then over here, we have Devourment, Conceived in Sewage. Devourment is a 2023 tricolor with splatter, $32.99 on that. Beatles 37, Beatles 40. And then over here, Jeremiah Stasich on Hell Witch. And now Beatles 41, and Deckelman on Warbringer sold to Deckelman. And then we also have, holy moly, this is, thank you, Paul, Ectoplasma, ECTO Plasma, Death Metal, $19.99. Over here is ABBA. The last bid on ABBA is sold to Marco Villavicencio for, let me make sure Ginger Lynch said out. Hold on a second. Ginger Lynch, I want to make sure you know you were outbid before I do say sold, okay? And then Rolling Stones came in. Yes, Glenn, I tagged it for you earlier. Senses Fail. Senses Fail is a 2022 orange vinyl, $29.99 for Senses Fail. And Ashes Lie Still by Ingested, sealed, $29.99. 2022 smoky colored vinyl, Ingested. Sinner, Dangerous Charm. Sinner is numbered yellow vinyl, $29.99. Deckelman on Ingested. And then Scenic Focus, 2013 remaster, $74.99. King Crooker on Center, and Cosmo was next. And then this is Entrails, Rise of the Reaper. Entrails, Rise of the Reaper, $19.99. And that's sold to Deckelman before I could even figure out what it was. Depeche Mode is a no bid. It's a $7 buy it now. ABBA is sold to Marco Villavicencio for $15, okay? That's sold to him, Marco Villavicencio, for $15, okay? That was ABBA, which was a $1 start. Okay, then James Davidson asked, which Private Function was that? Let's go back for that. Private Function. It's called Saint Anger, like the Metallica album. $29.99, James Davidson. And then Deckelman on War. If you're talking about Warbringer, I already tagged that for you. Hiram next on Entrails. Beatles is at 45, and then how much was Scenic? Scenic was $74.99, a 2013 remaster, okay? James Davidson said, take it, and he asked about, James Davidson asked about Private Function, the Saint Anger record. Deckelman wants the Warrant Enforcer, this one back here, yeah. Okay, there's those, and this crate's definitely worthy of another read-through, but as usual, y'all have just about bought everything in there. Holy moly, okay? So first thing is this, Pig Destroyer, Prowler in the Yard, Custom Ripple Edition, 2024 Oxblood and Ripple Effect. We're going to do the last crate of brand new vinyl next, and then there is another crate like this from Paul, another crate from Laura, and then Laura's working on another crate. Wow. We have Iron Age, The Sleeping Eye. Iron Age is a 2019, $24.99. Final call on the Beatles for $47. Our next auction is going to go up right now. and that is Hank Williams Jr. 5-0, and this is sealed, never been opened. It's an 85 US retail copy, $15 start on that. We also had, this one was kind of pricey, Inhuman Nature, $59.99. It's a 2019 red with black splatter, and this is actually an OG press. $59.99 for Inhuman Nature. Iron Age sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you on that. And then Mushroom Head, that is Call the Devil on red vinyl, sealed $34.99. Senses Fail, still searching. Senses Fail is on 2022 Magenta, $29.99. Hank is a $15 start. Marco Villavicencio gets the Beatles for $47. And the next thing we have is this, the Beatles 20x4. So a lot of information on here from Laura. The Beatles 20x4 is an unofficial from 1979. It's a very random Beatles compilation. It's got 5 Beatles tracks, 3 from Paul McCartney, 2 from George Harrison, 1 from Ringo, 1 John Lennon, 1 Wings, and 2 by unknown artists, Walton Jones and Kenny O'Dell. Interesting. Sealed Beatles 20x4, a $55 start. Hank Jr. has bids for $15 and now $20. Over here we got Trance, Power and Fusion. Trance is $39.99. Now I actually think that's an album based out of the 80s. Yeah, I think so. 82, 83. This is a 2014 on blue and yellow. Trance is $39.99. Blue and yellow. Very cool. So there's Trance. And then we have Sepultura Quadra, the 2020. And I think what 2020 means, it's like a different mix. Sepultura, $34.99. So Violence, Let the World Burn, that's a 2022 Orange Red Marble, $29.99 for Violence. And this is Devourment, Conceived in Sewage, Tricolor Merge with Splatter, that is $32.99. And then Ectoplasma, 2022 Death Metal, that's Inferna Kalaba, $19.99. Senses Fail, Life is Not a Waiting Room, 2022 Orange Vinyl, $29.99 for Senses Fail. And Cynic Focus is $74.99. Hank Jr.'s at $25. The Beatles is sealed, a $55 start for that sealed bootleg. All right, right into the next crate. Thanks everybody on those. And we're going to compile all the metal together at the end of the night, and we'll go through one big recap of everything. But right now, this is another big restock crate. I think it's got a lot of Pink Floyd, some Zeppelins, a couple new releases, and some waiting list. It's a lot of major artist restocks though. Okay, let me catch my breath after that. Holy moly, I'm gonna need a monster sooner than later. The problem is though, I got a little bit left in this one. I need to go put it up here in the fridge because this one's only like 2/3 full, and I had a craving for water. Let me go get some more water. I'm gonna put this back in the fridge, hopefully so it gets cold. Hopefully I don't forget about it and a customer comes in tomorrow and is like, ooh, who left an open can of Monster up here in the Coke cooler? So in the meantime, I'm going to get a bottle of Dasini. There we go. Get some label branding there. All right. Whew. All right. Emily is bidding on the Beatles. Now, Emily, since you are a first-time buyer and you've made a lot of first-time purchases, first of all, I'd like to welcome you to Collectible. But just FYI, because you're new and you've bought a lot, especially auctions and kind of pricier stuff, just FYI, if you get to a certain point tonight, we may have to invoice you early, or I may ask my invoicing department to send you an invoice tomorrow morning whenever they get in and get all your records tagged, okay? Because they watch us on a delay, so I really don't know what you've bought or how much, but just because I know you're new, we get to a certain point and we go ahead and tag and we send invoice, okay? So you can buy as much as you want to. I don't care if you spend $1,000 tonight, but just I ask one thing. If you have the money to buy it, make sure you have the money to buy it. Does that make sense? Okay. I also need to go ahead and show these. So these have been out of print forever, or not out of print, out of production, I should say. These are MoFi sleeves, okay? And MoFi sleeves MoFi sleeves are always the toughest to get, it seems like. These are back in stock. I really should have marked them 29, but I went ahead and did them the same price of all of our other sleeves, 26. So I did a restock alert, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, 50 pack, $26.99. So we use any kind of other brand, but a lot of people are pretty OCD and they want MoFi brand. So I know Paul, he wants MoFi on all of his. So I have 50 packs in stock, I think, maybe 25. This is a 50 pack and they're $26.99, okay? And I've went ahead and made a post. We need them, and I know y'all need them. So if you missed that post, these are $26.99. Clifford Umstead wants 3 packs. There's 3 packs for Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. And then we got 1 pack for Mark Morris. And then 2 packs for Mike Owen. There's 1 for Mike. And there's another for Mike. And then Clay Moore gets a pack, okay? So those are all sold. And we have a pack for Patrick C. Smith and a pack for Jay Nutra. Very cool. And for the longest, people were like, Chad, MoFi sleeves are on Amazon for $50. And I was like, yeah, but that's because they're out of production and the algorithm has it, you know, up because they're low stock or out of stock. Jonathan Berg on 2 packs. And this is all part of your $8 in limited shipping. And then Stanley Richmond on a pack, okay? I'm about to ask my distributor. I think I get a price break if I order like 500 packs. We're eventually going to use them, and I think I'm going to go ahead and order like 500 packs. I can get them cheaper, and that will save us a lot of hassle trying to get all these in here. So Stanley Richmond on a pack. And then we have 2 packs sold to Ken Crooker, okay? I'm going to count all those out because we need to get this down to the exact number. And Ken Crooker are the last person, okay? So Clifford Umstead, 1, 2, 3 packs. Mark Morris with a pack. Mike Owen with 2 packs. And then Clay Moore. And then over here, we got 1 for Patrick C. Smith. We got 1 for Jay Nutra. 2 for Jonathan Berg. And then Ken Crooker. I think I need to put another one in here. Let me go ahead and do that. Sorry for the delay. I just got to make sure I have these down to the penny because, or down to the exact. Clifford Umstead on 3, Mark Morris, Mike Owen on 2, Clay Moore. And then we got 1 for Patrick C. Smith, 1 for Jay Nutra, 2 for Jonathan Berg, Stanley Richmond, and then Ken Crooker. Boy, I need another one in there for Ken Crooker. Okay, there's 2 for Ken Crooker. And then Hiram Aponte on a pack, okay? Hiram Aponte. I'm going to count those one more time, and I think I'm caught up. I'm done through Hiram, I think. So Clifford Umstead on 3, Mark Morris on 1, Mike Owen on 2, and then Clay Moore. And then live claims was Patrick C. Smith, Jay Nutra, Jonathan Berg on 2, Stanley Richmond, Ken Crooker on 2, and then Hiram Aponte, okay? And let me go get my other bag. And most people say MoFi is the best. I don't really know, but it's all subjective, but they're pretty dang good sleeves, okay? And these are packs of 50, just $26.99. And this is all part of $8 in limited shipping too, okay? So we got Bob Monozniak on 1, and we got Donna on 1, and we're done through Donna. I have a whole nother case I just opened, so I should have about 20 packs left. I mean 10. Yeah, I should have about 10 packs left, okay? And now we need to sell the Beatles. And that's sold to Emily Littleton for $55. And I hope everybody knows that we're done on Hank Jr. Mike Post had it for $26. Danzig, you were the next bidder, and he said out, so this sold to Mike Post for $26. All right, and then let's start a new crate. I have about 10 or 12 packs left in stock. And I think, like I said, I'm literally about to order about 500, so we always have them. They had 2,000 and something in stock as of yesterday. So they had a bunch, but if I order 500 and get a bunch stocked up, that's going to take literally about a fourth of their inventory away. So Mitch T wants a pack, and so does Brian Reynolds. And like I said, I recommend storing all of your records in anti-static sleeves like this, whether they're MoFi or vinyl style like we normally sell. I recommend putting your records in these, okay? All right. New auctions. Right now, we have one of our next Beatles, which is a really good, well-known bootleg, 5 Nights in a Judo Arena. That's the Beatles In Japan, 1966, a vintage bootleg, VG condition, a $25 start. And then Gene Parsons, the Flying Burrito Brothers, Sleepless Night. Graham Parsons, a 76 Terre Haute EX $25 start. In this crate, I got Led Zeppelin Presents for $33.99, 180 gram. And then this is new Black Crowes, Amorica. So the box set's also coming out. I didn't have a pre-order. This is the newest 2 LP. Includes 3 B-sides, so it's kind of got some bonus tracks on it. The Black Crowes is $39.99. Pink Floyd Animals is $29.99. That's the remaster, $29.99 for Animals, and this is very cool. An official release, Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder, a 3 LP, expanded, the complete show, not 9 songs not on the 1988 2 LP, $79.99. The Black Crowes is sold to Glenn over on Twitch. There's 2 extra copies of that. Beatles, $25, and then Graham Parsons is also a $25 star. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99, and then we had a wait list for Ozzy, No More Tears. John Bergenstorm. Thank you, John Bergenstorm, on this. I got 2 more copies of Ozzy for $44.99. Stanley Richmond wants a pack of MoFi sleeves. Those are sold to Stanley Richmond. And the Beatles has another bid for $25. Donna wants to know, can she bid on another $45? Let's see if I got one over here you might want to bid on. This doesn't look like it's up Donna's alley, but I know it's up a lot of people's alley. Beck is Steve Threw Up and Mother Effer. I don't know if that's the same Beck. I'm assuming it is, but I seen it over here last night, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Beck is a $7 start. Next is 2 copies of A Momentary Lapse of Reason. That is a 2 LP remixed and updated, 45 RPM. Pink Floyd 44. This is Pink Floyd galore. And Ozzy Black Rain. Ozzy is $36.99. Black Rain. And let's look up Ozzy. Should have about 12 waiting lists for different Ozzy stuff. The next thing is Black Rain, Tom Kelly. Thank you, Tom Kelly. That one sold to him. I got 2 extra copies. Beck has a bid for 7. So Emily Preston bid 25 on the Beatles before you did, so you're technically out. Led Zeppelin 3 is 29. Alice in Chains Facelift is 38. And then Beach House Teen Dream. This was a wait list for Sean Lee Hooker, Sean Fairweather, Led Zeppelin Lover 101. And this is Beach House. And this is sold to Sean Fairweather, okay? And there is 2 extra copies, $29.99 on that. And then there's 2 of those. And then Biohazard, Urban Discipline. There was a waiting list for Biohazard, Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Fred Cardinal, on Urban Discipline, $44.99. And then there's 1 left, and those are from Run Out Groove. They're numbered on the back. And the last is Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, $29.99. So that was a big bunch of Led Zeppelin and a big bunch of Pink Floyd with a couple other things mixed in. Mark Weiss wants a Beach House. That's sold to Mark Weiss. And who is the Pink Floyd remix by? So Momentary Lapse of Reason, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, remixed and updated. Remixed in 2019 from the original master tapes, heavy 180 gram pressing, 24-page book. Half-speed master, cut at 45 for enhanced audio quality, $44.99, okay? So that left Led Zeppelin, Biohazard, Beach House, Alice in Chains, Led Zeppelin, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Black Crowes, and Led Zeppelin. A lot of restocks. That's why I went through that crate last. That was just like a lot of essentials. We might not sell one tonight, but they will eventually sell. Everybody always needs a copy of The Wall, or Led Zeppelin 3, or Alice in Chains Facelift, or Ozzy No More Tears. And then nobody bid on Graham Parsons. That can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. And then Beck just has 1 bid. Beck has 1 bid with Mitch T for $7, okay? Next is I was like 1 vinyl sleeve and 1 album sleeve, okay? So sell right here, Stanley Richmond. This is sold to Stanley Richmond, and then also tag him for a pack of outer sleeves. So now that I'm done with inner sleeves, Facelift is $38.99. I have not actually shown live here on camera packs of outer sleeves, I don't think, in months, because usually people, if they need them, they just ask for them. But maybe if I go back here and grab a pack and I actually show them, y'all might decide you need some, because some people probably have never seen them. and got a chance to bid. Here they are. So yeah, they just keep them stocked back here. We just order them. They keep them on a shelf, and when they're packing people's orders, they're going down y'all's invoice, and they're like, oh, so-and-so needs a pack of outer sleeves in their order. They've already invoiced and paid for them. And these are $29.99. So let's tag a pack for Stanley Richmond, and these are $29, a pack of 100. So outer and inner. So anytime you hear somebody say outer and inner, that's what they're doing. Now, in the future, if you want specifically MoFi, you'll have to let us know, okay? So we finally got back in MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99. Same price for vinyl style or I think sound sleeves, the other ones we use. And then outer sleeves. If you need a pack of outer sleeves, that's like what we use for all of ours. This will actually hold a like George Harrison All Things Must Pass box. So y'all know how thick those are, like that. These will actually hold a box set, a small one. You can't put like, you know, the super deluxe Metallicas in there, but you can put a smaller box set. So outer sleeves 29 and inner sleeves 26, okay? And Ken Crooker says he wants at least a pack. I'm gonna go ahead and just put that in the so. Actually, let me leave it over here. So make sure Ken Crooker gets put down. Let's actually tag whoever's watching. We need to physically tag these MoFi sleeves, okay? We need to physically tag these MoFi sleeves, and I'll tell you why. Because there's two different brands we're selling out, and these people tonight are specifically buying inner sleeves for MoFi, so we don't need to just put inner sleeves and we ship them vinyl style. We don't need that to happen. So make sure we put names on these MoFi sleeves, okay? Thank you, Jake, Linda, Tanner, Ed, G, whoever's watching. Oh, man. Okay. So, working my way down. Mark V's got a beach house. Beatles 29, Beatles 30, Beatles 31, Beatles 32. Stanley Richmond got a pack of outer. Stanley Richmond got a pack of inner MoFi and put him down for a pack of outer. Okay, inner and outer. Stanley Richmond, so he's first on the list for outers. And then Danny Biohazard was called Urban Discipline. Double LP $44.99. Jay Nutra Facelift was $38.99. Beatles 33. Eric Van Leuven got Graham Parsons for $25. Beatles 35. Beatles 36. Ken Crooker wants a pack of outer. Ken Crooker wants a pack of outer. John Durden wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. John Berg wants a pack of outer. That's 3. Can I get on a list for a pack of inner? I'll tag you for one right now. George Scherer on a pack of inner sleeves. They will not hold fear inoculum. No, too thick on that one. Beatles 37. And then David Jennings wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves, okay? So did David Jennings. Thank you, David Jennings. And now Beck just got one bid with Mitch T for $7, right? Yeah, Mitch T gets Beck for $7. Thank you on that. Beatles 39. All right, anybody else? If not, we need to go through this Laura crate. Laura crate, Paul crate, and then if she has the next one, we'll go right back to Laura. If not, we'll go ahead and do some kind of vintage discount crate. We haven't really shown any vintage OG. And by the way, not to create any hype, I've only got one pack of MoFi sleeves left. I've only got one pack left, okay? And it'll be Monday, Tuesday before more come in, maybe even Wednesday. So that's literally not to cause any artificial inflation. That's it. They're all gone after that. You just heard me throw the box across the room. So did Jay Nutra. Now we can take a waiting list, but you won't be billed until not this Monday, the next Monday. Biohazard is sold to Jay Nutra. That is so, excuse me. No. He got MoFi. Alex Kane got Biohazard, okay? The last bid on the Beatles was $39. Lloyd Travis is out. Jay Nutra, I only have one pack left. But I'll tell you what, if you want to be first on the waiting list, I'll put you first on the waiting list. Okay? Laura crate. Let's see what she's marked over here. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. No way. You've got to be kidding me. Insane. Wow. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Krispy Kreme donuts do what? Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Double quarter pounder, plain, with fries and apple pie, Diet Coke. No, I have 2 since someone won early. Okay, that was 2. So Jay Nutra has 2 on his. And make sure Greg Smith has outer sleeves. Now, if you ever get your invoice, especially with sleeves, outer sleeves, if you ever get your invoice and you're like, dang, I asked for sleeves, just let Ed know. He'll add it before you pay, etc. But over here, Greg Smith, outer sleeves. Okay, several people just bought one. Make sure whoever's watching, we go down that list, and we're ready to go. Beatles is sold to Emily Littleton for $39. Next auction is the Beatles, and this is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. What do we have here? Ooh, a South Korean. This is official. Holy moly. You know, I thought this was some kind of bootleg. Chad might make this disappear. What? Y'all didn't see that. There is no Beatles tonight. That's it. Thanks for watching and good night. Wow. This is official South Korean. I don't have this one. And I collect foreign pressings. 77 South Korea. Alternate cover art. It's missing Lucy in the Sky and A Day in the Life. Wow, they censored and omitted 2 tracks. Lucy in the Sky and Day in the Life. With the insert, $85 start. This is pretty unusual. A South Korean pressing. They censored Lucy and A Day in the Life. Probably because they're both drug-related tracks, right? $85 start on the Beatles. Here we go. 1 second here. Okay. Everybody got their knuckles cracked? Holy moly. I hope y'all ready for this. I'm touching my toes. Oh my gosh. Suffocation, Pinnacle of Bedlam, on some really cool looking orange and black splatter. Suffocation, $22.99. Also, this is Modest Mouse. Good news for people who love bad news. Modest Mouse is a 2011 reissue, $27.99 for Modest Mouse. Pinkerton, Weezer. Weezer Pinkerton is a Vinyl Me Please on blue vinyl, $49.99. Weezer Pinkerton, blue vinyl, Vinyl Me Please, $49.99. Ivan on Modest Mouse, Mike Strauss on Suffocation, and Kelly Vlodarchek on Weezer. Sold, sold, sold. Next is The Crown. Hell is Here. The Crown is thrash death metal, sealed, $19.99, orange and red marble vinyl, numbered 76 of 300. This is The Fugees. The Score. Vinyl Me Please, 2016 with 45, $74.99. The Crown, sold to Dustin Deckelman. Vinyl Me Please, Fuji. Fred Cardinal next on Modest. Paul Richards next on Crown. Sean Miller next on Weezer. Beatles is an $85 start, going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is what? Man, I forgot about all these in here. Oh my gosh. I have a whole crate of just nothing but metal, Bowie, 80s, and stuff Seth's gotten ready for auction. All right, let's pull out Bowie and Quiet Riot. So the auction block is about to warm up because we're about to get into a whole slate, pretty much like 3 days worth of hot pictures that no one has seen, no one knows they're coming. A lot of people's already went to bed, and we're about to start a whole new wave of auctions. First is David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. OG, original first press, original label, EX condition, gatefold jacket, $25 start. Quiet Riot, condition critical, 84 UK, original, first press from the UK. It has the inner sleeve, it's near mint minus, $25 start on Quiet Riot. Next thing gets Kelly Vlodarchek on the Fugees, Fred Cardinal next on Weezer, Mark Weiss next on The Score. Emily Littleton in on the Beatles at 85. Fred next on the Fugees, and now the Beatles is at 86. Jim B is bidding on the Beatles. Oh my gosh, I knew I should have kept this track. What is this, a $400 or $500 Beatles records? I'm going to have to go over here and puke blood now. Next thing we have is Justin Timberlake, the 2020 Experience, 2013 OG. And this is $27.99. Next is Bullet for My Valentine, the Poison. Bullet for My Valentine is sealed on red vinyl metalcore, $29.99. And Here Lies Necrophalangia, 35 years of death metal. This is $29.99. Next thing over here is this. We have Bowie has a bid for $25. Does it have the dog genitals? No, that's actually not even a real thing. I mean, it is, but they don't exist. We have Danzig on IT, and that was for JT for Justin Timberlake. Donna was next. Quiet Riot 28, Beatles 87. Danzig on Bullies, and I bet he meant Bullet for My Valentine. So did Danzig. Bowie 35. Necro was so to Ivan R. Mitch T was next. Bowie 40, and then Jeremiah next on Necro. What do we have here? This is a split. Terminal Nation and Cruelty. Oh my gosh, Lord just delivered another crate. $17.99, Terminal Nation and Cruelty. Hardcore Doom Metal, Death Metal, $17.99 on that. Exhumed, and this is Death Metal Grindcore, $29.99. Exhumed. This guy's got a chainsaw. He's been cutting into people's guts all day for a living. Go Ahead and Die, Unhealthy Mechanisms. This is Red Black Death Metal, Heavy Metal sealed, $24.99. So running down the line here, the Beatles is at 87. Jim B, you've been outbid. Bowie is OG, $40. George Scherer. Alex Kane, you're out. And Quiet Riot, the last bid on Quiet Riot was Lewis Kulik at $28. Next was Fred Carnell next on Bullet. Mastermaw on E, and E was Exhumed. So to Mastermaw 666. Alex Kane on Terminal, so to Alex Kane. And then we have Beatles at 89 with Jim B. He's at $89 on this $500 Beatle record. Next is Mother's Milk, Red Hot Chili Peppers, $24.99. It does have cover damage, but the vinyl's near mint. That's old Mother's Milk there for $24.99. Over here, we have Quiet Riot 30, Quiet Riot 30, Bowie's at 50, and Amorphous, Tales from the Thousand Lakes. Amorphous is on blue vinyl. That's the melodic death metal, $24.99. And then Suffocation, Hymns from the Acrophia, brown white death metal, $29.99. Meshuggah, oh man, I always try to order these and they're never in stock, $39.99. Obscene, what is this one? It's Meshuggah. That's all we need to know. Quiet Riot 30, Quiet Riot 30, Bowie 50, Mike Owen first on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Sold is Red Hot OG. It was already sold in Beatles 90, Danny third, and then Quiet Riot 33, Alonzo S for Suffocation, then Jim Cooper, Danzig first on Meshuggah. Quiet Riot has a bid for 33, and now we have Corpse Grinder. Corpse Grinder is limited to 333. Lead vocalist, the Cannibal Corpse, is on this album. $49.99. Sean next on Meshuggah. Jim B wants to see the Beatles record upside down, sideways, inside, backwards. Okay. So first, this is a 1977 rare $500 South Korean version. It is an EX condition. It's on EMI. It's on the silver gray Parlophone label. It has this EMI insert with it, and it has the original inner sleeve. It's nice. This nice, beautiful $500 Beatles record has a high bid right now with Jim B. And he has it right now for $89. Emily, it goes back to you. They're also bidding on OG Bowie and OG Quiet Riot. That's our current auctions. Quiet Riot's at 34. Deckerman on C for Corpse Grinder. Ivan R was next. And then Quiet Riot's at 38. And then also over here, we have Jeff Goldblum and the Mildred Snitzer Orchestra. That is $44.99. Isn't that the guy from Jurassic Park? $44.99. Beatles is at 95. Jim B has the Beatles, that $500 Beatles record for $95. Killswitch Engage live at the Palladium. That's metalcore sealed for $29.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Jeff record. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then over here we have Nazem, Inhale, Exhale. These people wearing gas masks at a wedding. They've been some kind of something's happened bad at their wedding. They're wearing gas masks. $24.99. So over here, the last thing was Corpse Grinder, Deckelman, Ivanar was next, Quiet Riot 38. And then over here, Beatles 95. Kelly Vladicek got Jeff. Quiet Riot 35. It was already at 38 with Sean Miller. And then over here, Beatles got a new bid for 91. Jim B already bid 95. Mark Stanley on Kill Switch Engage. So did Mark Stanley. Danzig was next. And then over here, Beatles is at 100. Wow. So we need to go back over here and revisit David Bowie Diamond Dogs right quick, because Quiet Riot's still getting bids. Beatles is still getting bids. And this 1974 USOG Orange RCA label, it's nice. VG++ EX. And the last bid on Bowie Diamond Dogs was Alex Kane at 50. I got to make sure George Scherer said out. I think he was the only bidder. George, I'm going to leave that up to you. The only records not claimed is Nasum, Amorphous, and go ahead and die. We have Gorgira Magma. Gorgira is $22.99. Hot Liquid Magma. Magma, $22.99 on this. And we have Mortician, hacked up for barbecue. Looks like some people got hacked up and they're in a shed, and evidently they're about to get barbecued. $29.99. Mark Stanley already has the Kill Switch Engage. Give it to the next person. Kill Switch Engage is sold to Danzig 35. Danzig, just so you know, you are getting the Kill Switch Engage, clear lilac, blue marble vinyl, seal, $29.99. The Beatles got a bid for 100. Next is Danzig 35 on Gorgira Magma. That is sold to Danzig 35. Gorgira Magma. Jay Neutra was next. Bowie got a new bid for 53. Alex Kane, you had outbid Master Maw on M. And that was for Magma. And yeah. And then next is Beatles 101. And then next is Alonzo on G for Gorgira. And then Sean was next on Gorgira. And then Jeremiah Stasich next on Gorgira. And then Zachary Flowers next on Gorgira. And then Jim Cooper got Mortician. All right, that's sold. And then over here is Go Ahead and Die. Victor Guerra, that was sealed, $24.99. Alice Kane next on Morticia. And then Bowie's out. All right, so first thing we do is update all these auctions. M was for Mortician. Okay, all right, we gotta redo then. Okay, that's right. There was an M in there. So there was a lot of claims for Gorgira. This is, in fact, 100% sold to Danzig 35. And then Master Maw was M. I thought he was M for Magma. It was M for Mortician. So that's sold to Master Maw, Sean Lee Hooker. Okay, sorry, whoever I did say that sold to. I think I said Jim Cooper. Jim, Sean was ahead of you, okay? Beatles 102, and Victor says he'll take Go Ahead and Die. Van Halen's already sold. It sold one bid. Okay. So Bowie, OG, final call to George Scherer for $53, 74 USOG gatefold, and then Quiet Riot is also OG, 84 UK. We're about to get into basically a whole crate of unadvertised, hype-worthy auctions. Y'all see the first ones right here. Quiet Riot is at 38 with Sean Miller. Now, if you're not Sean Miller, you don't have the high bid. There's still just a few moments to bid. If you're done bidding, say out. That will help me know that I've kind of got in my head, I think of names I'm looking for, kind of waiting for y'all to either A, bid again or say out. And then the Beatles is at $102, okay? That $500 Beatles record, Emily Littleton has it for $102 right now. We have filled up already tonight our 8th full crate, and we still got to do a recap. We still got 2 more crates to show, and we hadn't done any discount or half-off crates, and we've already filled up 8 crates tonight. Holy moly. All right, so let's jump right over here and see what happens. Here we go. Don't blink. We got another Paul crate like this, and then another Laura crate. We have Wretched, $49.99. Wretched is called Cannibal, $49.99. Some kind of monster, and he's eating chopped off heads as he goes through a conveyor belt. $49.99 on that. Next is Calvalera. Bestial Devastation, some kind of demonic-looking evil beast rising over a crumbling castle. Sealed, Orange Thrash, $19.99. This is Frank Zappa, some kind of guy smoking a cigarette playing a guitar. This is an unofficial 2018 Zappa, live in 1970, $24.99. Joy Division, Substance, some kind of writing in green with a date. Joy Division, $37.99, a 2 LP. And Laura has a note, Essential, $37.99. Beck Odelay, a big puffy looking, crazy looking dog jumping over a banister. And this is a Vinyl Me Please edition, sealed, $59.99. Brown with Black Smoke, 2016 Vinyl Me Please, $59.99. Hope you are enjoying my commentary trying to describe what the album jackets look like. First thing, Quiet Riot just got a new bid for 40. Beatles got a new bid for 105. Lewis Kulik's out on Quiet Riot. So now, Sean Miller, you've been outbid. Alan Hagen bid 40. Hessen first on C, and that was for Cavalera. Sold to Hessen Session. Jay Nutra next. Quiet Riot got another new bid for 43. Jim Cooper, third on Cavalera. Danny Thomason, fourth on Cavalera. Hiram, fifth on Cavalera. And then Joy Division sold to Alan Smith. Fred Cardinale on Beck. All right, that means George Sherry gets Bowie for $53, and they're still bidding on the Beatles. This $500 Beatles album, Jim B has it for $105. Now Emily Littleton has it for $107. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Van Halen. This is Women and Children First. It is a 1980 U.S. Club copy, VG Plus condition. It's still in shrink wrap, and it has the David Lee Roth poster. It's included, and Van Halen's going to go up for a $25 start. Alan's out on Quiet Riot. It's now at $43. Next is Nervosa. Nervosa is Jailbreak. It is on Violet Vinyl, $29.99. Some kind of skull with a human face skin being stretched like he either ripped it off or about to put it on while he's handcuffed, $29.99. This is Terrifier. Terrifier, Temple of the Weak, Devour the Dead, Thrash, Pink Vinyl, $19.99. Some kind of goblin-looking dude biting the face off of a woman while other people are being cooked and their eternal parts are being ate by other goblin-looking people as well, $19.99. And then over here we have Exhumed. Exhumed is some kind of very creepy, black and white, crypt-looking, devilish skeleton end of world type scenario. That's $19.99. Death metal. This is Morbid Angel. Oh, I don't even know what's going on here. Blessed Are the Sick. Morbid Angel is $29.99. And we have Sublime. Sublime is a 2008 reissue, 180-gram, double LP, $54.99. The Beatles is at $107. Jim B, it goes to you. Since you don't have it, will you be giving me $500 if I win the auction? No. I will be charging you whatever you win the bid for. Quiet Riot is officially sold, and Quiet Riot is sold to Sean Miller for $43. And then over here, Van Halen. It already has a bid for 30 with Josh Brown, and then Lewis Kulik bid 28. Josh Brown was first at 30. Alex Kane on Morbid Angel. That's sold to Alex Kane. Kelly Vladicek on Sublime. Jim Cooper next on Morbid. Scott next on Sublime. And Exhumed or Expunged. Expunged is sold to Alex Kane. And then Jeff Brindley on Nervosa. And then over here is Jim B's out on the Beatles. Okay, so final call then to Emily Littleton for $107. Wow, that crate, there's not much left. Let's read through them one more time. And then that was a lower crate. We're going to go through the crate Paul marked, and then we're going to go right into this other lower crate. Holy moly. We have Amorphous, Tales from the Thousand Lakes. Blue Jay edition from Relapse, limited to $17.50 on blue vinyl. Melodic death metal, $24.99. Nasum, N-A-S-U-M, Inhale Exhale, blue with splatter, limited 2,000 from Relapse. Grindcore, $24.99. And then we have Wretched, and this is called Cannibal. Wretched is a 2014 OG death metal, $49.99. Frank Zappa, that's a live unofficial. Rare, VPRO broadcast, June 18th, 1970, and that's numbered on orange vinyl, $24.99. And then we have Terrifier. I think. Yeah, Terrifier, Temple of the Weak, Devour the Dead. That's exactly what they're doing. These goblin-looking people are eating human beings back here. And that is $19.99. Van Halen is at $30. Lewis Kulik, if you're done, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Josh Brown. Scott Dwallow on Zappa. Alex Kane on Wretched. And Emily Littleton, you're going to get the Beatles here. Thank you on that. Selling a Beatles record I personally don't have is something that doesn't happen here too often. So that is sold to Emily Littleton for the winning bid of $107, okay? Thank you, Emily, on that. It's got to be pretty scarce. If I've never seen it, if I don't have it, We've bought and sold thousands of Beatles records. Not many I either A, haven't seen or don't have. That would be one of them. Mock straws on T for Terrifier, and that leaves Nasum and Amorphous. Wow. Okay, let's put up another auction. Like I said, I just got started over here in this other new crate. I really don't know what's in here that's been packed so full. I see King's X, I see Van Halen, I see the Sex Pistols, I see Led Zeppelin, Devos, Kiss, REMs, Tears for Fears, New York Dolls, Rats, Metal, Zeppelins, Bowies, Madonnas, Crocuses, Cats, Dogs, Cookies, and Subway sandwiches. Let's do another Quiet Riot, and let's do Thin Lizzy, Jailbreak. Tonight's gonna be a jailbreak. Okay, here we go. Quiet Riot 3, an 86 USOG, VG++, a $20 start. Quiet Riot 3, Thin Lizzy, Jailbreak, and 76 OG Terre Haute. Strong VG to VG+, $20 start on that. Okay, Van Halen has a new bid for 32, so they're still bidding on Van Halen. There's Thin Lizzy, there's Quiet Riot. Next, new crate. No Time for the Wicked. No Sleep Till Midnight. No Sleep Till Hammersmith, something like that. Holy moly, I'm definitely going to have a cleanup time here later because there is so much stuff stacked up around me. I can barely move. I can barely breathe. I don't know who I am. I don't know what I am. All this metal stuff's going to give me nightmares. I'm going to wake up thinking I'm in a... Boy, I'll tell you, the dream I had, technically for me it's today, but it was last night. For me, it's last night, but for y'all, I'm asleep during the day, so... my peak sleeping hours are like 10 or 11 to like 2 and 3. That's my peak sleeping hours. So right in the literally middle of the day. I had a dream I was with Mick Fleetwood of Fleetwood Mac, and I was like his representative at an autograph convention. And he was like there at like a Collectible booth, and I was there kind of like almost like at his agent or something. It was bizarre. And it was like customers coming up and getting stuff signed. And we wasn't at Collectible. We was like at a convention. It was Mick Fleetwood. And that's what I had. It seemed like the dream went on for about 2 hours. And that's the kind of stuff I dream about. Me and Mick Fleetwood at an autograph convention or something. I don't know. It's bizarre, as most dreams are. Very bizarre. Okay. Let's jump over here and this, and we're ready to go. Man, they're shipping a lot of stuff to me. The warehouses are shipping stuff right now to me. Hendrix, Pulse. What is this tracking here? Let's see. Pops. Count Choculas. Okay, cool. Should have a lot of stuff show up. Here we go. Right into it. No time to break. Neil Young Harvest. Paul crate, lower crate. And we'll be done with all of our newest arrivals, and it will be time for a huge recap. Oh my gosh, huge recap. Neil Young Harvest, $24.99. In shrink, remastered, all analog. Havoc, time is up. Havoc is 2014 yellow with blue green splatter. $79 on Havoc. $79 on Havoc. $79.99 on that. Also, the Breakfast Club soundtrack, sealed 2020 reissue, $29.99 on the Breakfast Club, and Death Angel, the Bastard tracks. Death Angel, clear with brown, green, orange, and splatter, $24.99. Update on Van Halen. The last bid was Josh Brown at 34. Lewis Kulik, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Thin Lizzy 20, Thin Lizzy 20, Thin Lizzy 21, Thin Lizzy 25, and then Quiet Riot 3. Quiet Riot 3 is an 86 USOG, and this does not have a bid. Final call for a $20 start on that. No is, the Deep. This is a 1977 US blue vinyl, and this is $19.99. Recap before vintage. John, you do not want to leave the chat. Don't go to bed. Don't go to sleep. Don't go take a nap. Don't go try to get off. Just don't go anywhere. I wouldn't try to time anything out. Just don't leave. Don't go anywhere. Next thing is the Black Delilah Murder. This is Nocturnal, sealed 2023 clear with red-green splatter, $54.99. And then Lewis Kulik on Breakfast Club. That's sold to Lewis Kulik on Breakfast Club. That's sold. Declan on B for Black Delilah Murder. That's sold. And then over here we got Roxy Music. And this is the High Road. And this is $19.99. And we have Onslaught, Sounds of Violence. Onslaught is sealed 2022 red vinyl, $34.99. Mitch T 65 on Harvest. That is sold to Mitch T 85, excuse me. And then TDM was for something, and that's already been claimed possibly, Ivan. TDM, the Breakfast Club. Yeah, that's already been sold. And then Ivan R on O for Onslaught. That's sold price and condition on the Deep. Fred Carnell, no condition notes, blue vinyl, $19.99. Quiet Ride has a new bid for $21. Alonzo next on Onslaught. He's out on Van Halen. So Van Halen is officially sold over here to Josh Brown for $34. That, in fact, did include the David Lee Roth poster. Thank you on that. $34. There's that. Let's put that away. And then over here, Thin Lizzy. Jay Neutra has it for $28. That's an OG jailbreak and shrink wrap VG Plus. $28 on that. Quiet Ride has bids for $20 and $20. Lewis has it for $21. Now Allen $23. Brian Ferry is $19.99. Also, we have, this is Sadistic Force Midnight Assassin, maybe? Yeah, Midnight Assassin. This is signed, $24. It's signed over here, $24.99. $24.99 on that. The Black Delilah Merla. Okay, that's my bad. I was trying to figure out your abbreviation. Fred Carnell on the Deep, and that is sold to Fred Carnell on that. And then over here is Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99, and Cradle of Filth, Existence is Futile, sealed for $39.99. 2021 Red Gold Black Corona colored vinyl, $39.99 for Cradle of Filth. And also we have Eurythmics Touch, $24.99 on that. So this is Quiet Right 3. It's in shrink wrap. It's an 86 USOG. It has the inner sleeve. It's in shrink. It's VG++ or better. The high bid is Alan Hagen at $23. And of course, Thin Lizzy's about to sell. It's been at $28 for quite some time with Jay Neutra. I was waiting for Joe DeGaldo to say out. Next is Alan Hagen on SA, and that was Alan Hagen on SA. Let me know on that one. And Kelly Vladarchuk got Cradle of Filth. I got Sadistic Force maybe on that one. Any more Japanese? And we sell them all. There's more Japanese, but I don't see any going up in the next couple seconds. Hopefully you don't go to bed either, David Johnson. Some of y'all surely aren't trying to go to bed, are you? Golly. You should just be watching at all times, never going anywhere, right? Next auction is the Colt. This is Love. This is a 1985 USOG specialty press. It's VG++ condition. The Colt is going to go up for a $35 start. Spirit Adrift, Divided by Darkness. This is a 2019 black vinyl, $19.99 for Spirit Adrift. Next is Queen, News of the World, olive green colored vinyl, a Walmart exclusive for Queen. That's on green vinyl with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Deckelman, did you see my last claim? I'll take Havoc. I have the CD. Okay, Havoc. So Justin Deckelman does want Havoc. But I bet you don't want it. It's got a little bit of a seam crackle up here. Now, this right here will make Deckelman breathe fire. So I bet he doesn't want Havoc. That is over here. I've been trying to look at every record I tag, just like for anybody. I try to note imperfections. But that right there will make Deckelman breathe fire. Jeremiah Stasich on Spirit Adrift. And Alan Hagen does want the Sadistic Force. Okay, Chad Snyder gets Journey. And that is over here sold to Chad Snyder. Okay, there's over here. And then this is Haunt, Burst in the Flame, $29.99. And then we have, I'm in my zone right now. I don't like revealing my agendas. A lot of people like to know my agenda. I don't like revealing agendas. I like surprises. I don't want anybody going anywhere. I don't want anybody doing anything except watching Collectible. People's trying to plan out their night. They're trying to make plans, trying to figure out when to go to bed. I like keeping my agenda top secret. I'm like, if you're not watching, you're missing out kind of deal. Over here, we have 10 Years After at Woodstock. That is great. I have this myself. One of my favorite Woodstock performances. Purple and white tie-dyed colored vinyl, $34.99. Over here, Thin Lizzy is officially sold then. Thin Lizzy over here is Jay Neutra, $28. That is sold. Quiet Ride, Alan Hagen's out. This is Jason Waltman at $25, final call. And we put up a random auction like the Cult Love. Wow. An 85 USOG VG++ condition, $35 star. Final call on that. Journey just got sold. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, a 2017 remaster, $34.99 on that. Jimi Hendrix, Music on Vinyl, exclusively remastered, mono, unopened, $29.99. A mono Music on Vinyl remaster. Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. Solstice, SOLSTICE, and this is a 2021 blue vinyl, number 8 of 200, $49.99. Next thing is Raisin Sand, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, $34.99 on Deckelman on S Solstice, and we have, what is this? It's $24.99. It is Vomitor, maybe. I think it's Vomitor, sealed, or excuse me, it's not sealed. It's some of these relapse records, or these that come in baggies, you really don't know if they're new or not because they didn't come sealed. And then Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, 50th anniversary remaster, $29.99. And this here is $29.99. Vulture, VLLTURE, clear with black smoke, $29.99 on that. The Cult does have a bid for $35 with Travis. Let's go ahead and sell Quiet Riot for $25 to Jason Waltman. The Colt has one bid for $35, and that's going once, going twice. Let me plug up my phone right quick, and let's put up a Japanese pressing, okay? Next thing is this right here. I have the Lovin' Spoonful Distant Echoes. Now, I've never seen this, and honestly don't recognize a lot of these tracks. I know that one and that one. And Distant Echo, so it might be like deeper cuts. Interesting. Lovin' Spoonfuls, a Japanese pressing, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Next over here is Hiram Aponte on Vulture. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. And then we have Spiral Sky, an Acme recording. Spiral Sky is a 1994 UK folk rock psych record, numbered, unopened, $29.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming on the Queen, and that was News of the World. That's sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. And then this is Ivory Tower, Heart of the City. This is 1988 U.S., only time on vinyl. Ivory Tower, Heart of the City, $64.99. Leonard Skinner, Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM, unopened, $64.99 for Leonard Skinner. Intruder. Intruder is 2019 Blue with Splatter, $34.99 for Intruder. Tony Bradford on Ivory Tower. I was about to say, if Tony Bradford's watching, that's going to get sold immediately. That looks like something he would buy. Travis Woods gets the Colt for $35. Lovin' Spoonful, $15 start. Hopefully David Johnson's still watching. And then next over here is Tony Bradford, Fred Carnell on Spiral. That is sold to Fred Carnell. That's done. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, the 2LP 2023 remaster, $34.99. And then this is Witchfind, FYNDD, Give 'em Hell, and that's a 2017 reissue, $24.99. So I've got Motley Crue, I've got Gene Simmons, Ozzy, Leonard Skinner, Riot, Cheap Trick. Who's been looking for a second helping? Here it is. Here it is. I hope that they're watching. Ozzy, Tears for Fears, Ozzy, Girls Against Boys, Ozzy, David Bowie, Saxon, Kiss, Rat, Kiss, New York Dolls, David Bowie, Van Halen, Rat, Tears for Fears, Riot, Freddie Mercury, REM, Kiss, Duran, Kiss, Living Colour, King's X, Van Halen, Sex Pistols, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen, Talking Heads, Devo, Flock of Seagulls, Quiet Riot, Bowie, NXS, King Kong, Malice, NXS, Scorpions, Adam and the Ants, Zeppelin, something I can't read, David Bowie, Raven, Van Halen, The Police, Madonna, Van Halen, Judas Priest, Kiss, Adam Ant, Duran, Kiss, Van Halen, NXS, Super Blue, Saxon, Survivor, NXS, Saxon, Kiss, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin. This is Leonard Skinner. This is Second Helping, a 1974 OG pressing, first label, Pinckneyville and Shrink, EX, really nice to find this in this condition, really scarce. Leonard Skinner does a $75 start. King's X, Out of the Silent Planet. Oh my gosh, here it is, folks. We get hammered to death. King's X. Chad, I will take any and every King's X album you get, even if I've got 20 copies of it, I want another one. That was a quote from a customer. I will buy any King's X, anytime, any condition, any quantity, I want them. King's X, Out of the Silent Planet, Gold Stamp promo, Hop sticker, OG, VG++, a $25 start. Okay, next over here, Lovin' Spoonful has a bid for $15, final call on that. And then next is, here we go. We have King Crimson. Hopefully nobody's going to bed in the next 2 hours. This is King Crimson. This is In the Wake of Poseidon, sealed, a 200 gram, $29.99. Haunt, Luminous Eyes. It has an autograph on the front. 2018 clear of white splatter sign. Haunt is $39.99. This is Moxie's Revenge. This is a 1989 Garage, and Paul says it's a very good album. $19.99. Leonard Skinner's a 75. So that's OG, first label, in shrink, and near mint minus. That's pretty tough to find in that condition. $75 start. King's X is at $36, and we're about to sell Lovin' Spoonful for $15. Metallica, Load. Sealed 2014 edition, $39.99 for Metallica. Outfield Play Deep Purple Vinyl, limited to 3,000, unopened, $44.99. Jeff Brindley on Which Fine, that's sold to Jeff Brindley, and that's sold to him right there. Let me go up, make sure I didn't miss any of the questions from earlier. And I didn't. And then down here is Moxie. And I'll make a clarification. All that stuff I just read, that's all auction stuff. When will it go up? Some of it tonight. Will it all go up tonight? I'll try my best. We just got to work them in. Okay, that's all like bonus stuff that's never going to be put in a hot picture. It's just whenever you're watching, I'm putting them up. Hopefully you're watching at the right time. William Drovich got Moxie. Gregory on O for outfield. King's X is at 40. Fred next on that. King's X 42. Leonard Skinner, Christopher Yoakum. Make sure you put 75 so I know you're bidding. And Iron Maiden Virtual 11 is a 2017 US remaster. $59.99. David Johnson on Love and Spoonful. And David, that was probably the last one of the night. I got Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, and then I've got Hall & Oates Private Eyes, and those will probably be put up at some point for $1 start, probably not tonight. David, you can lay your head down and rest easy. We got all kinds of other auctions to put up, okay? Next thing is Leonard Skinner at 75. Gregory wants to pass on the outfield. That's okay, but it's only a $10 billion restocking fee. Pennies for Gregory. That is $44.99 if anybody wants that. Alan Smith on Q. Now Q, there's nothing in here left by Q. If you want a Queen from earlier, it's already sold. King's X 47, Leonard Skinner 78. So the first two Leonard Skinner albums was on this label, Sounds of the South, the original yellow label. And this one is EX and Shrink. Not bad, $78. Sweet Home Alabama, The Ballad of Curtis Lowe. King's X is at 47. And then next thing is this. We're going to put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be, I don't know, there was a lot of stuff in here. Let's see what's going on with the Sex Pistols. That sounds pretty interesting. Sex Pistols is a UK unofficial. This is the best of Sex Pistols live, a UK unofficial. The first track, side one is Burton on Trent, 1976, and San Francisco, 78. VG++, $25 start on that. Okay, and then King's X 50, King's X 50, and Leonard Skinner, $82. All right. Any more Beatle auctions? No. We do have Death Angel, The Bastard Tracks, Seal, $24.99, clear with brown, green, and orange splatter. Death Angel, $24. Roxy Music, $19.99, The High Road. Brian Ferry, $19.99. Over here, we have The Eurythmics Touch. The Eurythmics is $24.99. Justin Deckelman says, put back on Solstice. That's okay, but that's only a $10,000 restocking fee. Solstice is $49.99. I'm pretty sure there was somebody back up. These people are outside. It's freezing cold. It's the end of the world. They're all freezing to death. And Solstice is $49.99. Next is Havoc. Time's up. Havoc does have a little bit of a seam crackle, but it's pretty tough to get, evidently. $79.99 on that one. Also, we have Haunt. Burst into Flame. Haunt is $29.99. And then 10 years after, Live at Woodstock, 1969. 2 LP white and purple tie-dyed color vinyl, limited to $1,034.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $34.99. 2017 remaster. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Exclusive music on vinyl press, remastered in mono, $29.99. And then Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, Raisin Sand, double LP, $34.99. This is Vomitor. Vomitor is on Oxblood colored vinyl, $24.99. The last bid on Leonard Skinner was Christopher Yoakum at $89. Going once, going twice. King's X is a 1983 USOG. You have the New Age, Go to Locks, Power of Love, Wonder, Sometimes King. What is this? Far, Far Away, Shot of Love, and Visions. It's a gold stamp promo, saw mark, and hop sticker. Original retail price on that, and original retail sticker. And this is VG++ or better with inner sleeve. Next thing over here is Fred Carnell and 10 Years After. That sold. I think this Brian Ferry is known as Boys and Girls. Yeah. Boys and Girls, Brian Ferry, $19.99. Sex Pistols, Kelly Vlodarchik has it for $30. That's the only bid. Final call on that. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on the outfield. Josie's on a vacation far away. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. That's a 50th anniversary remaster, $29.99 on that. And then Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, unopened, $64.99. Michael Jackson sold for one bid, $25 earlier. I couldn't believe it. One bid, $25 earlier. Jim B is pounding his fist on his keyboard. He missed out an opportunity to make hundreds of dollars. Intruder is $34.99. Jerry Rafferty is the 2LP expanded City to City for $34. King Crimson is sealed for $29. And then Haunt, Luminous Eyes, $39.99 for Haunt. And then Metallica Load, sealed for $39.99. And Iron Maiden Virtual 11, sealed for $59. Lore Crate coming up right now. No time to waste. First thing is Leonard Skinner sold. That is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $89. King's X, Empty Mats out. Are we done on this? Get a good look at it. One of the most requested groups here in the last couple of weeks, I would say, just because all their catalog is not in print. We don't get them very often. Jeremiah Stasich, $50. Kelly Vladicek gets the Sex Pistols for $30. Those are available. They're going to go right here behind me, okay? We started the show selling a couple Chevy Chase autographs. Let me show you the 11 by 14s I've still got. I've got Chevy Chase for $145, Chevy Chase for $145, and Chevy Chase for $145. These were laying, and when we went live, a couple of people said, Chad, I need one. Chad, I need one. I've still got those, and I've got 8 by 10s as well. First is Intruder with Richard Davis. Let's do it. And then what year's the Robert Plant? Paul didn't leave me a year, so I honestly don't know. No year given on this one. With that hop sticker, it could be 2007, but I can't say. And then Intruder here is sold to Richard Davis. Okay, thank you on that. Now, Emily, if they don't send you an invoice tomorrow, then it could be Monday, okay? Now, we sell Beatles stuff almost every night. Like last night, we ended up putting up 45s pretty late. So, as always, we really don't have a set schedule here. It's whatever goes. But I will go ahead and tell you right now, Beatles stuff is shown pretty much every night. I'd say there's a Beatles item shown every night here. If not, I'd be shocked. I'd literally be like, okay, guys, I am shocked. All right. Tim Rory is going to be so upset when he found out he missed a King's X. This is sold to Jeremiah Stasich for $50. All right, new cleared, and let's go. Let's put up some new stuff over here, okay? So first thing I have is this, and let's go ahead and put up, let's see what's going on with this. And this, and this, okay? Let's lay down 3 auctions. Boom, boom, boom to get the Lore Crate started, okay? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. We have Quiet Riot Metal Health. We have Quiet Riot and 83 USOG Carrollton. In Shrink, near mint minus, $25 start with hop sticker. Come on, feel the noise. Metal Health, bang your head. David Bowie Young Americans, a 1975 USOG. It is VG Plus, a $20 start. That is original label. And NXS Listen Like Thieves, an 85 US Club. VG Plus $20 start. Yes, we got Beatles, Kiss, Metal. We also sell country, new wave, alternative soundtracks, 45s, and all other genres, everything you can name every night. We've had reggae tonight. We've had polka tonight. We've had Beatles. We've had Kiss. We've had Led Zeppelin. We've even had Michael Scott. First thing in here is this, Muse Showbiz, $99.99. I repeat, $100 minus a penny. A 2009 reissue 10-year anniversary, $99.99. Also, Hex, H-E-X-X, Morbid Reality, excuse me. Death Metal Thrash, $24.99. And we have Anacrusis, Suffering Hour, Thrash, $24.99. Anacrusis, Suffering Hour. This is Orparibium, Beyond the Unknown, Thrash Death Metal, $19.99. Anacrusis, Soda Ken Crooker, Quiet Riot's at $30. Other 2 auctions don't have a bid yet. Nervosa, Nervosa, Downfall of Mankind, Thrash, $24.99. Mike Straw's next on Anacrusis, Quiet Riot, $33. Corrosion of Conformity, No Cross, No Crown, $24.99 for COP. Jim Cooper on Opium. What is this? Opabarium. Barium. So did Jim Cooper. Alice Kane on Nervosa. Gregory Roberts on Corrosion of Conformity. Next is, thank you, Laura, KFR, $29.99. KFR Nihilist. That is pretty scary looking. $29.99. Grumpy next on CLC. Destruction. Under Attack. Destruction is Thrash. $24.99. And over here we have Benediction, the Grand Leveler. Benediction is on Blue Red. $34.99. And Halloween. This is on gold vinyl, sealed unopened, $34.99. NXS, final time to get a bid in. An 85 US original club. In shrink, VG++, $20. David Bowie, a 75 US OG, VG++, $20. Those are $20 bids. $20 bids, no bids, looking for a bid. Over here, Quiet Riot has a bid for $34. Corrosion Conformity. Gregory has racked up $2 billion putback fees. Give this instead to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Grumpy, you're going to get COC. Gregory has now 2 putback fees totaling $200 billion. Goodness gracious. Fred Cardinellis was next on CLC. Justin Deckelman on Do. And that was probably for Destruction. And then Alonzo next on Destruction. And Quiet Riot's at $34. Obituary, 10,000 Ways to Die. Obituary is $17.99. And Midnight Priest, Aggressive Hauntings. Midnight Priest is heavy metal, $39.99. $39.99. Next thing is NXS 20, David Bowie 20, Quiet Riot's at 37, and Deckelman on O for Obituary. NXS has another bid for 20. Now we got bids on everything. Coming out of nowhere, Ahmad Jamal. Here it is, $37.99, a 2022 Record Store Day exclusive. Jazz Post Bop, $39.99. Midnight Priest, sold to Hiram. Don't say we have no, this went from metal, the metalist of metal, the deepest and darkest, to Ahmad Jamal, just like that in a flash. And then Lamb of God, back at it with Omens, sealed at $29.99. Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls, sealed for $59.99. Iron Maiden, Book of Souls. And then what do we have here? This is Faceless Burial Speculation. Something. It does have a pretty wicked top sing split, though. Just $9.99, priced accordingly. David Bowie, though, just got one bid, and that's sold to Patrick for $20. B-sides, you're out on NXS. Lewis Kulik bid first, and Lewis, you're out on Quiet Riot. It's at $37. Warbringer, Worlds Torn Asunder. 2011 OG, it's thrash speed metal, $44.99. What is going on here? Chained to the Dead, Born to Rot. This is gore grind deathcore, $9.99. Something bad happened there. And then we have Gruesome, Dimensions of Horror. Gruesome is death metal, $19.99. And then Panic, Rotten Church. This is thrash death metal, $19.99. And Stallion, Slaves of Time, glam / speed metal, $19.99. Okay, I'm waiting for one person on Quiet Riot. It's Lewis Kulik. And then B-sides just bid NXS 21 and Lewis Kulik back on Quiet for $39. I really wouldn't call this metal in here. I would call most of this just like, you know, something alternative, you know. So I wouldn't really call this a metal crate at all. Alex Kane on Gruesome. That's sold to Alex Kane. Hiram Palm on Stallion. This is like, this is different, okay? This is just different stuff. Over here we have Violent Force. This is thrash, $24.99. David Pokey was next. And Little North, Familiar Places. That's actually jazz, $19. See, this is just a little something different in these crates. Just a little something different in here. Next thing is going to go up right now, Madonna. And Madonna is her self-titled debut album. It's an 83 US club. RCA Music Edition, VG Plus condition, shrink and inner sleeve, $15 star. What Halloween was that? I think it's called Halloween. It's their self-titled album. Halloween is gold, $34.99. NXS is at $23. Bill Evans, Inner Spirit. So a lot of people that listen to death metal listen to jazz. I can name at least 5 customers probably watching right now. A lot of people I know that listen to the deepest, darkest, heaviest, doomiest, craziest, darkest, evilest music also listens to jazz. Bill Evans, $44.99. This all came from the same person. It's a thing. 2022 Record Store Day, $44.99. Introducing Johnny Griffin, Blue Note, $15.33, $17.99. And blues. They love the blues. And they also love people like Liberace and ABBA and Barry Manilow. Over here we have, this is a thrash album, $17.99. I don't know what this says. Pink Entombed. I'm way off on this one. Hank Combed. Hong. Y'all. This is $17.99. And we have Atrophia, Socialized Hate, sealed, $29.99, okay? Over here, we have first, Quiet Riot, Sean Miller, $42. Lewis Kulick, You're Out. And then over here, NXS is at $23. B-Sides is done, and Madonna's a $15 start. Okay, and then Donna Turner on JG. She's watching, and she says, I need JG, Johnny Griffin. So did Donna. Hiram Aponte on High Commander. I think he might have just been helping me with the title. But Hiram, if you want that, it's yours. And over here is this. Alex Kane, High Command. Is that a claim? And it's either sold to Hiram or he was helping me, or Alex or he was helping me. And then over here we have... boy, I've been pretty good with these tonight until these last few. Obscene. Obscene is death metal, $22.99. And Napalm Death, Scum. And this is sealed, $34.99. Okay, so let me make sure Hiram doesn't want High Command. If not, it's sold to Alex Kane. He said it was a claim. All right, Hiram was first. I think I got to the point where I said this was called I couldn't even get anything else. So that's sold to Hiram. Thank you on that. And then we have Cancer to the Gory End, sealed, yellow, death metal, $24.99. And then this is Killer. Gosh. This is, oh gosh. Pass, $24.99. I can't get anything out of that one. Next thing is Quiet Riot, and this is officially sold to Sean Miller for $42. Okay. And then NXS is sold to Lewis Kulick, and this sold to Lewis Kulick for $23. And then Madonna is a $15 buy it now. Poor Madonna. She's been overlooked with all the metal. Okay, so Alex was next on that thing that Hiram got. And then over here, Lamb of God was not colored vinyl. No, Lamb of God was sealed, $29.99 black vinyl. And it is Corvelitalk. Okay, now if anybody else wants that, let me know. Mark Riley might actually want it. If not, thank you then. And then Death Leprosy, that is $59.99. Death Leprosy. Master Mall wants Benediction. That was evidently still left in here. Right here, that's sold to Master Mall 666. Alan Hagen on Madonna. Mark Riley gets the Corvelitalk. That I was having trouble with that one because I bet the V is silent, is it? Or the K is silent. Velertalk, I bet. Next is Alex Kane on Obscene. That's sold to Alex Kane. And then we have Bride, Silence is Madness. Bride is sealed, $19.99. And we had Hydravane. Hydravane is $19.99, 2018 reissue. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, $24.99. Sealed? No, but Laura has a note. Ozzy, 6 hearts. Wow, 6 hearts. That's off the charts for hearts. And then Muse, I know this one. It looks like there's a little bit of damage right here. But Muse Absolution, yeah, spine damage, 2019, $19.99. Wow. I went through those kind of fast. I usually, one of two things. I go through a crate thoroughly and slowly the first time, or really fast, and then I try to kick it down a gear and read some of the hop stickers. Let me move this card out of my way. I try to read some of these hop stickers, but that was the first flurry of claims, and Kelly Volodarchek got Muse. I had to move that cart because we have already filled up 9 full crates of vinyl tonight. I bet if we put everything that Paul marked and Laura marked, which was a total of 6 crates, I bet there's 1 full crate left of metal. Now, Laura has been marking 2 crates. She marked 2 crates Monday, 2 crates Tuesday. There is 0 records left from the last 2 nights. Well, there's 3 right over here, I think. Let me be accurate. 3 right over there. Okay, and I bet tonight we can fit everything they've marked into just one crate. So let's read through these one more time, and I'm putting up all new auctions right now. Okay, all new auctions are going up right now. I've made a dent in this auction crate where I can actually flip through these better. So let's go ahead and see what's going on with yet another Bowie and then Saxon. Okay, so let's see what's going on with Bowie and Saxon. This one's always been tougher to get. This is David Bowie Low, a 77 US OG Indianapolis. OG with the inner sleeve, and it's nice. EX, Bowie's a $35 start. And then Saxon, Power and the Glory, also a $35 start. An 83 UK original. And at this moment on Discogs, there are 0 of these for sale in the United States. A UK original, Saxon, nice, $35 start, okay? Todd saw somebody already got Madonna, and I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates so we can start filling up our 10th full crate. We hadn't done a recap, and we hadn't done any vintage discount or anything like that. Pretty wild. Holy moly. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling, rolling. Okay, first thing in here was Muse. Now, this one's out of print, $99.99. It's a 2009 10-year anniversary, $99.99. Muse, $99.99. Bowie already has a bid for $50, and then KFR. I remember that one has like a skull on the front. It's actually about to be next. KFR is $29.99, Steve. It's black vinyl. It's a Gatefold double LP. I think the album is Nihilist. Nihilist, Nihilist. And it's near mint, black metal, $29.99. All right, so David Bowie Low is a real OG US 77. Has the original inner sleeve, and it's EX, and there's a bid for $50. It was a $35 start. And then Saxon's a $35 start. Steve Riley on KFR. Next is Hex, Morbid Reality. Death Metal Thrash, $24.99. This 1991 album by the Bay Area thrashers Hex saw them ditching their speed power metal roots and going full throttle into technically proficient death metal. So this album is originally from 1991 from the Bay Area. Sealed Hex, $24.99. Morbid Reality. Ahmad Jamal, mixing it up. Live at the Penthouse, Emerald City Nights, 1963-64. This was originally a Record Store Day exclusive, numbered, $37.99. Saxon was really high grade, EX Plus condition. So conservatively, EX Plus, so it's pretty close to near mint minus. Final call on Bowie for $50. Okay. Lamb of God Omens, sealed, $29.99. Gatefold jacket, I'm assuming black vinyl. We don't have a note on the back, and the hype sticker doesn't say, so you can always assume black vinyl if we don't say. Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls, which is a 3 LP, sealed. This is unopened from 2015, $59.99. Okay? This album is not in print. No, Power and Glory. I've never seen a pressing of this available. I think this is an out-of-print Saxon. Now, Music on Vinyl is slowly... Saxon's got a pretty big discography. Music on Vinyl is doing a lot of the 90s and 2000s, but I've never seen that available to order. Jay Neutra's in at $35, okay? This record has a seam split, but it's only $9.99. It is called Faceless Burial Speciation, Speciation. Just $9.99 on that one. And that one is death metal, okay? Laura's named the genres on most of these in case you're curious. I'm curious on a lot of them. Warbringer, Worlds Torn Asunder. Warbringer, 2011. This is an OG record. Thrash speed metal, $44.99. Chained to the Dead, Born to Rot, $9.99. That's gore grind deathcore, just FYI. Panic, Rotten Church. A milestone in Brazil's rich history of uncompromising thrash death metal. Originally released in '87. An eight-song trip through the abyss. Raw production, blazing speed, and unholy vocals and riffs abound. That's thrash death metal, 1999, Panic. Brazil, interesting. This one was Violent Force Demo Collection. Thrash, $24.99. Verbert, Dead City 2 and Dead City 3, The Night. Little North, Familiar Places. A jazz album, $19.99. Halloween, their self-titled album, gold vinyl, 2 LP, $34.99. Bill Evans, Inner Spirit, the 1979 concert at Teatro General San Martin, Buenos Aires. Record store day exclusive, numbered, $44.99. Atrophia, Socialized Hate. Now, this one originally also came out in the 80s, early 90s maybe. Sealed, $29.99. Napalm Death, Scum. Sealed, a 2016 reissue, $34.99. And Cancer, To the Gory End. Cancer is sealed, a death metal album on yellow vinyl, $24.99. Alex Kane, You Get Bowie for $50. Saxons at $37 with Jay Nutra. Danny Thomason, You've Been Outbid. Okay? And now Saxons at $38. Also, we had Death, Leprosy, Neon Magenta, and Bone White half and half with Splatter, limited to 300. $59.99, much more limited colored one there. Bride, Silence is Madness, sealed, $19.99, heavy metal. And then Hydravain, Hydravain, After the Dream, $19.99 on that. And then we had Ozzy, Ordinary Man. Ozzy is $24.99, okay? What was the price on Bill Evans? $44.99. Bill Evans and the other jazz album was $19.99. Little North, Familiar Faces. Saxon's at $40, Danny's out. What was the Police auction? Yeah, out of all those auctions I read off earlier, if anybody needs me to put up something or curious, now not all of them's going to go up tonight because some of these are pretty keynote metal records for tomorrow. And by the way, Laura left earlier, so she probably already has sent me metal stuff. What was the Police that was in here? Did I say Police? Probably this right here, Ghost in the Machine. Wow, this is nice. This is an 81 USOG. It is VG Plus, but it's nice and shrink with hop sticker. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, a $15 start. Bride was $19.99 sealed. All right. So what we're going to do first is so a rare night. We don't have John here on Wednesdays. That pretty much no vintage stuff was parked, and a rare opportunity we have metal. This straight price metal. Straight price metal like this happens ever so often. Give us about 2 or 3 more days and it will all be sold and gone probably. I mean, we are absolutely just pounding through it. So it's pretty rare we get this much straight price metal. Typically it's auction stuff because it's usually thrash or Metallica OGs, Megadeth, Iron Maidens, picture disc, rare imports, and it has to be auctioned. It's really difficult to determine the price. So I think what I'm going to do, and also tonight, we had 9 crates of new vinyl, and I think everything left is about in 2. And we need to go back to some of the earliest stuff, and then we're about to do some vintage discount, quick recap, vintage discount, quick recap, metal recap, etc. Okay? Then over here, let's see here. First thing we have is Saxon. The last bid is Jay Nutra at $40. Jay Nutra, and then Police has a bid for $15 and now $20. Okay, and Zach Flowers wants Omens. Okay, Zach Flowers on Lamb of God Omens. Thank you, Zach Flowers. And you were on YouTube earlier, right? Same Zach Flowers. Okay, so there's that. And also last night, we probably went through 200 or 300 more CDs. That was pretty epic, and we sold probably 2 entire boxes of 45s. And that was between the hours of 11 and 1:30 a.m. And so if you wasn't watching, which there wasn't many people, we went through a crazy batch of CDs and 45s last night too. I was just wondering. Okay. Omens, Lamb of God Omens is $29.99. The Police is at 20, and then Saxon is sold to J Nutra. So that's kind of what's happened in the last 24 hours, and that's what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. And let me see if Laura sent me pictures over here. She might have not yet. Sometimes she takes them, edits them later, and then sends them to me. Let's see if she sent me pictures. She hasn't yet, okay? Joshua said he'll take the Lamb of God, okay? I'll make sure Zach doesn't want it. Go ahead and tag that for him, okay? All right. So, where are we? There's that. I got to keep these in order. This is the most recent. Okay, let me stack these over here. That way we don't end up showing anything that's been shown in the last, half hour. So that was that. And then here was the other crate that we went through pretty recently, right here. Okay. So there's that. And then over here, we have the Police Final Call for 20. Why were these left out? Oh, those are only 2 left in a crate earlier. Okay, let me just put these over here then. Those are the only 2 left. I think out of that crate Laura marked. I'll just put those there, so they're still in order. All right, and then, okay, that was really recent. We don't need that one. Hope everybody's done me a quick favor as always and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. And then here was these. Okay, let me set those over here then. Yeah, so all that will fit into about 1 crate, and that's probably all that's about left. Okay, then we had this. That was the Pink Floyd stuff, bootlegs. All right, that's metal. All right. Okay, that's the stuff from yesterday's video, and that's the stuff from today, right? Yeah. Okay, we sold out of a lot because I'm like, well, is that it? But yeah. All right, let's do this. And so the Police is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $20. Thank you, Patrick C. Smith. And then next is Led Zeppelin. Whole Lot of Love and Livin' Lovin' Woman, an original single, OG Whole Lot of Love single in the Atlantic sleeve, $10 start. Alex Kane Gets Bride, okay? I don't think I pulled that out officially. Alex Kane Gets Bride, I'm about to condense. So let's see, this would be the oldest leftover, right? Yeah, this would be the oldest leftover. So let me put these in here like this. So that way they're all in order. We'll keep metal in black crates. Very fitting. And then all this. And then all this. So yeah, their 6 crates of metal is now in a crate and a half. Now, some of that stuff wasn't metal, so probably will fit into 1 crate when we're done. And there's Bride. All right, we're on pace. There we go. Led Zeppelin 10. Bride is sold to Alex Kane. New auctions. See what else I have over here. I have also over here, since this is reissued anniversary for this week, we need to put up an OG copy. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Tears for Fears is an 85 USOG Hot Pog in shrink EX edition. $30 start for Tears for Fears. It's up for bid. All in all, we're just another brick in the wall. That's what I was trying to say. Pink Floyd, another brick in the wall, $7 start. So Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Tears for Fears, those are up for bid. And then quickly, this is all available. You probably hadn't seen some of this if you're just now tuning in or kind of been in and out. Artillery by Inheritance, speaking of metal, limited edition 1000 purple vinyl, $39.99. Songs on Led Zeppelin, Whole Lot of Love, and Livin' Lovin' Maid, She's Just a Woman. Alice in Chains Dirt, $36.99. Rooster, Them Bones, Down in a Hole, Wood, $36.99. Dokken, now playing, which is a hits comp. Breaking the Chains, Tooth and Nail, Burning Like a Flame. Dream Warriors is on there. Dream Warriors is on there. $24.99 for Dokken. Marillion, new for Friday. Script for a Jester's Tier. Marillion is a picture disc. $29.99 on that. Now Yearbook, 1991. New 3LP yellow vinyl. Very popular series, $59.99 for Now Yearbook. 3LP. Also, Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. White and Stronger Than Blue Marble Vinyl, $29.99. Warrant Cherry Pie, limited edition 2500 on yellow vinyl, $39.99. Now Yearbook is Soda Kelly Vlodarchek. And if anybody else wants one, it's a waiting list. Lizzie Borden, Appointment with Death. Lizzie Borden's on red vinyl, $38.99 on Lizzie Borden. And King Crimson, tons of King Crimson tonight. Here's the first one. King Crimson Earthbound. The first King Crimson live album from 1972, 200 gram, $29.99. 21st Century Schizoid Man. Medieval Steel. This was a private press album out of Memphis, and this is $36.99. Galaxy Effect colored vinyl. Sugar Hill Gang is on red vinyl for $24, and Rat Now Playing is $24. And that's another great compilation. Round and Round, Round and Round. Lack of communication. I'm having some slurred speech moments tonight. My brain's been pretty much full nonstop for about 6 hours and 38 minutes now. I've read off a lot of titles, probably more than I have in a long time this fast. In Memory of Paul Di'Anno, limited edition Sparkle Starlight colored vinyl, $29.99 on that. Megadeth, I've got a couple more random copies in stock. Countdown to Extinction is $39. Tears for Fears, that's what I was talking about. So they've come out this week with a new 2LP orange vinyl with alternate artwork, and then they've took the original album, remastered it on Coke Bottle Clear. So Tears for Fears, $36.99. If you want to bid on this one, it's a $30 start. It's OG and shrink wrap. And then Pink Floyd is a $7 start, no bid. And Final Call and Led Zeppelin for $12. William Warner, you're out. Tears for Fears has a bid for $30. Led Zeppelin 4 was on clear vinyl for $33. Last copy. I can't believe we've got down to one copy. Fastway Trick or Treat. Silver vinyl. We've sold 75 copies tonight. One left after the huge pre-order, $39.99. Last copy. Last copy. I should have laid that back there a long time ago. Him, Razorblade Romance. We're going to hopefully sell that one and then start a waiting list. Him is $36.99. Razorblade Romance. AC/DC High Voltage is $29. Miles Davis. It does have a Dean Corner. Round About Midnight. MoFi, $44.99. Depeche Mode, live in the Netherlands, 1983, $29.99. Him, Deep Shadows and Brilliant Highlights, that is $34.99. Pink, Can't Take Me Home, gold vinyl, 2LP, $38.99. And this is new, comes out Friday. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow picture disc, and those are $36.99. Okay? Tears for Fears is sold to Alan Hagen for $30. Pink Floyd is Another Brick in the Wall, and One of My Turns. Led Zeppelin's at 15. Danzig's at 18. So Fastway sold to MT Matt. Larry Duncan, you will be first on a waiting list. And then Jason Waltman on him. Do you want Razorblade Romance, or did you want Razorblade Romance, or did you want Deep Shadows and Brilliant Highlights clear vinyl? Your pick. And Kelly, I've already got you down for a pink. Unless you didn't get invoiced last week, but I told Robert earlier, he tried buying one or asking if you got one. You should have already been invoiced. Jackie Reynolds on Depeche Mode. Pink Floyd has a bid for $7. And Jason Waltman on him on Razorblade Romance, okay, which is right here. And then Oso Adventure wants Lizzie Borden. Yeah, Lizzie Borden has been out of print since it originally came out in 2007. So that's a new reissue for Friday. Okay, there's that. And that's pretty much the chunk of the newest new vinyl, far as a big variety. I was claiming Pink, not Pink Floyd. Yeah, Pink and the Crate, you've already been invoiced for this, I'm pretty sure, last week. Okay, and then Pink Floyd, Pam Murray has it for $7. And now Led Zeppelin's at $20. Pam's about to get the Pink Floyd single. James Young needs a High Voltage. I don't think I've pulled that yet. Right here. TNT. I'm dynamite. All right, so we had Marshall Tucker. We have Pink. We have him. And then Depeche Mode, Miles Davis, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin 4, Tears for Fears, Megadeth, Paul Di'Anno, Rat, Sugar Hill Gang, Medieval Steel, King Crimson, Lizzie Borden, Warrant, Pantera, Marillion, Dokken, Alice in Chains, Artillery. All right, William gets Led Zeppelin for 20, and Pink Floyd is Soda Pam Murray for 7. Awesome. All right. I wish I could show y'all everything we've actually sold out of tonight. It's pretty incredible. And this is quick because this is like the same artist here. A lot of the same artists. But we'll do one more quick look at new vinyl. Boy, I got to go get my monster out of the fridge. My brain is starting to... I mean, really, I can't talk good right now. I'm tongue twisted, etc., etc. But... we're about to get into some pre-owned stuff. I'm going to go at least through go ahead and probably knock out the half-off crate right now because it is approaching 11 after I recap this last one. And then we definitely need to show one more read through all the metal. And we're about to put up other singles. Alice in Chains was $36.99. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99. That's for purple. Promise, Suck on This, Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $24. Stone Temple Pilots, red vinyl, $29.99. Shrek, the soundtrack, $34.99. Pulp, different class, that's $29. And then this is pretty cool. King Crimson Lizard, Elemental Mixes, $36.99. New Mix, 200 gram. And then the 80s King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. Discipline and Beat. Those are $29, $34, and $29. And then Zeppelin Restocks In Through the Outdoor, $33. Physicals, $44. Zeppelin 2's $29. And Coda is $36. Okay? And that was crate number 2 of 3 new vinyl recap. Zeppelin, 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 King Crimson, King Crimson, King Crimson, King Crimson, Pulp, Shrek, Stone Temple Pilots, Promise, and Stone Temple Pilots. A lot of our best sellers there. Can almost fit those into 2 crates, and I'll do the other one in just a second. All right, we need a couple new auctions, and let's see here. About time we mix some back in some of the Elvis sleeves. That's vintage from yesterday. How recent is this crate? Deep Purple, Sticks, Turtles. This stuff looks pretty dang recent. Yeah, that's literally Mondays. We don't want those yet. That's too recent. All right, and then Jet Blue on Alice in Chains, okay? You got it. Always need to order more Alice in Chains. I probably need whoever's watching make a note, order more Dirts and more facelifts. We sold out. I'm talking about one of the biggest bands of the 90s, and it's pretty much impossible to get original pressings. So if you're kind of new to record collecting, you're like, you know what? I'm going to hold out for OG copies of everything. Well, you're going to be sadly mistaken when you want to go listen to Alice in Chains. 2 things. You're going to be looking for a while, or you're going to have to spend a lot of money. And it's best just to get those remasters because they're pretty inexpensive compared to originals. And they're amazing sounding. So, okay, let's find the right crate of vintage stuff, okay? Let's find it. Since Chad does some stretching. There is one more crate of new stuff. We'll do it in just a second. I'm going to put all the metal together. We'll recap it. It's a crate and a half of all the Paul and Laura stuff. And here's 2 more empty crates. I got stuff I'm moving around. I'm logistically cleaning up the store as I talk. I need to go through all the vintage crate leftovers too. That's something always fun to do. I read off all those insane auctions. I really hadn't made a dent in them yet. There's 100 empty crates back here behind me. All right, so when are these? These are, okay, that was November 11th. These are November 11th. That's John stuff, and they marked yesterday. This was November 10th. And this one was, that's some Laura stuff marked October 28th. It's kind of deep cut stuff though, so I'm going to wait on those. Trying to find like our essentials. There's my backpack. I have 200 copies of Alice in Chains self-titled order. 200 copies. It could be our biggest new release ever we sell. 200 copies is pre-ordered for the 1st of next year. So I hope everybody is on board and has that pre-ordered. We're doing the green vinyl. There was a couple other variants that already popped up and sold out. This is also my 11 o'clock cleanup hour, so bear with me. I'm literally moving stuff around so I can walk over here. There's 2 more crates of, wow, so yeah, there's this crate of new vinyl too. I forgot about that. So there's actually 2 more. We'll do that next. Vintage. Okay, so let's figure out what this crate was. This is kind of, you know, it just depends. I mean, sometimes these kind of what I call more deep cut stuff, it sells pretty well too, but I'm trying to find one of a lot of classic rock, pop, and then maybe a pretty good mix. Yeah, this one's pretty interesting here. So this is a pretty good mix. Let's do this one half off. So this is going to be our half off crate of the night. This is going to be half off, no more, no less. Okay? Very simply here, half off, no more, no less. Very simply. Very, very simply. Okay, let's find that Freddie Mercury record. It's one of his solo albums, actually. It's pretty tough to get if it's what I think it is. Yep. And then let's throw up a copy of Kiss Dynasty. And then let's go ahead and try to get into some of these Elvis singles over here as well. So there's those. There's the only no bids tonight is Barrel of a Gun and Painkiller, which is a 1997 single by Depeche Mode. That's only $7. And then the Knack was $25. The Knack, $25. That is the only no bids tonight. Okay. I'm good to go as soon as I put away my laptop before it falls. I'm going to put it right in here so it doesn't fall. Okay. All right. Three new auctions. Jonathan Berg gets the Knack for $25. John Durden gets Depeche Mode for $7. But what if you want to pay more? You can't. No more, no less. Does anybody need a vinyl style cleaning cloth? $5.99. We're down to that many. Vinyl style cleaning cloth, $5.99. Okay. Kiss Dynasty. I Was Made for Loving You, 2000 man. A 1979 OG with the original inner sleeve. No poster. Inner sleeve is included. Not bad. VG++. $25 start on Kiss. Freddie Mercury. One of the greatest voices ever. Mr. Bad Guy. An 85 US OG Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeve. EX condition. Freddie Mercury, a $30 start. And then Elvis, Are You Lonesome Tonight? Elvis is a $10 start. Okay? This is a half off crate. No more, no less. Got to take it or leave it. One more thing over here before I get started. Okay. This is Ish. ISH. Ish is $5. On this corner, gold stamp promo. Geffen Records, definitely 80s, 1986. Ish. Elvis 10, Kiss 25. Heads Are Rolling, City Boy. Heads Are Rolling, EX edition, $7.50. Me Sex, Where Do They Go? Me Sex, gold stamp promo, $6.50. 1984, gold stamp promo. Good Rats, Tasty. Good Rats is VG condition, $5. I think this is Leo Kaki. maybe. VG condition on that, $5. David Werner. David Werner is EX condition, $6.50 in shrink. And then Hotel Hunger. This is where the fun starts. That's EX condition, $5 gold stamp promo. Deacon Blue, When the World Knows Your Name. Deacon Blue is EX condition, $7.50. Another batch of a lot of 80s one-offs in here. Jackie Reynolds wants Ish. Kiss 25, Kiss 26. Right now, John Durden is the only bidder on Elvis at $10, and it's about to be his. Right now, he is the only bidder on that at $10. And then we have Glen Iris, Round and Round. Glen Iris is EX $5 on Glen Iris. Life's hard, and then you die. It's immaterial. It's immaterial is EX $7.50. Lady Pink. Drop everything. Lady Pink is EX condition, $9. Crazy House, still looking for heaven on earth. Crazy House is VG plus $5. Elvis has a new bid for $11. John Durden, you've been outbid. NRBQ is VG condition, $5. Columbia 2-eye label. NRBQ, $5 on that. Freddie Mercury doesn't have a bid yet. Final call, an 85 USOG EX condition, $30. Larry Gonzalez, let me know if you want back in on Kiss. Orbit, William Orbit is VG plus 5. John Durden has bid 12 on Elvis. Biddlecombe outbid. And then Creedence Clearwater Revival, self-titled album, VG plus $10 for CCR. VG plus $10. Gun, Taking on the World. Gun is EX condition, $6.50. And Immaculate Fools, Dumb Poet, VG condition, $5 on Immaculate Fools. Eric Carmen, this is in shrink wrap, VG condition, $5. Jackie Reynolds on Lady, and Lady was Lady Pack. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. And then we have Hurrah, Hurrah. That's EX $6.50. So Elvis has a new bid for $30. Kiss has a new bid for $27. And Cassiopeia, Eyes of the Mind. Cassiopeia is EX edition, $7.50. Medium, the Mandrake Memorial. Medium is half off of $39.99. The Mandrake Memorial. This is now just $20. It's on the Poppy label. Alan Hagen on Gun, and that was right over here, so to Alan Hagen. Freddie Mercury's a no bid. You can pick that up for a $30 buy it now. Boy, I've always thought that's been pretty difficult to get. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, so Freddie Mercury's a $30, Elvis $13.14, and now Zach, you're out on Kiss. Let me know if you want back in. Chelsea Wolf, $17.50, half off of $34.99. This is Chelsea Wolf Hiss Spun, $17.50 on Chelsea Wolf. George Harrison Cloud 9 is $10 in shrink wrap, no condition notes. George Harrison $10, and Flight and Premonition, David Sylvian. Hold Your Accuse, I think. $17.50 on that one. Jeremy Bryant on CW, and that was for Chelsea Wolf, right? That's sort of Jeremy Bryant. Elvis is at $14, and it's up to Zach. So, by the way, if anybody news watching, you're done bidding, make sure you say out. You can keep bidding. Doesn't matter to me, but if you are done, it will exponentially let me know that you are done, and we can move on to something else, okay? Patrick C. Smith gets Freddie for $30. Elvis has a new bid for $15. And then Johnny Winter, Second Winter. $9 on Johnny Winter. It's a Columbia 2-eye label. $9 on Johnny Winter. Boston, Third Stage. Boston is $17.50. Gatefold jacket, it has the original inner sleeve. $17.50 on Boston. $17.50 on Boston. That is available. No condition notes. A Lovely Bunch, Al Jasbo Collins and the Banditos from Impulse, $13.50. Impulse A-9150. No condition notes, $13.50 on that. Next is Kiss is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $27. Zach said he was done bidding. Millions Like Us. This is $5, and this is self-titled. It's called Millions Like Us. Christopher Yoakum on the Johnny Winter. That's so to Christopher Yoakum. And now we have 10 Years After Undead. $10 on 10 Years After. Elvis 10. Excuse me, Elvis 15. John Durden has it for 16. And then our next auction is going to be, let me move this over here. Let me move the Elvis records over here. And then here we go. Okay. Oh boy, what do we have here? All right, we got Metallica Load. Metallica Load is a 2014 2LP. Just a $25 start on Metallica Load. That's up for bid. Stephen Reeves on Boston for $17.50. Christopher Yoakum on 10 Years After for $10. And we have Seventh Wave Sci-Fi. And that's a 1975 promo, $10 on that. Elvis over here is sold to John Durden for $16. Our next one is going to go up right now, and that is I Need Your Love Tonight. Elvis, I Need Your Love Tonight, with the original 98-cent price tag, or 98-cent price tag. It looks like it was in somebody's collection where they cataloged at 42. Not bad at all. Original picture sleeve from Elvis, $10 start, 1959. 1959. You could have bought a 1959 Chevrolet something back in the day. Think about that. You could have, whoever walked in a record store to buy that, they was driving probably a 1950 something. They drove to the record shop and walked in and bought the newest Elvis Presley single, I Need Your Love Tonight, and Fool Such As I. Next is Roxy Music. This one has the censored cover. No naked, half-naked lady laying on the cover. $10 on Roxy Music. Metallica's a $25 start. And then the McCoys, Human Ball. The McCoys were Rick Derringer. This is $17.50. It'd be weird if they'd been driving a 68 Mustang 59. That would have been turning some heads in 59. They'd be like, holy crap, what is that? And then this is Marry My Hope, Suicide Kings. $5 on Marry My Hope, Suicide Kings. And then also we have The Flame, Annabelle Lamb, $7.50 on that. Argent, In Deep. Argent is $9, and that is a gatefold jacket. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, that's in shrink wrap. Nice copy, $7.50, no condition notes. Taking Care of Business. Final Call on Elvis for 10. And we have Classic Nouveau. This is $7.50. A lot of, I could put together, I don't know how many 80s one-offs we've marked in the last, week? Oh my gosh, I could put together 2 or 3 crates right now. Michael Freiberger on BTO over there. Roxy Music is Country Life. So there's 2 copies. There's this copy, and then there's a copy where the lady is laying on the ground in like a red dress that looks like she got a bucket of water dumped on her, and you can see her. Kansas is a point of no return. $10 on Kansas. Elvis has a bid for 10. Steve Biddlecombe drives a 58 Buick. Nice. Leo Sayer, $5. Chuck Haley also bid 10 on Elvis. You can pick up Metallica for $25. Whoever wants it, Metallica, $25. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Culture Club is $12.50. Karma Chameleon and Genesis, and then there were 3. Follow You, Follow Me. Genesis and Shrink. We got a hold up on Elvis. 2 people have locked in 10. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, sorry. All right. Josh Brown on Genesis. Elvis 10, Elvis 10, Elvis 12. You can see her Kansas. Yeah, right here, Kansas. Mask. Another Kansas. Gold stamp promo. We're talking about Steve Walsh. We're talking about Kerry Livgren. We're talking about Kansas. $10 on that. Patrick C. Smith on Classic Inn. That's this one right here, sold to Patrick C. Smith for $7.50. Chuck Haley has Elvis for $12. Biddlecombe, you've been outbid. The Pretenders in Shrink and Hype $12.50. Back on the chain, gang. $12.50 with shrink and hype. The Pretenders, $12.50. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss Love Gun on really cool orange and tangerine kind of splatter. Love Gun is a $20 start. $20 start on Love Gun. Citizen Ken, not Citizen Kane. Citizen Ken, starring Greg Ken. That is $7.50. Chad Snyder is going to pick up Metallica for $25. Love Gun's now up for bid. Really cool colored vinyl, $20 start on that. And then Biddlecombe, you're going to get this Elvis for $12. Excuse me, Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley gets that one for $12. So we got Chuck, we got Steve, and we got Jason Boxell missing. Now, whenever Wolverine hops on, we'll have a 45 party again. Holy moly, we went through some 45s last night. I've got them over here just ready, but we'll keep throwing some of them up. Elvis Presley, don't, and I beg of you. And I asked John, I said, how many more Elvis singles are in the back? He said, gosh, you have no idea how many's back there. You have no idea. It's crazy. Elvis is a $10 start. Don't, and I beg of you. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise. Linda is $5. I Who Have Nothing, Tom Jones. It's $5 for Tom Jones, I Who Have Nothing. And Lone Justice, that's in shrink wrap, Maria McKee, $7.50 on Lone Justice. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance. Lou Reed, $12.50. Beautiful copy. Beautiful copy. Glamour Camp, shrink and hype, $5. Glamour Camp, self-titled. Duke by Genesis. There's Too Many Misunderstandings. $10 on Duke Genesis. That's in shrink, another really nice copy. And Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. A little bit of cover wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Jethro Tull. Kiss has a bid for $20. Elvis is a $10 start. And I have, going up for auction right now, what do we got? We got Kiss. Let's see. AC/DC, for those about the rock, an 81 USOG Allied, VG, nearly VG plus, VG cover with minor cover wear, $15 start on that, okay? Unknown Rock Soldier, you just bid against yourself on Kiss. Okay, it's at $20 with you, unless you want to go ahead and give me a $10 tip. Totally up to you. Next is Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties. Costello is $12.50. That's in shrink wrap. The Cars Panorama. The Cars is in shrink wrap. $12.50 for the Cars Panorama. China Crisis, Flaunt the Imperfection. China Crisis is $12.50 gold stamp promo. Elvis has a bid for $10. Josh Brown gets Genesis. AC/DC has a bid for $18. And of course, Chuck Haley also bid $10 on Elvis. Biddlecombe and Chuck Haley are putting on their gloves. They're about to punch and fight for another Elvis single. The Maha Vishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin, The Intermounting Flame, $10 on that. I've seen a bit above mine. Really? Did somebody else bid $20 on Kiss? If you are, you're invisible, and I'm about to sell it to Unknown Rock Soldier for $20. Studio. Phil Collins is $10. In shrink, another nice one. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, nice in shrink. That's $12.50. And REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, 1970 to 1980. REO Speedwagon, $17.50. A decade, a beautiful copy. $17.50 on that. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. First label, gatefold jacket. Ricky, don't lose that number. Nice copy. $22.50 on that one. Stephen Reeves on Foreigner, sold. Josh Brown on Phil Collins, sold. Biddlecombe, you're outbid on Elvis. Kiss is sold to Unknown Rock Soldier for $20. And then AC/DC is sold to Louis Kulik for $18. Nice. Those are all sold. Flying Saucer Attack, 1995 Space Rock. Now just $25. Flying Saucer Attack, $25 on that. Phil Abelia, East to West, gold stamp promo, $10 on Phil Abelia. The Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits, $7.50. And Joe Jackson Look Sharp. Joe is in shrink wrap, $10 on Joe Jackson Look Sharp. Okay? All the time. Studio. Whoa. Give me a chance. Give me a sign. I wonder all the time. Studio. Whoa. Mark V's on Fifth Dimension. And the McLaughlin, $10. In shrink, clean, nice. Biddlecombe, 12. Actually, I think Chuck already bid 12. Yeah, Chuck already has it for 12. Chuck already has it for 12. And now Regina says, you know what, Chad? You didn't mention me. Regina's in at 15. Now Steve and Chuck's out. Now we got 2 outs. Bottom of the first. Okay, so I've got a major decision to make. What to do next. It could determine the outcome of the rest of the night. Grog on Mahavishnu for 10. We took a pretty big chunk out of that crate. As you can see, it's pretty full, but there's a lot still left. I might like speed run through them one more time or just read the titles, and if you need a price, let me know. I definitely need to go get my... I am desperate need of a snack. It's 11 o'clock. So before my energy level really falls off the table, I'm going to get this monster I've had chilling up here. And I think I've got a bite of bread up here from Publix still. I do. A nice bite of bread and half of a pickle. And this very hard bread from Publix. My mom said I got some kind of soup. James Hicks. Silver from James Hicks. That's Japanese. Okay, where is those JSA letters at? My mom. So 2 things while I'm cleaning up right quick. Y'all let me know what you want to do next. And then y'all also let me know where you're watching from, okay? Please don't go anywhere. I'm up here trying to scoundrel some calories. Let me know where you're watching from, okay? And we're going to go from there. We still got an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours left in tonight's show. I've got to get woke up, honestly. I need to text my mom. So we've been waiting for letters to come. Laura just texted me. Let me see what my mom said. She said, wooden shelf by the cabinet where I keep my food stored. The pictures, JSA. Those 2 packages I sent you from the JSA stuff, it's over on the far side right in the wooden shelf on the cabinet where I keep the food stored. Aha, okay. Attention, Chad Williams. Postal Plus. I don't know what that is. Okay, good. Collectible. Finally. This little packet, this envelope from JSA is worth thousands of dollars. I was worried I couldn't find it tonight. So, All right. Very cool to see where everybody's watching from. I got to tear into this envelope. So we got back from JSA today. We got back today from JSA all of our letters of authenticity. Okay? This is big news. Okay? This is huge news. This is major news. So now we have freed up all these autographed, all these autographs. Okay? We're going to start trying to get these out ASAP. These are all freshly authenticated letters from JSA. They just came back from Florida where they're notarized and inspected. We got Kiss, signed by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. That's the Kiss My ASS record. That is for a customer, Danny Thomason. No, wait a minute. This is, that's MT Mats, right? That's MT Mats. MT Matt, are you watching? That's MT Mats signed Ozzy. That's MT Mats. Megadeth signed by Mustaine, Friedman, Elfson, and DeGrasso. Iron Maiden signed by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray, Steve Harris, Janet Gears, and Nico McBrain. Iron Maiden signed by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray, Steve Harris, Janet Gears, and Nico McBain. BG signed by Barry Gibb, Robin Gibb, and Maurice Gibb. Black Sabbath signed by Ozzy, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Bill Ward. That will be going up hopefully tomorrow. Signed by Ozzy, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Bill Ward. The Ramones signed by Joey Ramone, Johnny Ramone, CJ Ramone, and Marky Ramone. Motorhead signed by Lemmy Kilmister, Phil Campbell, and Mickey D. The Black Crowes signed by Chris Robinson, Rich Robinson, Audley Freed, Sven Pippian, Ed Harsh, and Steve Gorman. REM signed by Michael Stipe, Peter Buck, Mike Mills, and Bill Berry. AC/DC signed by Brian Johnson, Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Cliff Williams, and Phil Rudd. And a baseball bat signed by King Griffey Jr. Baseball bat signed by King Griffey Jr. So all that is now freed up. And all that's going to be sold starting tomorrow. Some of them. Not everything, obviously. But some of that, if I can get it photographed for tomorrow, a huge night in viewership, some of that stuff is going to be sold tomorrow. Those are all $500,000 plus items. So I'm glad we now have those freed up and we can sell them. Okay? So this is MT Mats. I'll put this over here on Ed's desk. MT Mat, that'll go out in your letter. Okay? That'll go out in your next order. Danny, your letter won't be here for months. I'm talking, you probably need to put it in the back of your mind, but it will come sometime in the spring. I'm going to say, let's say February, March, April, May, June, or July. Okay, Danny? February, March, April, May, June, or July. Probably when it's warm again here in Tennessee. MT Matt, how long have you been waiting for this? We probably can give a good idea, Danny. MT Matt's been waiting for what, 3 or 4 months maybe? I bet he's been waiting 3 or 4 months, so it's going to be a while. Okay. Over here is Elvis, and this is sold to Regina for $15. Okay. And then Sean Miller said, I bid 22 on AC/DC. That was very, very late, Sean. I'm talking, that came in very, very late. You're pretty far behind. Okay, and then we got viewers in Texas, Arizona, Oregon, Michigan, Colorado, Tennessee, Maryland, Memphis, San Diego, Canada, Mississippi, Los Angeles, Kentucky, and August. So, yeah, August, September, October, November, 4 months. So, Danny, I'm going to say March. Maybe March is when you'll get your letter back. It's going to be a while. I usually don't do that. I've actually, the last couple signed items I've done, I've told people, If you want to get a letter, I'll let you get it, but it's going to be a long time, and I hate being responsible for it because I know people's waiting for it, and it's just something. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a new year before it comes in. Okay. So so let's figure out what we need to do this. Sorry, I got my snack back here. I'm about to rip into it, and this will take me 30 seconds to go through this crate. Did I go through this a second time? I might just wait. A lot of this will get obliterated in the 9 a.m. flip crate. So many great titles still left in here. A lot of classic rock and big titles, but if they're not claimed, if they wasn't claimed then, they'll be claimed in one of our upcoming morning videos. I got other leftover flip crate stuff that you might want to see. And let's go ahead and put up another Elvis single. And this is Elvis Loving You. And that's Teddy Bear. Loving You and Teddy Bear. $10 start on Elvis. Very quickly on this crate. Very, very quickly. And then we're going to start doing some buy it now 45s, okay? Wow. Barcelona, Spain. Wow. Barcelona, Spain. Do you have the Rush box set? 2002 to 2012. This is $159.99. Snakes and Arrows and Clockwork Angels. I have not ordered that yet. I'm waiting for my distributor to email me back to confirm that's the version they have in stock, because that album is still in print. 2015 is still in print, UK. If not, I'm just going to have to find one on Discogs, but I don't have you one ordered yet, no. We have Pink Floyd Live, Brighton Dome, 1972. Pink Floyd is $44.99. That's the first time Dark Side of the Moon was played. It's purple vinyl. Dangerous Toys, the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, that's $29. Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs, white vinyl, $33. AC/DC Highway to Hell, $29. Youngblood Idols with autographed insert, $39. Warrant Ultraphobic is $36. Pink Floyd Live in Philadelphia, Dark Side of the Moon Live, $44.99. Nick Cave is $29.99. Paris is $19.70. $29.99. Anthrax was $29. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers, Devotion to Emotion, $29.99. Elvis is at $10 with Biddlecombe. Danny Thomason wants Dangerous Toys. James, if you have tracking, I don't see anything that's been delivered today from you. If it was supposed to be delivered today, I do not see it up front. I have looked. I did not see it up front. I just kind of went through all the mail just a moment ago when I stepped up there. I did not see your name on any package. If it says from James Hicks, no, sir. Nothing delivered today. Danny got Dangerous Toys, so Red Hot Chili Peppers, Anthrax, Pink Floyd, Nick Cave, Pink Floyd, Warrant, Youngblood, AC/DC, Zach Sabbath, Dangerous Toys, Pink Floyd, and Rush. That's all available. I'm going to go ahead and condense these over here with this crate. And this right here into this crate. And so now those 9 crates of new vinyl is now in about 3. Pretty amazing. Okay? Can't get enough of that stuff sometimes, it seems like. I wish I knew more of what to order. If I knew more of what to order, we'd sell even more of it. A hot commodity. Okay? So let's do one more vintage crate before we go exclusive, maybe to 45s, and then I'm going to restart recapping metal. So let's do one more vintage crate. I think I might want to go through a crate that's only been shown maybe once or twice or just once, and we can do it best offer if I can find the right one to pick over here. Okay. What was this one? Okay. Oh, y'all gonna like this one. Okay. Let's do this one, best offer. Oh my gosh. So this is some stuff Laura marked about a week ago, okay? This is some stuff Laura marked about a week ago. Elvis is at 13 and 14. How much is Youngblood? $39.99 autographed insert. Dangerous Toys is $24, and it's on pink vinyl. I will have to ask them tomorrow if something's been delivered, but no one has told me anything about a package from James Hicks that has showed up yet. Did you send it with tracking so you can check it? All right. These are buy it now or best offer. Misfire, product of the environment. Misfire is sealed on green, black colored vinyl. $24.99 on Misfire. Halloween, straight out of hell. Remastered 2020 includes 3 bonus tracks on bi-colored vinyl. Black orange colored vinyl, $34.99. Elvis is at 16. Biddlecombe, you're out. Jay Castillo, Flying Saucer, OG Attack. I'm pretty sure that record was marked. The note on the back from John says 1995, Space Rock. The half-off price is $25. Flying Saucer Attack. All it says is 1995. It's $25. That was the half-off price. Violence, Eternal Nightmare. Sealed, $29.99. Bloody Flesh, colored vinyl. Hillbilly Moon Explosion. Bourgeois Baby, red vinyl. Sealed, $19.99. Legion of the Damned. Poison Chalice. Glow-in-the-dark colored vinyl. $39.99. Black Knight, Sword of Rage. 2025 Record Store Day. Sealed, $34.99. Godsmack, The Oracle. Remastered. This is on Orange Swirl, $29.99. Surith Ungol, live at the Roxy with poster, green, black swirl, $39.99 on that. Danzig, Satan's Child, red marble vinyl, $34.99 on Danzig. Eonia, I-N-A-E-O-N-A, white vinyl, $9.99. The Goners, Good Morning. The Goners is on blue vinyl for $17.99. Misfire again, Sympathy for the Ignorant. Aqua/ruby colored vinyl, sealed, $19.99. These are all best offer. This is actually a batch of stuff that Laura marked back on October 30th, day before Halloween, and they have not been shown since then. They've been on the bottom of a stack. Only been shown this one time. Sell this to Joe Castillo for the half-off price of $25. Elvis is at 18. Regina, you've been outbid. And let's go ahead and lay down our first handful of 45s. Okay, I have this whole box to run through that we didn't finish last night. And then we have the Christmas box to go through for, quote, our miscellaneous segment tonight. So hopefully everybody is ready to see some of these, okay? First, these are all $6.99. The Shangri-La's Leaders of the Pack, or Leader of the Pack. Leslie Gore, You Don't Own Me, and Run Bobby Run. Lodi Low by Chubby Checker. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary, Blowing in the Wind. My Love, Petula Clark. And a Johnny Rivers picture sleeve, The Tracks of My Tears. Well, I just went through a whole batch of metal and no offers. Everybody must have went to sleep on me. We have Velvet Fog. That's not Mel Torme, and excuse the nudity there. They're kind of all hanging out down there at the bottom, even though they're kind of painted up. Velvet Fog is unopened, green and white vinyl, $24.99. Godsmack, $15. I will sell you Godsmack for $27. And then Elvis Presley is sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $18. And then over here, we got Wolverine on SH for the Shangri-La's for $6.99. Wolverine on Leslie Gore for $6.99. Wolverine on Chubby Checker for $6.99. And Wolverine on Peter, Paul, and Mary for $6.99. That leaves Johnny Rivers and Petula Clark right there. Next thing is the Hillbilly Moon Explosion, all grown up. That is sealed for $19.99. And Frozen Ghost, Nice Place to Visit. EX edition, Frozen Ghost is $9.99. Illusions on a Double Dimple, Triumvirate. That's VG condition, $9.99 on that. Here's some more singles. Chad and Jill Stewart, The Cruel War, picture sleeve. Gary and the Pacemakers, How Do You Do It? And then James Brown, I guess I'll have to Cry, Cry, Cry. Robin Ward, Wonderful Summer on Dot in the Dot sleeve. It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. The Rolling Stones. And then over here, we got Petula Clark, so to Patrick C. Smith. Victor Guerra offered $15 for the Goners. Victor, that was marked $17.99. It's yours for $15. Next is Neil's Lofgren. That's EX edition, $12.99 on Neil. John Cale, Church of Anthrax with Terry Riley, EX $27.99 on that. Wolverine on Geo, and Geo was for, well, I know for sure he wants James Brown, and I know for sure he wants Rolling Stones. J.O. was a miscue, maybe. I still got Chad and Jill Stewart, Gary and the Pacemakers, and Robin Ward. So let me know on those. And then in here, we got Amy Grant in concert, EX $9.99, Eye to Eye, $14.99, Eye to Eye, Mondo Rock Chemistry, Gold Stamp Promo, $12.99, and Greg Sutton, Soft as a Sidewalk. Greg Sutton is $9.99. Mary Wilson, First Take. Mary Wilson is sealed, $9.99. That was Gary P. Gary, probably he got autocorrect. That was Gary and the Pacemakers. How do you do it? Gary and the Pacemakers. That was a big one. Also, we got K-Tail Presents James Last. K-Tail Alert. Sealed $14.99. And we got old Cock-a-Doodle-Doo and Mother Goose 2. 118 children's classics. That's a lot. Sealed $19.99 for Cock-a-Doodle-Doo. Wow. So that crate started with some deep death metal and ended with a nursery rhyme record. How do you do? I do well. That's what Kramer told that doctor. Bebopalua, Gene Vincent on the Purple Capel label. Rick Nelson, You Just Can't Quit, picture sleeve. Rick Nelson, Fools Rush In, picture sleeve. The Crying Shames, We Could Be Happy. The Shangri-Las, Remember Walking in the Sand. Dwayne Eddy, The Wild Westerns. And Ragdoll, The Four Seasons. Let's do one more. The Bee Gees, New York Mining Disaster, 1941. All right, those are all $6.99. First thing, Lewis Kulik said he will take Godsmack for $27. Thank you. And just FYI, there is a light seam crackle at the top. That's sold to Lewis Kulik. Gene Vincent sold to Wolverine for $6.99. Next is Rick Nelson. There's two. I'm assuming you want both. Those are sold to Wolverine. And then SH for Wolverine was Shangri-Las. Dwayne Eddy is sold to Tim Graham. And Four Seasons sold to Wolverine, and BG sold to Wolverine. The only thing not sold there is the Crying Shames, We Could Be Happy, and I Want to Meet You. That's $6.99, okay? Ever play the Seinfeld trivia game? There's actually one behind the counter. A customer brought it in and gave it to my mom to give it to me. And I don't know who. She probably told me and I forgot, but I have never played it. I would be unstoppable, okay? I would be unstoppable. I actually told somebody the other day, if there was ever like a Seinfeld trivia bowl where there was a huge prize at stake, like $1 million or $100,000 or $500,000, I would, wherever it go, I would go, because I would dominate. Okay, I would flat out just crush. The Doors, come on now, touch me, babe. Pet Shop Boys, always on my mind. The Streak, Ray Stevens. Al Stewart promo, The Year of the Cat. Kim Carnes, Betty Davis Eyes, and Paper Lace, The Night Chicago Died. That's some big hit singles. $6.99. All right, what do y'all want to do for LPs? Boy, the LP buyers have went silent. I literally just did Buy It Now Best Offer Metal. That had a lot of Bizarro. I've got one more crate of new vinyl to recap, so we could try to chip away. We started with 9 crates tonight. There's 3 left. We had 6 crates of metal priced. There's 2 left. It's up to y'all. Or we can go exclusively just miscellaneous, 45s, whichever. So there's only... I mean, we sold out of most of all the new stuff, and then there's a lot of Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and restocks like that left. So, Tim Graham gets the Doors for $6.99. Tim Graham gets Kim Carnes for $6.99, and that left the following. These are all $6.99: Paper Lace, Al Stewart, Year of the Cat, Ray Stevens, and Pet Shop Boys. Okay, I got to tell John to price some 50 stuff. I've got to tell John, hey, we got some people who need some 50s LPs. I think a lot of stuff gets overlooked. We go so much for the 70s and 80s classic rock stuff sometimes when he's marking. John would be perfect for marking 50 stuff. And I got to get a list of artists from y'all because I know we have them in here. The K-Tail was actually James Last, sealed $14.99. I've got one more crate of new vinyl to recap. And let's actually go put up some more Elvis singles. Well, I'm going to leave it up to y'all. I know GMB's watching. I got some white label promo Elvis. Now, I know some of these can be pretty dang good. Like $100, $50, $190. So they might not get bid up to there. I don't know. But some of these may be 10 bucks. We're going to start them all at 10 bucks. Elvis Presley, There's Always Me, white label promo, and the flip is Judy. $10 start. I've got several, and I've got other yellow label promos. And we'll know if it's a good one when we see GMB bidding. Right, GMB? Right, GMB? If GMB puts $13 here in the next few seconds, we know we got a dang good one going up for auction. Oh, there went my knees. All right, let's do some more buy it nows. Here's that third and final new vinyl recap crate. And, of course, go be sure to check out the 6 a.m. video. And we're going to read through the metal stuff probably again, okay? There's Elvis. And let's do some more shingles. Nice. Patsy Cline, Walking After Midnight on Decca. The Diamonds, Little Darling on Mercury. Richard Chamberlain from, yeah, there it is, Dr. Kildare. Theme from Dr. Kildare. Jim Lowe, The Green Door. Brian Hyland, Sealed with a Kiss. And Dick and Dee Dee, Turn Around. Those are all $6.99. Okay? I got a restock of Led Zeppelin Presents, Achilles' Last Stand. $33.99. Black Crowes Amorica. That is a new with 3 bonus tracks that comes out Friday. $39.99 on that. And we have Pink Floyd Animals. You gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me just being used. $29.99 for Pink Floyd Animals. Patsy Cline, Soda Wolverine for $6.99. Over here, we have the Diamond Soda Wolverine for $6.99. Chris Bryant, second on Patsy Cline. And BH, which was Brian Hyland. That's Soda Wolverine for $6.99. And Wolverine gets Elvis for $12. Next is going to go up right now. I wonder if Michael Manning's watching. Michael Manning might have his eyebrow raised for a couple of these. We have If Every Day Was Like Christmas and How Would You Like to Be? Promo Elvis Presley. Look at that doodle. Look at the doodle somebody drew on that label. Golly, that's almost bizarre to see something like that on an Elvis label. $10 start on Elvis. We have Pink Floyd, A Delicate Sound of Thunder for $79.99. And then The Wall was $49.99. No More Tears was $44.99. Momentary Lapse of Reason was $44.99. Black Rain, $36. Led Zeppelin 329. Alice in Chains Facelift 38. Led Zeppelin 29. And one Beach House left, Teen Dream. Beach House 29. Okay? Recap. Well, unless we go into another like vintage best offer crate, which we're about to. Let me grab some more. But a lot of new 45s being laid down, though. All right. How do you do things you do? I can't believe it's already 11:36. JetBlue on Alice in Chains. I guess I didn't start, though, to 6:15. So, but man, whew, nonstop tonight. I love it. Fabian, Tiger, Mighty Cold. Eric Carmen, She Did It. The Johnny Otis Show, Hum-Ding-a-Ling. The Platters, I'm Sorry. Gene Vincent, Lotta Lovin'. Bobby Helms, My Special Angel. The Diamond, Silhouettes. Okay, we'll pause right there for a second. All right, Elvis is now at 13. Wolverine, you're out. Wolverine put FA for Fabian. He put JO for Johnny Otis. He put PL for Platters. And he put DO for Diamonds. DI for Diamonds. And Gene Vincent and Soda Biddlecombe. And that leaves Eric Carmen and Bobby Helms. My Special Angel, and Standing at the End of My World. Elvis is also now at 15. And this next stack is all $6.99. Alabama, Roll-On 18-wheeler. Michael Jackson, Beat It. Sitting on the Dock of Bay in the original Volt sleeve. The Diamonds, black denim trousers and motorcycle boots. Hollywood Argyles, Alley Oop. The Ponytails, Born Too Late. And the Platters, Twilight Time. How much are those, Chad? They're just $6.99. You've got to be joking. I am not joking. Those are just $6.99. That's insane. Is there a reason you're selling these for $6.99? Well, I just want to get them sold. We're just sending them to new homes. I think everybody's very grateful, and we're moving these right along. Wow, that's pretty insane. You're selling these for $6.99. I know. It is what it is, though. They're $6.99. Okay, first thing we have is Wolverine on HA. And HA was for, hold on a second. What was that from the last stack? He put HA and then PT. Okay, HA and PT. HA and PT. Okay, so maybe Ponytails and the Platters for Wolverine. Ponytails and Platters for Wolverine. Steve Biddlecombe on Alley Oop. Elvis has a new bid for 20. Okay, so there was no claim for the Diamonds. It's still available. No claim for Otis Redding or Michael Jackson Beat It or Alabama, right? He does want Otis Redding. The Diamonds is also still available. And so is Alabama and Michael Jackson. Denise says she claimed the Diamonds. Boy, when did that happen? I think I started at the wrong area. Okay, Denise got the Diamonds. Okay, she was first on the Diamonds. So the Diamonds is sold to Denise. Let me find that. I hadn't tagged it yet. It was OR for Otis Redding, and then Denise put Diamonds. Then Wolverine put DODI. Okay? So she got the Diamonds. Denise was first on that one. The flip for Beat It was Get on the Floor. Okay, and by the way, Elvis is at $22. Elvis is at $22. Next is Harry Belafonte, Jamaica Farewell. Clyde McFadder, I Believe. The Brooklyn Bridge, Free as the Wind. The Brooklyn Bridge, Down by the River. The Duprees, You Belong to Me. The Delphikings, Come Go With Me. We'll pause right there. Let me swap out crates too. Okay, so there's the 3 crates of tonight's new vinyl. Everybody's been really quiet on LP request. I don't know what to do. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. I'm honestly speechless without speech. Wolverine, sounds like I need to show more 45s. Over here we have Clyde McFadder, so to Wolverine. Brooklyn Bridge, there's 2 here. I'm going to give them both to Wolverine. He also gets the Duprees, and he gets the Delphikings, and that leaves Harry Belafonte. And Donna wants Michael Jackson if Bradley Smith doesn't want it. Okay? Wow. Yeah, seems like I need to show more 45s. Over here, I think Jason might have got the alley with his HA claim. Oh, is that Hollywood Argyles? Okay, HA was Hollywood Argyles. We probably need to change that then. So, Jason Biddlecombe is saying you got Hollywood Argyles, HA. Okay. I thought he was auto-corrected on sub. His letters come in so fast, I'm trying to figure out what they are. So, okay, here's more. Jackie Wilson, Reet Petite. The Drifters, Under the Boardwalk. The Kingsmen, Louie, 64, 65, 66. Van Halen, Panama. Zappa, Punky's Whips, Zappa. Love and Rockets, Ball of Confusion, promo. And Lindsey Buckingham, Holiday Road from National Lampoon's Vacation. Wow. Holiday roll, a holiday roll, a holiday roll. That is really only available through that soundtrack. Okay, and by the way, this Elvis promo's at 27 with Chuck Haley. Wolverine, you've been outbid. Wolverine said, Steve, you have it, no worries. Steve says, I'll pay for it, Chad, but give it to Jason. He's saying you can keep it if you want it. No worries. I bet we can come up with another one. Amanda Darby got Jackie Wilson. Wolverine on HE and then JW. I think he got autocorrected. He was trying to go after Jackie Wilson. Denise was first on Zappa, which should be right here. And then Wolverine on DR. And that was for the Drifters. And then he put Ken for the Kingsman. Chris Bryant next on the Kingsman. Zach Flowers on LB for Lindsey Buckingham. Jonathan Berg was second. Then Oso Adventure. Alante G next on Zappa. Elvis has a new bid for 30. And then we still got Love and Rockets, Ball of Confusion, Promo, and Panama, and Drop Dead Legs from Van Halen. Okay? Those are the only two left in there. Is the any owner from the previous guy still going to offer 8? And you can. And he wants to put back the Drifters Under the Boardwalk. Was anybody back up on that one? That is Ruby Baby and Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having some fun under the boardwalk. Boardwalk. Eonia, that is still available. Thank you. I don't have to try to read that one again. This is sold to Hiram Aponte for $8. In Eonia, sold to Hiram for $8. Still selling some LPs. Under the Boardwalk. Boardwalk. Elvis is at $32 with Chuck Haley. Biddlecombe. Chuck is putting up a fight. I mean Boxel. I'm getting some of y'all's names confused. All right, here we go. The Brooklyn Bridge, You'll Never Walk Alone. 18 Yellow Roses, Bobby Darin. Bobby Goldsboro, Voodoo Woman. The Poco Seco Singers, Almost Persuaded. Mickey Mozart Quintet, Mexican Hop. The Bobettes, Mr. Lee. Craig Thomas on Love and Rockets. I was waiting for somebody to get that. One of our 80s 45 buyers. Sold to him. All right. Elvis is at 35 with Wolverine. Chuck, you've been outbid. And these are all $6.99. I love this Atlantic sleeve from the probably late 50s, early 60s. It's got the floating heads with Ray Charles, Laverne Baker. That's an awesome company sleeve. And on the back, it's got the dancing or the jazz kind of rhythm and blues stick men. So we had the Bobettes and BB for Brooklyn Bridge. So Wolverine got BB for Brooklyn Bridge and BO for Bobettes. And he gets this Elvis promo for $35. And then Van Halen also sold to Craig Thomas for $6.99. Okay, and that left Bobby Darin, Bobby Goldsboro, Poco Seco, and Mickey Mozart Quintet. All right, next Elvis auction. When one goes down, another one goes up. At some point, we'll have an Elvis Buy It Now party, but we got to get everything auction sorted out of here first. And there's still some pretty good options in here, okay? There's still some I don't think I've put up. And I know there's some more promos in here. So here's another promo. Yep. This is Fools Fall in Love and Indescribably Blue. A promo copy. $10 start. Okay. Denise wants to put Zappa back. That's only a $20,000 restocking fee for you. Just $20,000 for Denise, which is pennies to her. So if anybody wants Zappa, Punky's Whips is still available. $6.99. Okay. There's the next Elvis. Holiday Row. Okay, mixing it up here with some picture sleeves. About to get into this other box over here of Christmas. Okay. Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All, Human League Red, Sticks, Fooling Yourself. These are damaged. Those Elvis were damaged. Joey Scarborough, Greatest American Hero. Bill Conti, Gonna Fly Now, theme from Rocky. Don't Stop Believin', Journey. Okay. This Elvis is like really, it's got like specks of stuff all over the vinyl, and Jailhouse Rock is cracked. But I was hoping John might have a little, he might can check those for sure. Donna got Whitney Houston for $6.99. That leaves Human League Sticks, Joey Scarborough, theme from Rocky and Journey. And Elvis has one bid for $12 with Wolverine. Let me make sure Chuck Haley or Steve Biddlecombe doesn't want to bid, okay? Atlante G said he'll take Zappa if you waive Denise's restocking fee. Sure. So, Denise, we're going to waive that restocking fee and sell Atlante G Zappa for $6.99. And Wolverine gets J for Journey. Don't stop believing. I'm just a Collectible guy selling records every night. I take the midnight train to Collectible, yeah. Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. Phil Collins, You Can't Hurry Love. The Police, King of Pain. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. The Time, Mo Jerkout. Xanadu, Magic from Olivia Newton-John. And I'm in Love of a Bunny, Paul Hampton. Picture sleeve. Verse 2. Nobody really likes Seth. He thinks he's so cool. But then he comes here and gets fired every day. Don't know. Seth, why do you even try? No one even likes you at all. Elvis is at 15 with Biddlecombe. Now Chuck's out and Wolverine. Wow, we got all four of them bidding. Holy crap, we got all four bidding on this. Now we just need Jim B. Oh my gosh. Okay. Paul Hampton is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. We got Olivia Newton-John Magic from Xanadu. The Time, Mo Jerkout, Tuesday. The Police. And we have Phil Collins and Rick Springfield. Elvis 17, Elvis 17. Oh, that was a great neck adjustment. Okay. The Rinky Dinks, Early in the Morning. Laverne Baker, Jim Dandy. The Martian Hop, the Randales. Wow. That was marked $25 somewhere. That's pretty cool looking. The Martian Hop and the Majors, A Wonderful Dream. The Elvis single is Fools Fall in Love and Indescribably Blue promo. The flip of the Time was, I think, a double-sided promo, but let's go find out. We had Mo Jerkout and Jerkout. So Jerkout and Mo Jerkout. Okay, Elvis 17, Elvis 17. And so, okay. So first thing we have is Denise got Martian Hop. Wolverine got Laverne Baker. And Wolverine got Majors. And you also put Ran. I'm assuming that was a miscue. Okay. Let's get into the box of Christmas 45s. Okay. So I've got a whole crate of Elvis, $10 starts. We're going to run through these one at a time. We've been on like 5 nights of them now. There's still this many, like 150 probably. There's promos, there's picture sleeves, there's EP still. We're going to go through them right here, okay? But I think we're hot on the 45 trail. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here. That's pretty amazing. And now it's at $19. Okay. Pow. Wow, look at all the stuff they tagged from last night. Look at all this. Holy moly. Hold on one second. Do-do-dee-da-da. Okay. Let's see here. Just a city boy. All right, Elvis is at 25 of Wolverine. So Chuck's out, Steve Biddle comes out, Denise is out. Let's keep going. Hope everybody's got their fingers ready. Bing Crosby, Silent Night. Bobby Darin, Christmas Auld Lang Syne. What? White Christmas, Perry Como. Amy Grant, Tennessee Christmas. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle Bells, Don Charles presents The Singing Dogs. Okay, Singing Dogs, $6.99. Give the Martian Hop to Wolverine if he still wants it. I have a copy. Denise, that's only a $25 million restocking fee. Martian Hop, is that next for Wolverine? Wolverine, did you want the Martian Hop? If so, you're next in line. And then Elvis is at 25 with Wolverine, okay? And then over here we got Bing Crosby sold for $6.99 to Wolverine. And then BD was Bobby Darin, okay? And that left Jingle Bells, the Don Charles presents The Singing Dogs, and then Jingle Bell Rock, and then Amy Grant, Tennessee Christmas, and White Christmas, Perry Como. Like Como, not Cuomo, like the mayor of New York, governor, New York, Como. Jerry Reed, Christmas Time's a Coming. Oh my gosh. We have Chet Atkins, Jingle Bells. Jerry Reed, Christmas Time's a Coming. Ronnie Millsap, It's Christmas. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. Ray Parker Jr., not Ghostbusters, Christmas Time is Here. Eagles, Please Come Home for Christmas. And Jimmy Dean, Little Sandy Sleighfoot. Okay? $6.99. All on Siling. I don't know how to say that, evidently. But it's already sold to Wolverine, so I don't have to worry about saying it again. Elvis is at $28. So change the Martian Hop from that previous stack from Denise to Wolverine, okay? Done. And now, these are all $6.99. Jimmy Dean sold to Wolverine. We got the Eagles, Ray Parker Jr., Bobby Helms, Ronnie Millsap, Jerry Reed, Chet Atkins, and Jerry Reed. Just a city boy. Another Eagles, Please Come Home for Christmas. Guy Lombardo, Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot? Exactly. Loretta Lynn, It Won't Seem Like Christmas. Decca. Jimmy Boyd, Santa Claus Blues. Bing Crosby, White Christmas. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. The Chipmunks, The Chipmunk Song. Pinkard and Bowden, A Christmas Gift. How much are these? These are just $6.99. You've got to be kidding me, Chad. I'm not kidding you. These are only $6.99. Are you sure? I'm sure. Wow, I know it. Chuck Haley, you're out on Elvis. That's at $30. Noah Colwell wants Eagles, Please Come Home for Christmas, and Funky New Year. And then all these are $6.99. You heard me correctly. Chad, could you remind me one more time how much these are? These are $6.99. Bing Crosby sold to Wolverine. Wolverine on the Chipmunks, and Danny on CM. And CM was for Chipmunks. You were second. Elvis Presley is a final call to Wolverine for $30. Next is $6.99. Winter Wonderland, Andrew Sisters and Guy Lombardo. Willis Sisters, Blue Christmas. Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The Drifters, White Christmas. Little Brenda Lee, I'm Gonna Lasso Santa Claus. Frosty the Snowman, Disney Book and Record. You've got to be kidding me. Santa Claus Comes to Town, Book and Record. Are you joking? Snoopy's Christmas. Okay, now this is getting out of hand, and we'll pause right there. And we're going to put up another auction. For a $10 start, the Carpenters Merry Christmas Darling picture sleeve. You've got to be joking me. I'm not joking you. Wow. The Carpenters, a $10 start. Elvis is now at $35. These are just $6.99. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not. Next is Wolverine on BL for Brenda Lee. Sold to Wolverine. Susie on Frosty Snowman. Sold for $6.99. David Jennings says Jingle Bell Rock, the first one. Oh, boy. Give me 1 second on that. Danny Thomason put F for Frosty. Already sold. Susie got Santa. Sold for Susie, $6.99. Danny was next. Wolverine got Snoopy, and then Vicky Allison. We still got the Drifters, White Christmas, Gene Autry, Rudolph, Blue Christmas, Willis Sisters, and Winter Wonderland, Andrew Sisters. Okay, and then David Jennings, Jingle Bell Rock, the first one. Maybe, well, I got Bobby Helms on the deck of color bars. And then I got this one back here on this orange label, Circle Series on cap. Maybe this one. Okay. The Carpenters is at $10 with Chuck Haley. He's out on Elvis, though. So Wolverine, that one sold to you for $35. And then here is Elvis Blue Christmas and Santa Claus is Back in Town promo. $10 start, promo. The Jimmy Boyd. Jimmy Boyd. Santa Claus Blues, I Saw Mommy Do the Mambo. Top one. He wants the orange cap. Okay? So to David Jennings, $6.99. Senator Everest McKinley Dirksen. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. Amos Milburn, Christmas comes but once a year. White Christmas, Bill Robin and the Blue Jays. Isaac Hayes, Winter Snow. The J Nets, Snowman, Snowman, Sweet Potato Nose. The Chipmunks, the Chipmunk Song. The Carpenters is a final call for $10. The Carpenters, $10, Chuck Haley. Wolverine has Elvis for $12. Chuck Haley bid $10. And Denise, if you don't want Jimmy Boyd, then Wolverine does. Okay? Chipmunks is sold to Vladarchek. That left the J Nets, Isaac Hayes, Bill Robin, Amos Milburn, and Senator Everest McKinley Dirksen. Buddy Edmonds, Sleigh Ride. Freddie King, I Hear Jingle Bells. Wow, Freddie King. Little Milton. Wow, Little Milton. Lonesome Christmas. Shadrach the Black Reindeer by Loretta Lynn. That sounds interesting. Perry Como, Silent Night. George Jones and the Jones Boys, Lonely Christmas Call. These are all $6.99. The backside of Amos Milburn. Well, this version is Please Come Home for Christmas, Charles Brown. So Amos Milburn, Christmas Comes But Once a Year, and Charles Brown, Please Come Home for Christmas. That's that one. Next thing is Jimmy Boyd does go to Wolverine for $6.99. And then we have over here Susie on Jingle. I Hear Jingle Bells. Is that what you want, Susie, by Freddie King? $6.99. And then Wolverine next on Freddie King. And then this Little Milton. Oh, you meant Amos Milburn. This is Little Milton. That's sold to Wolverine. Blue promos at $15. Wolverine gets Perry Como. Now Elvis is $20. And then Wolverine gets Amos, which was this one right here. And then Chuck Haley was next. He wants the Capital promo on top. No, he said, can I please have the top of pile Columbia? Now, where did you see that at? That's Capital, of course. All right, the Carpenters is sold for $10 to Chuck Haley. So that left George Jones, Loretta Lynn, and Buddy Emmons. And then I've got, I think, one claim pending from Biddlecombe on top. He's talking about the Jimmy Boyd. Okay, yeah, that was pending to Denise. It's yours now. Okay, RCA. So Elvis Blue Christmas is at 25. All right, next handful here. Aha. All right, first one we're going to do is Ernest Tubb, Blue Christmas. Elvin Bishop, Silent Night, vocal version. Roy Orbison, Pretty Paper. Bing Crosby, White Christmas in the picture sleeve. Chet Atkins, Jingle Bell Rock. George Morgan, When Santa Lost His Way. And this is that Tennessee-related, I think, sausage, Elm Hill Pride or something. Band-Aid, Did They Know It's Christmas? And Bing Crosby, White Christmas. All right, we got a Johnny Cash auction on deck. I hope y'all ready, because I know we have some Johnny Cash bidders here. Vicky wants Loretta Lynn, LL. That's sold to Vicky from the last stack. David Jennings on BC. And BC was for Bing Crosby. And then Wolverine on RO for Roy Orbison. And then Wolverine gets this Bing Crosby, the second one, right? Then Vicky Allison, Kelly Vladicek on Band-Aid. Wolverine also gets Chet Atkins. Hold on a minute, I might have pulled. Well, that worked out good. I already accidentally pulled him, Chet Atkins, but he's buying it anyway. All right, so he got Roy Orbison and Chet Atkins. That leaves, so yeah, this is When Santa Lost His Way, vocal by George Morgan, lyrics by Warren Brown, and Nashville, My Hometown, Elm Hill Bill. And I think that's Elm Hill Sausage, some kind of Chattanooga, Tennessee-related record. Elvin Bishop, Silent Night, and then Ernest Tubb, Blue Christmas. This Elvis Blue Christmas promo is at 27. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up. I think the last time we had one of these, it was chaotic. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put two records together, because I was about to Frankenstein this. Because I think it would look even cooler. But they might have not ever shipped a promo in a picture sleeve. So here is Johnny Cash, Little Drummer Boy, and I'll Remember You, a stock copy, and then I've got a promo copy. And I was about to Frankenstein those, but who knows, they might have never shipped a promo copy in a picture sleeve. But either way, that's pretty dang cool. So Johnny Cash picture sleeve, Little Drummer Boy, promo and stock copy sold together, $25 start. I know the last time we had one of those, it was wild. So he only wants Bing in the picture sleeve. Okay, so we're going to put the regular Bing Crosby back. And then that Elvis is at 30. Johnny Cash is now up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up something else. Another handful of records. Really, Chad? I'm not joking. Garth Brooks, Go Tell It on the Mountain. Go Tell It on the Mountain. Bing Crosby, White Christmas, a later pressing. MC Miker, G, and DJ 7, Holiday Rap. Rock with the Snowmen, Buddy Rich and the Poor Boys. Jimmy Charles, Santa Won't Be Blue This Christmas. Nice, A Jolly Christmas from Frank Sinatra EP. Michael Manning said promos did ship in picture sleeves. Could have shipped in picture sleeves. Okay. Yeah, sometimes they did that, like they put promos in picture sleeves. Sometimes they didn't. So, very cool. So, if you do buy that, you can literally match that up and say you got a really cool promo in picture sleeve, and then you'll have an extra copy. And you can put that extra copy in that Columbia sleeve, and you'll have two. You can give one to your brother, wrap it up and say, here's what I bought you for Christmas. Little Drummer Boy by Johnny Cash, and he'll love you even more. Last bid on Elvis was $30 with Wolverine. Johnny Cash 25, Johnny Cash 30, Johnny Cash 40, Elvis 32. Vicky wants Rap for $6.99. David Jennings got Frank Sinatra for $6.99. Jimmy Charles sold a Wolverine for $6.99. Wolverine next on Frank Sinatra. Denise got Garth Brooks, Go Tell It on the Mountain, and The Friendly Beast. And that just leaves Rock with The Snowmen by Randy Rich and the Poor Boys and another copy of White Christmas. So quick update. Elvis is at $35 and Johnny Cash is at $40 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. High bids as of this moment. All right, here comes some more records. Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. That's his Christmas record. Charles Brown, Please Come Home for Christmas on King. Dolly Parton, Melody, Winter Wonderland, and Sleigh Ride, and The Christmas Song. Wow, this one's cool. Jimmy Dean, Little Sandy Sleighfoot in the picture sleeve. Christmas in Dixie by Alabama, and Bobby Rydell and Chubby Checker doing Jingle Bell Rock, 1960 Cameo Records. All right, so out on Johnny. Wlodarczyk, it's looking pretty good at 40, and Elvis is up to Chuck Haley. It's at 35 with Wolverine. Okay, this little batch is all $6.99. First is CB for Charles Brown, sold to Wolverine. He also gets Dolly for $6.99, and he also gets Jimmy Dean for $6.99, and Bobby Rydell for $6.99. That leaves Alabama and Bruce Springsteen. Moving on. This is the Singing Dogs again, doing Jingle Bells. There's the classic Jingle Bell Rock by Brenda Lee. Winter Wonderland. No, my bad. I'm thinking about Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. But there's Brenda Lee doing Jingle Bell Rock. That's a good version, too. Another Bing Crosby White Christmas. Elton John, Step Into Christmas. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. I got one copy. I got another copy. Red River Dave, The Night Before Christmas, Caramba. And that's a pink promo. And I'm going to pause with Perry Como, a white label RCA promo EP, The Christmas Seal Song. Perry Como intro to song. I may never pass this way again. And that's some kind of double-sided Perry Como promo EP. Interesting. Those are all $6.99, okay? Wlodarczyk gets both of the Johnnies, so put these together for $40 to the Wlodarczyks. Thank you on that. Elvis is at $37. And Kelly Wlodarczyk first on the Singing Dogs for $6.99. David Jennings on Step Into Christmas, Step Into Christmas. That is sold for $6.99 to David Jennings. And Danny on A. And Danny's A is for what, Danny? A, Alabama, maybe? Christmas in Dixie. I bet that was for Alabama earlier, Christmas in Dixie. And then Wolverine on RRD, which was Red River Dave. All right, so we still got Perry Como, Bobby Helms, Bing, and Brenda. Okay, anytime you see this, that's like they started using that label right in the early, I think right in 1980. Okay, so that song dates back to what? Well, Brenda Lee's version probably early 60s, everybody, probably. So anytime you see like Brenda Lee on a label like that, it's probably going to be really nice and clean and beautiful. They typically are, but it's a later pressing. Okay, and now Elvis is at 40. Time for more. $6.09. There's some bizarre stuff coming up. I like it, though. Josh Brown on Q. Q? That might have been a miscue. Tanya Tucker, Winter Wonderland. This is early here. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans on turquoise vinyl. That's late 40s, early 50s there. That is RCA, Dale, and Roy. Friendly the Snowman, book and record. What Gift Have I? Robert Graham, Junior Choir. What Gift Have I? Happy Holiday from Four Populaires, A Very Merry Christmas. Wow, this one's cool. A double EP gatefold, Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, with the original Sears and Roebuck price tag on the back. Sears and Roebuck price tag, $2.93, 1953, now just $6.99. And then the Three Sons Christmas Party, another EP. It's got some wear and tear. Double EP, Three Sons, $6.99. Okay. First thing we had is the following. Chuck Haley on Como. That was Perry Como from earlier. This one right here, the promo. And then Kelly Vloddercheck on Roy Rogers. It was Christmas on the Plains and Wonderful Christmas Night. Sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. Chuck Haley's out on Elvis. This is sold to Wolverine for $40. Vicky next on Roy Rogers. Kelly Vloddercheck first on Snowman. Wolverine third on Roy Rogers. Wolverine first, though, on BL. And BL was either autocorrect for Bing Crosby or something else. Was BL autocorrect for Bing Crosby, Wolverine? Because that would be the next logical one. And then Vicky Allison got the Three Sons. That just left the Four Populaires, Robert Graham, and Tanya Tucker. Okay. We need another Elvis single. Another Elvis promo. Tell Me Why and Blue River. Wow. Tell Me Why and Blue River. That's RCA 478740. $10 start. Bing Crosby's pending. Elvis is a $10 start. How much are these records coming up? $6.99. Dang. Yep, just $6.99. Dang. I know. Music of Christmas, Percy Faith. Double EP. Christmas with Kent Bowman. Hanukkah Christmas, Christmas Humbug. Harry Simon Coracle, Little Drummer Boy. Joe Ward, Nuttin' for Christmas. Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, Brenda Lee. Charles Brown, Merry Christmas Baby, Please Come Home for Christmas, Jewel record label, 1985 it says. Wolverine, you might have not heard me. You had a BL comment. Was that for Bing Crosby and you got auto-corrected? If so, this is sold to you. If not, it goes to Kelly Vloddercheck. Elvis already has bids for $15 and $15. Kelly Vloddercheck also gets Brenda Lee, and Wolverine gets Percy Faith. So that left Charles Brown, Joe Ward, Little Drummer Boy, and Christmas with Kent Bowman. Okay. And the first person who bid on Elvis was Biddle Coleman Wolverine, and get ready for Chuck Haley to bid. You know it's coming. He's loading it up down there in Louisiana, and he's about to send it. I've never seen that before. This one's caught my attention. I'm going to check that one. That's pretty cool. We're going to let it roll. Ooh. That's pretty cool. I'm going to keep that one. Okay, so we got Reno and Smiley, Christmas Reunion. Slipping into Christmas, Leon Russell. Jim Backus, I Was a Teenage Reindeer. Santa's Coming, the Orangutans. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Peter Pan Records. And Merry, 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 Merry Xmas, Ruby Wright. Okay, so Elvis is hung up at 15. Biddlecombe bid 15. Wolverine bid 15. Wolverine, it's up to you to outbid your buddy Steve. Over here is Bing Crosby. He did say that's what he wanted, so that's sold to Wolverine for $6.99. Susie wants Little Drummer Boy for $6.99. That was in the previous stack. And then here for $6.99, RS. Wolverine Wolverine was Reno and Smiley. Melinda wants Nothing for Christmas. That was back here. That's sold to Melinda. And Vloddercheck got Rudolph. Okay? So that left Ruby Riot, the Orangatones, the what? Orangatones, the O-R-A-N-G-U tones. Jim Backus and Leon Russell. Okay. Now this one to here has caught my attention. The first one is, let me put this up for a quick auction because I've never seen this. George Strait, White Christmas on red vinyl. It's a promo. And the flip is Merry Christmas Straight to You. So I think that's worthy of a quick $10 start auction because that one just caught my attention. A white label, red vinyl, George Strait. Never had seen that. $10 start on that. Have you run across Elvis 45 Bossa Nova Baby? I don't think that one's come up yet. And let me check. I might sell this tomorrow, but this is one of my favorite Christmas songs. I think I'm going to keep this for a couple days and check my collection. Greg Lake, I Believe in Father Christmas. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That is a good one. They said there'll be snow at Christmas. They said there'll be peace on earth. Wow, that's a good one. That's my top 10 Christmas songs. I don't think I have that in the picture sleeve. That's going to go over here with my other two records. Where are my other two records? I bought more 45s this week than I ever have before. Oh no, where's my 45s? Here they are. I'm up to 3 45s. Yeah, some of y'all have definitely bought more than I have, but I got the Crystal, She Kissed Me, Donovan Hurdy Gurdy Man promo, and Greg Lake, I Believe in Father Christmas. That's my 3 keeps so far. You know, these do belong to me, okay? These do belong to me. Y'all got to take them out of my hands every night. It kills me. I wish I could just hoard all this stuff in a big warehouse and live with it every day. Oh, wait, I do. Okay, next is, what is this? Pampers? Some kind of Pampers promotional flexi cardboard thing with Frosty the Snowman. Interesting. Wow. Lal Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas. Brenda Lee, Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. That's an earlier one, and it's in a holiday Decca sleeve. Ooh, wow. I've never seen this. Bill Monroe, Christmas Time's A-Comin', and The First Whippoorwill. Wow, Bill Monroe. David Bowie and Bing Crosby, Gracious. Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. Goodness gracious. Billy Squire, Christmas is the Time I Say I Love You. Good gosh. Holy moly. Whew. Let me just go over here and kick my foot into the wall. Barefoot. Oh my gosh. All right, Elvis is at 18 and now 20. Kelly Vlodarchek on Frosty, the Pampers promotional. For best results, bend record so it lies flat on a turntable. Free record when you buy 1 pack of Pampers, any size. Play manually at 33 1/3. On this record, Frosty Snowman and Santa Claus is coming to town. So to Kelly Vlodarchek. Vicky was second. Danny put BL for Brenda Lee. Chuck's out on Elvis. Kelly Vlodarchek on Bowie. Wolverine next, then Chuck Haley. What was that Orangatones? The Orangatones was Santa's Coming and Don't Believe in Christmas. Oh, it's signed on the back. Look. It's in a signed sleeve on red vinyl. Somebody signed the back of it. Okay. Steve Biddlecombe wants Lal Filson. All right, that stack left Bill Monroe, Billy Squire. Oh, well, if Billy Squire, Christmas is the Time I Say Love You, the flip is My Kind of Lover. And somebody at the radio station wrote Hard Stuff. That was hard music for 1982. Billy Squire, My Kind of Lover. Hard. Man, we should put on some of the metal we've been selling with tonight. Ruby Riot, Jim Backus, I've already shown all those, okay? And Vicky gets Bill Monroe. I thought that was pretty unusual, see that one on the pink label, but maybe not. I thought I was about to see Michael Manning glide up claiming the Bill Monroe. Okay, I guess George Strait, no interest in it. $10 buy it now. Red vinyl. I thought that one was unusual. George Strait, $10. And then I guess we're done on Elvis. I'm going to make sure that is Blue River and Tell Me Why promo. Final call for $20, and then I've got another one going up. Here comes some more. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Okay. Danny gets George Strait for $10. Okay. Frosty the Snowman. Now, some of these, by the way, like this one plays, I think, at a 78 RPM. So you might be careful when you're playing these, just far as speed, or if you do plan on playing them. Chuck Berry, Run, Rudolph, Run. Nice, Chuck Berry. Grandma got run over by a reindeer, Elmo and Patsy. Christmas Hymns and Carols. This is some kind of EP from RCA Red Seal. Wow, on red vinyl. Nice. Red vinyl, a 50s box set. Robert Shaw and the RCA Victor Coracle. This has got to be 50-something. That's pretty cool. Christmas Hymns and Carols, RCA. Nice. Booker T and the MGs, Winter Wonderland. Keith Richards, There's a Hole in My Christmas Stocking. Keith Richards. And Gene Autry, Jingle Bells, and Santa's Coming in a Whirlybird on Republic Records promo. Wow. Okay. Oh, Chad, I have most of these records. I'm sure you do. Now, Michael, am I on your, like, first call list if you ever want to sell your collection? I'm on your first call list, right? I'd love to get my hands in there on Michael Manning's records. Oh, my gosh. There's no telling what he's got up in there. Oh, my gosh. There's no telling what Michael Manning has. Okay, over here we got Vladarchek on Elmo. Elmo and Patsy, that's sold to Vladarchek. Space Orca 8818 on Christmas, that's sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Wolverine got Chuck Berry. Vicky next on the Hymns box. Wolverine third on the Hymns box. Wolverine first on Booker T. Kelly Vladarchek on Gene Autry. Chuck Haley on Keith Richards. And the only thing they didn't claim was Frosty the Snowman, red vinyl. That is, I was going to try to get a year for y'all. I bet this is like 1950. I bet this is 1950 if I was guessing. Okay? And Elvis is Wolverine, $20. Can't even get you to go to lunch. Well, I'm usually asleep during lunch. That is, I'm not reachable. I wish I would. I'd love to come down there, hang out with you all day, and have you tell me about records and show me records, but just, it's impossible. The Orangutans. Denise, that's ORANGU-tones. O-R, like almost orange, but no E. It's a U, and then tones. Here we go. Here we go. We got Season's Best. That's a sampler from Chevrolet from Dinah Shore. That was probably given away at a Chevrolet dealership. Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the classic promo on Challenge Records. And another one on Republic Records. So back-to-back Gene Autry. Downsides of some of my collection. We'll come get them. Just, we need to buy stuff. We always do. This building is full of records. This building is full of records, but we want to buy more. We want to buy more. We want to buy more. I'm sure y'all do too. All right. Gene, the same songs. Yeah, one is, should be. Yeah, Here Comes Santa Claus. Write down Santa Claus. So you can have promo on Challenge or stock on Republic. And then Chevrolet is sold to Wolverine. Now, this box is, whoops. This box is poof empty. Okay? Box is poof empty. But I have more over here, but I honestly don't know. Based on what I was saying, I don't know if I've gone through them or not. Kelly Vladarchek wants promo. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is take all these in here. Nice. That's what we just obliterated at a Christmas. And I'm going to go ahead and get started on this, and probably y'all will know a lot faster than me. But regardless, I see kind of a new wave of people watching claiming Christmas 45. So either y'all might have missed some of these, or I don't know. And plus, we got to do the next Elvis promo. So here comes the next Elvis promo. The next Elvis promo is One Track Heart and Roustabout. Roustabout and One Track Heart promo, $10. So if anybody wants the classic, one, the original, and the most... Uh-oh, hold on a second. This thing's cracked. Look. It's cracked. Never mind. It's going in the trash. That's unfortunate. That's always sad. Stack on the left. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, so this is all Christmas for sure, right? Yep. That's all Christmas. Elvis is now up for bid. We'll prop him up there. And these are all $6.99. Early in the morning, the Rink Dinks. The Time, Jerk Out and Mo Jerk Out. Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. Phil Collins, You Can't Hurry Love. The Police, King of Pain. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. Olivia Newton-John, Magic. Bill Conti, Theme from Rocky. And Joey Scarborough, Greatest American Hero. Those are all $6.99. Kelly Vlodderchek on the Time. Just beat out Robert Vlodderchek. Joey Scarborough, Theme from Rocky, Olivia Newton-John, Till Tuesday, The Police, Phil Collins, Rick Springfield, and the Rinky Dinks. Styx, Fooling Yourself, Human League Red, Mickey Mozart Quartet, Mexican Hop, Poco Seco Singers, that's early Don Williams, Almost Persuaded, Bobby Goldsboro, Voodoo Woman, Bobby Darin, 18 Yellow Roses. Elvis has bids for 15, 15, and 10. Bobby Darin, Bobby Goldsboro, Poco Seco, Mickey Mozart, Human League, and Styx. Oso Adventure on TT. And TT was The Time, right, Oso? If so, you were third on that. Now Elvis is at 20. We got Under the Boardwalk, The Drifters. Alabama, Roll On 18-Wheeler, and the flip is When We Make Love. Harry Belafonte, Jamaica Farewell. My Special Angel, Bobby Helms. Eric Carmen, She Did It. Turn Around, Dick and Dee Dee. And Jim Lowe, The Green Door. Those are all $6.99. That was Jim Lowe, The Green Door. Turn Around, Dick and Dee Dee. Eric Carmen, She Did It. Bobby Helms, My Special Angel. Harry Belafonte, Alabama, and the Drifters. Danny's going to pick up another Alabama. Nice. And then we have David Rose doing, it's not Richard Chamberlain, it's David Rose doing the theme to TV's Dr. Kildare. Okay. The Night Chicago Died, Paper Lace. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat promo. Ray Stevens, The Streak promo. Pet Shop Boys, Always on My Mind, and the flip is Do I Have To? I just reminded myself of something. Poof, in my head. I was like, dang, I got to do that. Okay, over here is Till Tuesday. That's So to Oso Adventure. Done. Vlodderchek on Pet Shop Boys, done. All right. Elvis is at 25, so Biddlecomb's out and Chuck Haley's out. The Crying Shames, We Could Be Happy. Robin Wood, Wonderful Summer. Chad and Jill Stewart, The Cruel War. And Johnny Rivers, The Tracks of My Tears. Those are all $6.99. Okay, let's get into this other box. Jazz, no, I wouldn't say so. Have I gone through this box? Hold on a second. Yeah, I have. Okay. Rocking around the Christmas tree and the hunt dun 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 dun. Dee dee dun 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 dun. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Elvis is at 30. Papa Noel, the Town Choir. Elmo and Patsy, Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Blue Christmas, Freddie Hart. Christmas songs, White Christmas, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, a children's deal there. Silent Night on Golden Records, yellow 78 RPM thing, and Santa Claus Coming to Town, another golden disc, 78 RPM. Those are all $6.99. Santa Claus is Coming to Town, Silent Night, Christmas songs, Freddie Hart, Bruce Springsteen, Elmo and Patsy, the Town Choir, Papa Noel. There's that. I still think there's another Christmas crate over here that y'all have never seen before. Like, I'm pretty positive there is. Silent Night is right here. That's sold to Melinda Daring, okay? Thank you on that. And let's get a new stack started right there. The last bid that came in on the Elvis promo was 33 with Chuck Haley. So, Wolverine, that goes back to you. Charles Brown, Merry Christmas Baby. Montevanti, Christmas Carols Volume 3, Lawrence Welk and his champagne music, Ring Those Christmas Bells. Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. George Jones and Tammy Wynette, Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus. Willie Nelson, What a Merry Christmas This Could Be, and Pretty Paper. The Little Drummer Boy, Harry Simon Coracle. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Golden Record 78, and another Bruce Springsteen picture sleeve. We'll put that one over here with the other one. That one don't have any writing on it. Another Bruce Springsteen. Melinda Daring on Lawrence Welk. That was here on Coral for $6.99. And Elvis has a new bid for $35. Chuck Haley's out. Gene Autry sold possibly, what, millions of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Some say more than Thriller. Laura sent me the pictures for Metal Night. What do we have? Oh, my gosh. Hope y'all seen all that. Oh my gosh. Metal Night pictures for tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Okay, so first thing is Denise says, I'll take orangutans. That's sold to Denise for $6.99. Denise, you probably by now know the complete history of this band. That's sold to you for $6.99. Willie Nelson is sold to Wolverine for $6.99. Chuck Haley next. Kelly Vlodarchek wants a Gene Autry. That's sold to Kelly. And then Elvis 37, Elvis 40. That leaves over here Rudolph, Little Drummer Boy, George Jones, Rudolph, Montevanti, and Charles Brown. What is the LP with the little kid on the crate to your left? Thanks. That is Tame Impala, Deadbeat. Tame Impala is a double LP clear vinyl. Tame Impala, $44.99. Melinda also wants Rudolph. Silver bells, silver bells. It's Christmas time at Collectible. Okay, Elvis is at 40. That's Roustabout promo. Somebody dated it October 30th, 1964. Here we go, folks. Nice. Burl Ives sings Santa Mouse. Oh, what a lucky boy I am. Burl Ives picture sleeve. Eagles, Please Come Home for Christmas with the picture sleeve. Kenny and Dolly, Christmas Without You. Jimmy Buffett, Christmas in the Caribbean. The Crystals, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Bing Crosby, White Christmas. And then John and Yoko, Happy Christmas, John. Merry Christmas, Yoko. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Another year older. A new one just begun. So this is Christmas. John Lennon, so to Kelly Vlodarchek. Elvis is at 42. Elvis is at 50. We got ourselves an auction on Elvis. We got Bing Crosby. We got the Crystals. We got Jimmy Buffett. We got Kenny and Dolly. We got the Eagles. And we got Burl Ives. Wolverine on Cry for Crystals. Sold. So this is Christmas. What have you done? Pulled Together and Santa's Other Reindeer. Jimmy Buffett, Christmas in the Caribbean. The Carpenters, Merry Christmas, Darling. God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, A Little Golden Records. Santa Claus Coming to Town, Little Golden Records. Another Bruce Springsteen. I'll put it right there. Elvis Presley, if every day was like Christmas, at how much would you like to be? Bing Crosby, White Christmas. Bing Crosby, White Christmas. Willie Nelson, what Merry Christmas this could be, and Pretty Paper. Even an earlier label. Even an earlier label. RCA. I sounded, wow, a lot of people tell me. I had somebody the other day say I sound like John Lennon. Somebody said I sounded like Elvis. Somebody the other night told me I sounded just like Paul McCartney. And then somebody told me I sounded just like Elton John and Robert Plant. I was like, dang, I sound like John, Paul, Elton, Robert Plant. I mean, Chris Cornell. Somebody the other night said, Chad, you sound just like Chris Cornell. And I was like, dang, what a compliment. Eddie Vedder. Somebody even called me Chad Vedder the other night. Chad Vedder was what somebody was calling me. I was like, dang. Melinda Daring on Santa. That's sold to Melinda for $6.99. Elvis is at $52. Chuck Haley gets Willie for $6.99. And then over here we got Bing, we got Elvis, we got Bruce, we got this guy, and then we got Carpenters, and we got Jimmy Buffett, and we got that guy, Santa Claus. Boom, boom, boom. At home, drawing pictures of mountaintops with him on top. Lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a V. The dead lay. Eagles, please come home for Christmas. The Happy Reindeer, you know Prancer and Dancer and Nervous. What? Buddy Edmonds Sleigh Ride. Bobby Darin, Oh Come All Ye Faithful. The Goons. Boy, stay away from them. The Goons. I'm walking backwards for Christmas. Bing Crosby, White Christmas, and We Wish You a Merry Christmas. That's a Radio Shack promo thing with Julie Andrews and Jack Jones. And there, folks, is the man himself, Louis Armstrong, narrates The Night Before Christmas. He narrates The Night Before Christmas. That's got to sound pretty cool, honestly. We have Elvis Presley at 55 with Wolverine. That is at 55. Chuck Haley, you're back out. Danny gets Louis Armstrong. We have over here Julie Andrews, We Wish You Merry Christmas. Bing Crosby, The Goons. Bobby Darin, Buddy Edmonds, the king of the steel guitar. The Happy Reindeer and Eagles. What if we go through a crate of LPs? Anybody in favor of that? Changing it up right quick? Holy moly. Cheryl Poole, It's Christmas Every Day of the Year. Little Drummer Boy, The Pipes and Drums of the Military Band of the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards. Bruce Springsteen, War. And the flip on this one is... The flip on this one is, what is the flip? Merry Christmas Baby. So he had another one there. Okay. The Little Drummer Boy sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Jim Neighbors, I Was a King at Jesus' Birth. Ray Stevens, Santa Claus is Watching You. That's scary. Bing Crosby and Carol Richards, Silver Bells. The Best Christmas Song, this one right here. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Paul McCartney. Fred Warning, The 12 Days of Christmas. Coletco Gave to You. Tommy D and Carol K. Merry Christmas, Mary. And Nat King Cole, The Happiest Christmas Tree. Kelly Vlodarchek on Paul McCartney. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Danny's going to say King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. Of course, that's coming from a ravaging King Diamond fan. And I'm saying Paul McCartney coming from a ravaging Paul McCartney fan. I don't know. Step into Christmas, Elton John. Okay, and then MIT Lab second on McCartney. Chuck Haley on Ray Stevens. It's all subjective, you know. That's so to Chuck Haley, Ray Stevens. Where are we at on Elvis? Wow, they're still bidding on that one. $58 with Chuck Haley. It's still getting bids. Roustabout, $58 with Chuck Haley. That stack left Nat King Cole, Tommy D, Carol K, Fred Warning, Bing Crosby, Jim Neighbors, Bruce, and Cheryl Poole. Okay? Yeah, speaking of that Bing Crosby Little Drummer Boy, I want to let y'all know we have those in stock if anybody needs to grab one, because as y'all seen, the LP really doesn't come through, and I have those available since it is Christmas time, or Christmas time here on Collectible tonight right now. Let me see if I can find them. I got them stashed away somewhere. They should be pretty dang close, unless I've took them somewhere else. They're not there. They've got to be in one of these stacks. Let me see if it's in this, of course, on the very bottom. Yep, of course they're on the very bottom. Yeah, these are $25.99 if you don't have one already. $25.99. This is David Bowie and Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. $25.99. So if you don't have that, that's the picture disc, 12-inch picture disc, and White World of Winter. So that's something new they did this year. How many do I have left? 2, 4. I got 6 left. Okay, and then over here, Elvis Presley has a new bid for $65. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid on Elvis. Okay. Christmas Darlene, yep. Stevie Wonder, What Christmas Means to Me. Or Ray Charles, What Christmas Means to Me. And then Stevie Wonder's, Stevie Wonder's, lots of mistletoe, candles burning low, lots of mistletoe. I'm just telling you my top 5, okay? Top 5. I like Stevie Wonder. I like Ray Charles's. John and Paul's, of course. The one I just kept right here. I Believe in Father Christmas. I like Elton John, Step Into Christmas. That's some of my favorites. Obviously by some of my favorite artists. The Beatles, Elton, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Those are some of my favorites. All right, we got Frank Petty Trio, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Nat King Cole, The Christmas Song. Bing Crosby, White Christmas. Bing Crosby, White Christmas picture sleeve. The Carpenters, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Double-sided promo from the Carpenters. Willis Sisters, Blue Christmas. Deborah Allen, Rockin' Little Christmas. Guy Lombardo, Winter Wonderland with the Andrews Sisters. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. Another Bing Crosby, and another Louis Armstrong, The Night Before Christmas narration. Only 25 cents with the purchase of a carton of Kent, True, Newport, or Old Gold. Wow. And there's another Louis Armstrong. That is Zat You Santa Claus and Cool Yule. That's another Louis Armstrong. Okay. The Elvis is at $75. This is Elvis Presley, Roustabout, and One Track Heart, white label promo. The last bid was Wolverine at $75. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid. Next thing is Vicki Allison on BC for Bing Crosby. Let's give her that right there. Kelly Vlodarchek on Louis Armstrong. Now, I think you already got this one unless you want another one, so I'm going to give you that one. But you let me know, okay? And then Oso Adventure put all, A-L-L. All, A-L-L. Elvis is at $80 with Chuck Haley. All might have been something, I'm not for sure. Okay? And she wants both. Okay, so another Louis Armstrong and the other Louis Armstrong. Okay, and Elvis is at 90. I feel like I'm missing one off my list. I've named off most of the soul ones I like Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles. I feel like I'm missing an essential. I have a little list I listen to. I got to make sure I listen to them at least once every Christmas. I feel like I'm missing something, but I can't remember what. I can't remember. Okay, Elvis is at 90. Condition? We're going to say VG Plus or better. It's actually, this side here is like, it's got a couple scuffs there, but probably VG Plus EX. This side's got an ugly looking scuff, but it's surface. It's just a superficial mark. So VG Plus. BC All, my text didn't come through. Okay. BC All. I still don't know what BC was, though. Blue Christmas, Bing Crosby. Oh, maybe you want both Bing Crosbys. Is that right, Oso? You want White Christmas and White Christmas? Let me know if that's not right. Okay. Let's do another handful over here. All right. So, y'all need to know I have all these if you don't have one yet. So, this is a big chunk of our inventory. These are all originals. Do they know it's Christmas? I have that many in stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's got to be one of the biggest selling Christmas singles because we've ended up with this many accumulation. Holy moly. So do they know it's Christmas? $6.99 if anybody wants one. Those are all stock copies. He wants just the picture sleeve. Okay. So that's sold to Oso Adventure. Do they know it's Christmas? I'm going to lay those right there for right now. Some people's already bought one. Elvis is at 110. That is with Wolverine. And let's grab from right here. All right. Keith Richards, Run, Rudolph, Run. Keith Richards, Run, Rudolph, Run. Walt Disney presents A Christmas Concert. Jingle Bells, Winter Wonderland. Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Little Town Bethlehem, Oh Come All Ye Faithful. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper and White Christmas. Oh boy. Liberace, Christmas at Liberace. This is like a 3-disc EP. Walter Brennan, White Christmas. Merry Christmas from your RCA record dealer. And Nat King Cole, The Christmas Song. And of course, Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. All right, Elvis is at 95, now 110. Susie wants a Do They Know It's Christmas? Now we only have 20 copies left. Vladarchek wants today, Do They Know It's Christmas? Now we only have 19 copies left. And then Vladarchek on Disney. And then Vladarchek next on Disney. And then Vicky next on Disney. And so that left Keith Richards, Run, Rudolph, Run. Gene Autry, Nat King Cole, Merry Christmas RCA, which has Perry Como, Ames Brothers, Belafonte, and the Radio City Music Hall. Walter Brennan, Liberace, and Willie Nelson. Haven't seen any Bob Hope yet. RCA Elvis is sold for $110 to Wolverine. Sold for $110 to Wolverine. All right. What's the next one? Are you ready? I don't think we've had that one. It's a little worn, but, and then that's pretty cool. Here's some more promos. All right, let's do those three next. Okay. So we got Walter Brennan here, sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. All right, so let's do this one. Kiss Me Quick and Suspicion. So the sleeve has a little bit of wear. as you can see. So VG, VG minus, orange RCA label, a little bit of wear on the label, VG plus on the vinyl. Elvis is a $10 start. Kiss Me Quick and Suspicion. Okay. Next is, of course, Bobby Helms Jingle Bell Rock. Bobby Helms Jingle Bell Rock. Rock and Sydney Party This Christmas. Earl Thomas Conley White Christmas. There's another Chevrolet Dinah Shore. Season's Best from your Chevrolet dealer. Bill Anderson and Poe Folks, a family Christmas special. Neil Diamond, You Make It Feel Like Christmas. The picture sleeve is kind of punctured, but it is Neil Diamond. There's another We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Chet Atkins, Jingle Bell Rock. Stan Freberg, Green Christmas Part 1. Kitty Wells, Christmas Ain't Like Christmas Anymore. Ernest Tubb, White Christmas. And Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer, Elmo and Patsy. How much is Bing Crosby, David Bowie? $25.99. $25.99. I've got 2, 4, 6 copies left. These are all $6.99. Elvis is a $10 start. If no one bids pretty quick, we'll go ahead and either A, make it a buy it now, or move on to another one. Danny on BA. And BA for Danny was... BA for Danny was... BA for Danny was... Bill Anderson. Aha, Bill Anderson. Sorry, that one went over my head. That's sold to him. Danny, $6.99. Also gets a David Bowie, Bing Crosby picture disc. I've got 5 left if anybody else wants one. And let's step over here and grab just a couple more handfuls of these. And we've gone through this whole box either for the first time or the second time. I'm not for sure. Elvis Suspicion has bids for 10, 12, and 15. Uh-oh. Jim B and Randall Jackson are bidding. Oh my gosh. Y'all need to buckle up, button up your bootstraps, put on your crash helmet. We're about to go for a ride. Yuletide Favorites by the Columbus Boy Choir. Bobby Helms Jingle Bell Rock. Charles Brown with Johnny Moore's Blazers, Merry Christmas Baby. There's another Bill Anderson Christmas special. Elmo and Patsy again, Grandma. Charles Brown, Please Come Home for Christmas. Perry Como, I'll Be Home for Christmas. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell Rock. Charles Brown again. Charles Brown again. Gosh, some of these guys made a fortune selling Christmas records. Holy moly. Hopefully they tithed well on Sundays. They were making bank on some of these Christmas singles. Everybody in America owns some of these. Goodness gracious. Holy crap. Charles Brown was swimming in cash. Okay, there's 3 more Bruce Springsteens. Y'all have already seen that about 12 times. And there's 2 more Louis Armstrongs. $6.99. That was at Haig Drugs, penny pitching prescriptions. That was that drugstore slogan, penny pitching prescriptions. And then another Louis Armstrong. Another Charles Brown, another Bruce Springsteen, another Bruce Springsteen, another Bruce Springsteen, Eagles, 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 the Salso Orchestra, Jingle Bells, Peter Pan Records, another Elmo and Patsy, another Little Golden, and another Ernest Tubb White Christmas. Wow. Whoa. Okay, that's a lot. A lot of duplicates in there. Elvis is at 10, 12, 15, 20, 22, and now 25. So first is Vicky wants a Louis Armstrong. I'm going to give you this one here, Vicky. That leaves 1 Louis Armstrong if anybody wants it. That's him narrating the night before Christmas. And the flip is When the Saints Go Marching In. Let's put him right back there. And then Kelly Vladorchek on Jingle Bells here, okay? I think we're done there. Is this a 78? No, this is a 45 RPM. Yeah, that's a 45. Chad, can you get NoFX Eating Lamb? Jim B just fell out of his chair because you just said something NoFX. Yes, I can. Elvis is at $25 with Randall Jackson. Hope everybody's got their crash helmets on. This thing could get bumpy. Okay. All right, and I'm going to box all this up. That's the same one you got earlier, yes. Put all those away. Let me clear the board here. Step into Christmas, step into Christmas. Boom, 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 rum, bum, rum, bum, 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 bum. Well, I've got good news. I don't know. Well, probably over the course of tonight or the last time. Susie wants Regina wants a Bruce. Let me make sure you get a nice one since we have so many. Beautiful. That's so to Regina for $6.99. So we had at one time 3 boxes of Christmas singles like this. Now there's only 1 box. So we've sold 2 entire boxes like that of Christmas singles. Pretty amazing. That's all that's left there. And I'm sure even closer to Christmas, post-Thanksgiving, sometime the first week of December, or, you know, when people are really, really Christmas mood, I bet we can sell some more. Okay, so where are we at on Elvis? So Elvis just got a new bid for $28. So that's at $28. Randall Jackson, you're out. Chuck Haley has it for $28. It's 1 a.m. This feed actually has on Facebook like an hour before it expires. I don't know if I'm going to be here another hour, but I definitely have some people in the Christmas spirit. And I think I have a crate of Christmas records that either A, have never been shown, or maybe shown once by Paul and I wasn't here. I'm going to try to find those, and we're going to go through them, buy it now or best offer. I've gone through all the Christmas 45s. I think it's time for some Christmas albums, okay? Elvis is at 30. Somebody's going to come in and say 15. Yeah, they're going to need, Chad, I need 15 copies of that to give away for Christmas gifts. I'm going to put them in people's stocking stuff. I'm going to stock their stuffing. I'm going to stuff their stocking with, do you know it's Christmas? I know it's Christmas based on what we're selling tonight. And I already got people ordering Christmas gifts like Oso Adventure. Oso, I can help you out with that. Put Oso Adventure on a waiting list for Eating Lamb. Okay? Eating Lamb. And Jim B says he wants 3 copies of it. Golly, thanks, Jim B. Thank you for being passionate and actually buying a record at full retail price. Okay, no FX. Eating Lamb. That's a brutal cover if you've ever seen it. Holy crap. And that's for Oso Avenger. Elvis is at $35. We got a battle right now between 2 people, Randall Jackson and Wolverine. That's a picture sleeve I don't think I've seen too many times. And I've seen a bunch of them. I have seen a bunch of them. Tons. Some may say thousands. One person said, Chad, I bet you've seen 1 million Elvis picture sleeves. I was like, I don't know. That's a lot. I've seen a bunch, though. So this is Christmas. Yeah, this is going to be pretty cool. So let's go through this crate. Tonight's been weird. It feels like it's really, really late, but it's only 1 a.m. Here we go. Tyler is on the feed. Wolverine has Elvis for $35. This Elvis is Kiss Me Quick and Suspicion, not a promo. Tyler tuned in just in time to stock up on his Christmas records. Christmas. And then we're about to do another Elvis auction as soon as I touch my toes. Here we go. Oh my gosh, there went my knees. Whew. I should consult a urologist. All right, here we go. We have Christmas album, Bobby V with the Johnny Mann Singers. Christmas album, Bobby V. This is Bobby V with the Johnny Mann Singers. Why does this sleeve look a little wrinkled? This jacket's honestly pretty damaged. Something's wrong with this label too, or a inner sleeve. Either way though, Bobby V is $9.99. Okay? Buy it now, best offer. Christmas with Johnny Mathis in shrink, $9.99. Phil Spector's Christmas album. This has got great stuff on it. So we got a Los Angeles Apple pressing. That's cool. Look at that. On Apple. Phil Spector's Christmas album, $39.99. This has some great stuff on it. And then there's another copy for $24.99. And that's a reissue on Passport. So Wolverine gets Bobby V. Donna on Johnny Mathis. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $35. And let's do another one. This next one is Elvis Presley, Bosom of Abraham, and He Touched Me. Mono, Yellow Label promo, Elvis, $10 start. Okay? Next thing is we have Mario Lanza sings Christmas carols, $9.99. Wolverine offered $32 for the Phil Spector Apple, $32 sold. Does that Elvis have the correct record? Yes. Suspicion and Kiss Me Quick, 447-0639. Yes. It sold, though, to Wolverine for $35. Okay? Also, St. Patrick's Cathedral Choir sings Christmas carols, $9.99. That Elvis Yellow Label promo already has a bid for $20. The Slim Whitman Christmas album, $9.99 for Slim Whitman. Jackie Gleason, All I Want for Christmas, 2-record set, 20 beautiful holiday instrumentals by Jackie Gleason, $12.99. Christmas with Corla Pandit, Blue Vinyl, Fantasy, $19.99. Blue Vinyl, Christmas with Corla Pandit. Golston 33 takes the other Phil Spector for $20. Okay? Donna needs to put back Johnny Mathis. That's okay. It's only a $10 billion restocking fee. That's only $10 billion, Donna. That's okay. Final call on Elvis for $20. The Spirit of Christmas. Bing Crosby, Peggy Lee, Al Martino, you know, those guys, $9.99. The Dangerous Christmas of Red Riding Hood, music by The Animals. So music by Julie Stein, lyrics by Bob Merrill, script by Bob Emmett, starring Cyril Richard and Liza Minnelli, special guest star Vic Damone, and The Animals. The Animals appears on here, $24.99. James Brown, A Soulful Christmas. This is a 2014 press, $34.99. 2014 press, $34.99. Chuck Haley's in on Elvis at $23. Oh, wow. We have a bidding war going on. Chuck Haley, $23. Holy moly, a Christmas gift for you, Phil Spector. A 1987 pressing, $39.99 on Phil Spector International. Now, that has the original cover art. That has Darlene Love, Christmas. That's one of the greatest ever right there. Darlene Love, Christmas, Baby Please Come Home. That is a good one. It's on all those Phil Spectors. Patrick is sold to Vladimir for $7. This right here, that is sold to Saint Vladimir. Vladimir gets St. Patrick for $7. Elvis is at $30. Chuck Haley, you're out. James Brown, Santa's got a brand new bag. A 1988 pressing, $34.99 on Rhino, a little bit older copy. Of course, real OGs of those are tough to get, and they're always destroyed. All right, Vladimir on Red Riding Hood, $22. Sold. That sold to Vladimir for $22. Merry Christmas Baby. Oh, boy. $9.99. We got Lloyd Glenn, Charles Brown, Freddie King, Jimmy Witherspoon. Merry Christmas Baby, $9.99. The original version, The Little Drummer Boy, A Christmas Festival, the Harry Simon Coracle, $9.99. The New Christie Minstrels, Merry Christmas, $9.99. Letterman, for Christmas this year, Letterman, $9.99. Wolverine has Elvis for $30. It's up to one person, Chuck Haley. It's up to Chuck Haley. Donna on Mary for $7. She's talking about that right there. That sold to Donna for $7. The one and only Original Christmas Factory, a musical fantasy celebrating the true meaning of Christmas. Words and music by Kathy Hill and K. DeKalb Smith, arranged by David T. Clydesdale. $9.99. Guess what? Elvis got a new bid for $32 of Chuck Haley. Wolverine, you've been outbid. Christmas songs, the Obernichten Children's Choir on the Angel label, which is known for doing a lot of classical stuff. $9.99 on that one. Christmas hymns and carols, Mario Lanza. $9.99 for old Mario. Christmas with the Miracles. Wow. Motown, $19.99. Feels like a 70s press. It probably is. Just a little bit lighter vinyl, I can tell, but that's pretty dang cool. Nice. Christmas with the Miracles, $19.99. Elvis is at $32. Now it's up to Wolverine. He's watching over in Barcelona, Spain. Who would have thought in the year 2025, on November 13th at 1:07 a.m., could you imagine explaining this to George Washington? Imagine explaining this to George Washington. It's 1:07 a.m. I'm located in Middle Tennessee, just east of Nashville. Chuck Haley's down in the great state of Louisiana. And we got Wolverine over in Barcelona, Spain right now. And they're bidding on an Elvis 45 on a social media network on a live auction. If you would have told that to somebody back in the day, they would have had you hanged, because they'd be like, this guy is a wizard. Okay, this is some kind of wizard, witch. We got to draw and quarter this guy, burn him at the stake. Let the World Rejoice, a musical celebration of Christmas, $9.99. Let the World Rejoice. Christmas Joy, antique musical boxes play Christmas carols, $9.99. Elvis is at $40. Chuck Haley, it's going back to you. We have Merry Christmas, Eddie Fisher. Wow, Dot Records, $9.99. Eddie Fisher, not bad. We have Mike Douglas, My Kind of Christmas. Mike Douglas, $9.99. Jimmy Dean's Christmas Carol. Oh, Jimmy Dean Sausage. Jimmy Dean from James Bond. Columbia Two-Eye, $9.99. A Festival of Christmas Carols in Brass. Philadelphia Brass Ensemble, $9.99. Forever Christmas, a Christmas musical by Don Wurtzen and Phil and Lynn Brower, $9.99. Merry Christmas from the Hillside Singers, $9.99. Oh boy, Bonanza. Christmas at the Ponderosa. Bonanza is $26.99. Bonanza, $26.99. Okay? Over here, Elvis Presley is sold to Wolverine for $40. Next one, Elvis Presley, Stuck on You and Fame and Fortune. Now, this is technically a picture sleeve, and this is really nice. Really high grade on this one. Comes out of die cut. His first new recording for his 50 million fans all over the world. Wow. So Fame and Fortune and Stuck on You, $10 start on that. Okay. Next is The Night Before Christmas with the Norman Lubbock Choir. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that look like the cartoon that plays before the Christmas Vacation movie? Or am I crazy? It looks just like the animation for that. Night Before Christmas, Norman Lubbock Choir. I know this was years before that, probably 20 years before that, but still, it looks just like it. Over here, we have a Partridge Family Christmas card with the Christmas card. With the Christmas card, $24.99. Partridge Family Christmas. Sleep No More. Famous Ghost and Horror Stories. Wow, Halloween got mixed up with Christmas. Sleep No More. This will scare you to death. You will be scared to death listening to this. It's from 1956, $24.99. Charles Dickens, R.L. Stevenson, Ambrose Bierce. You will be scared to death listening to that. Come on, ring those bells. Evie, she says, ring those bells. $9.99. Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air Christmas. Manaheim Steamroller, $39.99. $39.99. It was $2 at a Goodwill at some point. Mozart, have yourself a merry little Christmas. Some big heads there. The Hampton String Quartet, $9.99. Danny says, sleep no more. Sold to Danny Thomason. Danny, that's going to scare you to death. Be careful listening to that. You will be scared to death. Mr. Santa's Boogie. The Ravens. Big Maybell. Charlie Parker. Gatemouth Moore. $24.99. There's Big Maybell. That's pretty cool. Mr. Santa's Boogie. Savoy Jazz Label. $24.99. Savoy Jazz. A GRP Christmas collection. Dave Grusin, Lee Ritenour. You also get Tom Scott, Chick Corea, $19.99. Elvis is with $25 with Randall Jackson. Randall Jackson. God Rest Ye Merry... Boy, we've hit the Jazz Christmas collection. God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen, $19.99. The 25th Day of December with Bobby Darin. The 25th Day of December with Bobby Darin. Atco, $14.99. Donna says Christmas, $12. Are you talking about the GRP Christmas collection, Donna? And then Grog offered $15 for Boogie. Okay? This was marked $24.99. Grog, $18. Donna, $15. Donna, $15. That's my counters. Now, I know y'all want those that all you got to do is say sold. And they're yours. 18, 15, 15. We've already shown that. Jingle Bell Jazz. Oh, boy. $26.99. Duke Ellington. Lionel. Herbie Hancock. Chico Hamilton. Jingle Bell Jazz. $26.99. There's another one. Y'all know y'all want these. All you got to do is say sold, sold. It's such a good word to say. Donna's offered 20 for Jingle. Adam Bernardi offered 18 for Jingle. Jazz offered 20 for Jingle. Where are we on Elvis? Elvis is at 30. Randall Jackson, you've been outbid. Okay? Donna said sold on these two. So because she's saying sold on these two for $15.15, I'm going to go ahead and take her first offer on this for 20. So Donna got those 15, 15, 20, and Grog gets Mr. Santa's Boogie for 18. Nice. Boy, we need more Christmas jazz, please. Come on. I feel like I'm at a craps table. Come on, Christmas jazz. Oh, Ed Ames. That's okay. This dude had some awesome sideburns, though. Christmas is the warmest time of the year. Ed Ames is $9.99. Who got Jingle? Donna got Jingle for $20. Donna got Jingle for $20. Adam was second, and Grog, you were third. Glenn Campbell, that country feeling, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Glenn Campbell. Randall Jackson, it's up to you on Elvis. Wolverine has it for $30. Literally, the hammer's up, okay? And I'm not joking. It's literally up, okay? It's about to sell. Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. You may know this man. He was born in Tupelo, Mississippi, if that rings a bell. $14.99. Oh, another one. $14.99. Oh, another one. $14.99. The most beautiful, world's most beautiful Christmas song. That's a Roger Whittaker, folks. Roger Whittaker, $9.99. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper. Nice. Foil cover. Willie is only $14.99. And, oh my gosh, there he is. The Elvis Christmas album, $14.99. $14.99. Ad back. Green ad back. Elvis, sold. I lost Randall Jackson. He must have fell asleep. Sold for $30 to Jason Boxell. Done. Next Elvis single. Holy moly. Return to sender. Address unknown. Nicer copy for sure. Return to sender. $10 start on Elvis. Another Phil Spector Christmas album. Oh man, that's from the dreaded Connery collection. Looks like John tried to rip off the name tag and tried to rub this off, but it's still on there. $34.99. Elvis, Memories of Elvis, $19.99. A Very Special Christmas, $29.99. I've got more of those somewhere else, though, much nicer. The Sweet Old Songs of Christmas with DeVoe and Rainbow Strings, $9.99. Joy to the World, Music for Christmas with Andre Costalantes. Andre Costalantes. Costalantes. And that one is $9.99. I bet that's an older pressing, too. Yeah, Columbia 6i. Okay, how much was the choir Christmas close to the front? Oh boy, I feel like I had a bunch of those. Choir, we had a choir. You know, I remember somebody buying choir. It was like a St. Patrick record. I think somebody bought that. Susie got Joy to the World. Adam Bernardi was next. It's Christmas Time Again. Oh boy. $19.99. Stax. Isaac Hayes. Albert King. The Emotions. Rufus Thomas. Stax. Engelbert Humperdinck. Christmas Time. $9.99. Chet Atkins, CGP, East Tennessee Christmas, $9.99. Christmas with the Chipmunks, Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, $14.99. Donna gets Christmas, which I think is Stax. About everything in here is Christmas, but I think she wanted this. And then Adam Bernardi was next. Yes. Christmas Soul, oh boy. $19.99, Wilson Pickett, Martha Reeves, Benny King, Mary Wells, Sam Moore, Shirley Alston. That is $19.99. Does anybody want to bid on Return to Sender before I sell it for a buy it now? Wolverine on Stay. Wolverine on Stay. I bet he was trying to get Stax. And then we got Mike Douglas, My Kind of Christmas. That literally looks like the road to my house during Christmas time. That's about what it looks like. Mike Douglas is $9.99. Donna gets Soul for $15. Adam Bernardi gets Chipmunks for $10. The Kingston Trio, the last month of the year. Kingston Trio, $9.99. A Christmas Festival of Stars. This feels like it's foreign. It is. It's a flip back. It says printed in Holland. Phillips International, Season Greetings. Made in England. Or for English release. Holland. Wolverine was going to pay full price for Soul. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Donna, you owe me $5. Elvis is a buy it now for $10. No bid. I think that's the first Elvis single I've put up in a week that... Oh, here's some more Christmas 45s I didn't go through. Just a handful. But they're like kids' records, so I know y'all like these. Well, they're not all kids' records. These are $6.99. The Night Before Christmas, 78 RPM. How about Hanna-Barbera, Wally Gator, Limpy, and Hardy Har Har? Walt Disney's Jingling with Beaver Alley, from Beaver Alley. Popeye the Sailor Man, and the Three Little Pigs. I never did show those. Golston 33 on Return to Sender. Address unknown. Okay, let's put up another one. Do we have another promo in here? I know I've got a yellow promo somewhere. Here we go. This is The Wonder of You, a yellow label promo, And Mama Like the Roses. Elvis, $10 start, yellow label promo. The Wonder View and Mama Like the Roses. Hey, there's another Stacks. $14.99. Another stack. Wow, there's nothing printed on that label. Look. B-side label's blank. That's crazy. There's another Stacks. The Christmas album with Bobby V. $9.99. Well, that was in the first of the crate. Dave Brubeck. Record Store Day, $19.99. Christmas Lullabies, Dave Brubeck. Bobby Sherman Christmas album. Bobby Sherman Christmas album, $14.99. Something Festive. 10 outstanding selections from A&M Records. $9.99. Christmas with Eddie Arnold. $9.99. And The Nativity. John Fancinda, narrator. I've never seen that. The Nativity. All right, so we had Elvis has a bid for 20, Stacks 10. Man, wasn't there 2 more people that wanted this at sticker price? Adam, how about $14 on this? I could have swore like you, Jason Boxell, and one other person was going to pay, I think, $19.99 for the other one. But I'll do that for $14. Yeah, I was about to say that. Let's swap out his Bobby V's. There's that. Yeah, this one has writing, but it's overall much better. Okay. Donna put DB 15. Dave Brubeck, sell that to Donna for 15. And then the A&M. I don't think this is Christmas. Yeah, it is. Herb Albert, Pete Jolly, Burt Baccarat, Liza Minnelli, Julius Wechter, We5, Claudette Longuette, Sergio Mendes. That is Christmas. They don't make it look very good. They make it look like a turkey, like Thanksgiving. I guess that's like a turkey piñata or something. $9.99. All right, so this is sold to Ada Bernardi for $14. This Stacks. Okay, and then the last 45s was Three Little Pigs, Popeye, Jingaling, Beaver Valley, Hanna-Barbera, Lippy and Hardy Har Har, and The Night Before Christmas. Okay, that's a great stopping point. This is sold to Wolverine for $20, and come back tomorrow for more. Any final requests before we sign off for tonight? Any final requests before I say goodnight? It is 1:30 a.m. I'm ready for my parfait, my soup I think my mom brought me. There's 4 more crates of Christmas records over here. They've all been shown, but that doesn't mean there's some stuff in here y'all don't want the second go around, right? There's plenty over here. We'll definitely keep going through them. John says there's plenty more back there to mark too. So anybody else? Okay. If not, that's a great stopping point. We still got 100 plus Elvis singles over here. That Muse Clear record from earlier tonight. Muse Clear record was that best offer. Right now, that is sticker price. So there is a crate and a half of metal left from tonight. They marked 6 crates of metal and new arrivals. And those are going to be shown one more time tomorrow in the group, where a bunch of it's going to get grabbed. And the Muse is going to be part of that, even though I know it's not metal. But I'm going to just show everything Laura and Paul marked because it was great. Next time we show them here on the sale, they will be best offer. Next time, they'll be best offer. Also got, I think, a few more CDs to price or a photograph. We sold, I think, 150 CDs today out of that post, which is insane. That was incredible. The power of our group is growing. I think we've got, 10,400 members in there now, and they're all pretty much record buyers and music buyers. Oh, wow, what a neck adjustment. In that 45 pile, would you do a paper lace and Ray Stevens for 10 if they're both still there? Paper lace and tin. Are you talking about in this handful right over here? Paper lace. There's the Ray Stevens and this. All right. Sell these to John Griffin for $5 and $5. Okay? Done? And yeah, it's amazing. I'd say I'm going to have 2 full crates of metal, I think, for the 12 o'clock hour tomorrow. I might get them posted earlier. We might post them at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and then, oh, there goes the balloons. That's pretty cool. Let's see if we can do that again. Balloons, please. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, let's do a thumbs up. Come on, thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. There we go. So you gotta get aggressive with it. 7 a.m. Pacific. 7 a.m. Pacific. I mean, if you want to buy right now, you can, but you may see somebody claim it tomorrow, or somebody might not claim it tomorrow, and the next time I show it, you can offer me $92 and I'll take it. Or $99. I'll knock off the 99 cents. The label condition on Phil Spector. Well, I just seen another one over here. If you want a Phil Spector, John Griffin, I actually have, and that other crate, there's 2 in here, okay? $62. There's 2 here, and then I actually just seen 2 more over here. And so I'm down to 4 Phil Spector Christmas albums. Okay. All right, so this one is shrink wrapped. No, this one's sealed. 1987 sealed, $49.99. This one's $39.99 in shrink, beautiful near mint. This was another one, 87, nice, not in shrink, but same condition. And then the one from the Connery collection has his name tag ripped off. His name is written there. His name is written there. And the label and vinyl are beautiful. His records are beautiful. He did not write on the label, and the vinyl is near mint minus. So this will be the one you can get the best deal on because of the writing. And then I've got 2 more just like it with no writing, and those are marked $5 more. And then this one is sealed. Okay? And that one's sealed. So that's a soul essential there. That's an amazing Christmas album. That's the variations I have. And those will definitely get gone at some point, hopefully. But that's your options for Phil Spector. I don't have any OGs. And then the Apple version, these 2 sold earlier, and that's the only 2 I know of. That's the alternate cover that Apple. Of course, he was working at Apple. Phil Spector had ties to Apple. Phil Spector has a long biography. If you ever get on Wikipedia, type in Phil Spector, and you'll be busy reading for a while. Phil Spector, not a good person. And he messed up the Beatles' Let It Be. So, 10. I can't do that one that cheap right now. I can't do that one that cheap right now. My best price on this one, because there's writing, right now, let me scan this and see what it comes up with, actually. I know writing kills stuff like this. I know it absolutely just crushes it, unless it's something overly rare. So this 87 pressing right now, the cheapest on sale, the cheapest on Discogs right now is $30. So I don't know what condition that is. Let's see here. The cheapest this is for sale on Discogs is in the United States. There's only 12 for sale, this particular pressing. It's VG Plus, and including shipping, it would be $47. That's for an 87 reissue. So this one's riding near mint. I'd sell it for a Christmas price because of the riding for $20. The cheapest one for sale right now is technically $47, but there's that. Now, that's for sale. Last couple sold 30, 21, 30, 20, 30, 25, 40. So it demands pretty good money. And I wonder what OGs sell for. Those are got to be, yeah, the disc is beautiful. I wonder what a real nice OG sells for. 1963. There's the picture disc. I just ordered some of those year. But if you pass, that's okay. 1963, there's 10 versions. Mono, 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 reissue mono, mono, 115. Boy, some of these are pricey. What is this? Okay, so a Christmas gift. Wow, yeah, so some nice ones have sold for $300. That's the original label. I'm still looking for a perfect copy. That's just so hard to get. A perfect copy of this would be $200 or $300, I would say. If you have a dead mint copy, I wouldn't take $200 for it. The median's $100. Yeah, a near mint DJ copy. Okay, promo disc. So $300, $200 were the last two sold for original. VG Plus $160. UK, wow. So yeah, those things get expensive. No problem, John Griffin. Donna, the next two I have, I got a sealed one with a saw mark for $50, and then I've got two more for $35. And if you just, actually, excuse me, $39. And if you offer $35, I'll probably take it. But it seems like $40 for those aren't too bad right now, even 87 copies. I think a lot of Christmas albums, people just want them on vinyl, and it's hard to find vintage copies of some of these, even if they're reissues from the 80s. Charlie Brown. Yeah, that original Charlie Brown Christmas is pretty rare, isn't it? The original Vince Guaraldi, what does that go for? 1965. The original Charlie Brown Peanuts, that's why we sell 100 reissue pressings during Christmas time every year. We actually sell them all year. I sell this in January, February, March. So you can only buy one of these right now for $285. And there's one on here for $379. Yeah. Donna, I'll do $35 on the nicest one in shrink wrap. And we just looked at them. So the cheapest you can get one right now in the United States is $47 on Discogs. So I've got that about $12 below market. And these have not been shown during, like, I've never shown any of these Christmas records during prime time. We've only shown them at like 1 a.m. So I'll say this nice one here. Okay, sell that to Donna for $35. That's a great price on that. I'd say the Charlie Brown Christmas is one of the most expensive Christmas albums. The Phil Spector. I don't know if too many more that sells that kind of money. John, you got The Night Chicago Died and The Streak. Yes, 5 and 5. Does anybody else know any more? I don't know too many more Christmas records that demand up in the hundreds. Phil Spector, Charlie Brown. I'm sure there's something we're not thinking about. Ray Charles used to. I mean, I can still get $100 for that copy. Probably this right here, the James Brown. Those are pretty dang tough to get in high grade. James Brown Christmas. Of course, we're looking at Discogs. Have you ever got on eBay? Sometimes some of these, what they'll sell for on eBay, like on an auction. I mean, I always go to Discogs, but my gosh, sometimes the right eBay auction, and some of these will sell for a lot more than what you see on Discogs. 1968 James Brown. It's probably just hard to find one in high grade. Yeah, they start at $35, but I bet this looks like it's got ran over by a road grader. Yeah, VG condition, a generic sleeve. Yeah, so the cheapest copy is $40 for an original of this. The original of this, the cheapest copy for sale is $40. It's in bad condition and there's no sleeve for it. Just a loose disc for $40. And then G Plus, still about the same price. So a decently low grade is going to cost you $55. And that's the 68 press. Okay, so there might have been an earlier version. Okay, is that this version here? That's 68. This says first released in 68. Is there an earlier James Brown? Is there something that came out earlier? This one here. James Brown Sings Christmas Songs. That's a different one, yeah. That's a different album, 1966. The Beatles Christmas, that's right. Beatles Christmas. So the official version of that, I've had that before. What about the album, though? The album is right here. Is that it? I think that's it. The album, yes. That is 1970. This one right here. That's what I think is kind of the grail. It's not, yeah. I think that's the one. And then there's this thing, which I've had before, but it's always a bootleg. That one, which can get pretty dang pricey. But they're always the ones I always get's a bootleg, though it looks like that. I never can get that. We always get bootlegs. Exclusively released for the members of the Beatles fan club and consists of 7 previously unreleased flexies. Yeah, so they put out all those flexies that looked like these. And I've had those before. They're pretty tough to get. This right here, yeah. I've had those before. Still tough to get. Wow. Phil Spector 15. Not right now. I mean, I know it has writing on it, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's just writing on the left and back. It's not like it's destroyed. I can't remember what I said last time, but I'll do it for $20. And now you're talking like half of market price right now. Half price of the cheapest one you can buy right now, John Griffin. And free shipping. Well, $8 shipping, but you've bought enough, it's basically free shipping, right? enough of y'all buy enough stuff, it's like free shipping at some point. Kenny Burrell. Oh, yeah. Red cover. That's another good one, Michael. Yeah. The OG gatefold. You're right. That's a tough one. I told you when I first started selling records, I found an empty jacket at a garage sale. No disc. Just a mint, beautiful jacket. And I sold it on eBay for like $120. That was probably 2014. You probably could get on PopSpsych and find it. It was just an empty jacket. No record, just an Elvis cover with all the beautiful photos. And I think I sold it for like $120. Because I bet somebody can find a disc. So this James Brown was $34.99. And then there's another one. There's an 88 pressing. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to scan this. There was another record in here on the fantasy label. I'm kind of surprised none of y'all jazz people. It must not be what I think it is. But let me scan James Brown here. This is 1988. So yeah, some of these have sold for as much as $50. For a near mint copy, John's got it marked pretty nice. A VG Plus copy sold for $50, and a mint copy sold for $34, sealed. So he's got that pretty fair at $34.99, being near mint minus, near mint minus. So that's pretty fair on that one. And oh yeah, Corla Pandit. Maybe this is not what I thought it was. The Mighty Pipe Organ. It's on Fantasy, which y'all know is a jazz label, but Corla Pandit. I guess that's not maybe. That looks like organ music. It's on Fantasy, though. Blue vinyl from what? 1950 or 60s? I'm going to say that's early. Well, most of this colored vinyl they did what? In the late 50s? Or in the 50s? The blue vinyl from Fantasy? And red, they did blue and red vinyl. I think most of that's all 50s, but it could have gone into the early 60s. I bet Grog could tell us pretty fast. Okay, well, another fun night. We're doing an informational session right now. So in the world of record collecting, you've got rock, you've got country, you've got psych, you've got jazz, you got soundtracks, you got children's records, you got Christmas records, you got Halloween records. In Christmas records, it's a world of study. There's thousands and thousands. Fred Goodwin had about 1,000 Christmas records. He had a whole shelf in his washroom. And when we first acquired Fred Goodwin's, he had about 1,000 Christmas albums, all different. He didn't have any duplicates. And I remember the first time I tore into those, I was like a kid at a candy store. I bought the whole shelf at one time from him. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all this Christmas. He had, it's unbelievable. So he had, I mean, some of these are pretty dang tough to find. I need to show these in prime time, like Partridge Family with the Christmas card. I'm going to go through and purge some of these out and show them tomorrow. Bonanza, there's some pretty dang good ones in here. But, oh my gosh, I mean, Christmas is some of the biggest selling music of all time, you know. Unbelievable. So, okay, I really got to sign off now. Thank y'all, and lots tomorrow for Metal Night. Now, y'all know tomorrow's Metal Night, but just like any night, you never know what we're going to get into, right? I mean, look at tonight. This is to end up being a Christmas show for the last, what, 2 hours? We've turned this into, and everybody was like earlier, oh, no, metal again. No, Chad, please, no more metal. And look, the last 2 hours, if you can stay up, we've done nothing but Christmas and 45s. So thank y'all. Thanks for bearing with me. And I try to keep it balanced, but it's tough. We're in business to make money. And sometimes we got to go for the throat at the metal stuff, okay? And it'll balance out eventually. At some point, we're going to buy a jazz collection. At some point, we're going to buy a soul collection. and all the metal people will be like, oh no, Miles Davis again? You've got to be kidding me. And then he'll go in a wave, and there'll be so much metal, y'all be puking. Oh, more metal. Ugh. And then there'll be so much jazz, you won't be able to handle it. You'll be like, oh my gosh, Chad's bought the world's greatest jazz collection. Okay. Just in case that you better pay, I'm pretty still interested in Beatles record. Well, heck, at this point, Jim B, I better keep it. What's it worth, $1,000? Bonanza, soda grog for 18 bucks. Fair price. Soda grog for $18. Anybody else? I'll be back tomorrow for a whole new. Just in case new buyer doesn't pay. Jim B, that's going to my collection. I put up a $500 Beatles record earlier for, what was that, a North Korean pressing? North Korea. South Korea pressing. No Beatles records in North Korea. Oh my gosh. If you get caught over there with a Beatles record, you'll never be seen again. Oh my gosh. No Beatles over there. That place amazes me. I'm like, wow, those people are just like locked out of the world. They have no idea what's going on. It's almost spooky. I'll get on Google Maps and I'm like, wow, look at this place. And it's all just like locked out of the world. North Korea, it's just like, whoa, it's just like spooky almost. Very, very spooky place. Very, very spooky. Okay. I was making sure no last things popped up. I am ending the feed. How long have I been live? I need to refresh one time before I end this. I have been live for 7 hours, 30 minutes, and 57 seconds. Thank y'all. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow for a lot